In November 2018, Inkari Institute did an extensive study on the mummies found in Peru. In 2017, Brett Stuart and his remote viewing group did a project on them. The research from 2018 found that Mariah suffered from a lung cavitary lesion and also a crushed spinal column. The remote viewed info got many things right, including that Mariah was found next to a baby. The remote viewing info also found that Mariah was executed for committing a taboo of interbreeding with another species. She was executed in a way that destroyed her unique makeup by some kind of noxious fumes. This would correlate with her having a lung cavitary lesion. The remote viewed info also found out before Gaia and the group studying the Peruvian mummies that many of their bodies contain some kind of cybernetic implants. Another astounding discovery from the research group on the Peruvian mummies was that some of them had reptilian and mammalian characteristics such as scaled skin and no ears or nose. One of the mummies had eggs inside of its body, showing it had mammalian characteristics along with a reptile-like reproductive process. The 2018 research findings show that these mummies share a human genome of up to 36%. The same mummies have a non-human genome from 63% to 80%. This is similar to the findings of the Atacama humanoid, where the data was dismissed when it was found to contain human DNA. It was said to be a deformed fetus, even though the bone density proved it was at least an adolescent of around 4 or 5 years of age, being only 6 inches in height. The Peruvian mummies, if they are legitimate, and not a hoax, are showing an interspecies event. These species are possibly related to the elongated skulls found around the planet and also the large-headed classical grey aliens in abduction and UFO lore. The countless artifacts around the world are showing multiple levels of interbreeding between these mostly human-looking people and these large-headed beings. Mariah is the most human-looking mummy with also the least grey alien characteristics. However, her cranial capacity is 19% more than the average human. The cranial capacity is not something that would be increased by artificial head binding. This is a fact ignored by most mainstream archaeologists, along with the absence of 2 cranial suture. The reptile-like characteristics is another important factor in this area of alien research. To many, the subject of reptilians is as fringe as this area can get. However, it must not be ignored that a smaller percentage of contactees or abductees report these reptilian beings. Even more important is that they appear early in remote viewing sessions, and by different remote viewing projects or groups that have no contact. The reptile-like characteristics is another important factor in this area of alien research. To many, the subject of reptilians is as fringe as this area can get. However, it must not be ignored that a smaller percentage of contactees or abductees report these reptilian beings. Even more important is that they appear early in remote viewing sessions, and by different remote viewing projects or groups that have no contact. The Inkari Institute did a project where they remote viewed the war in heaven written about in many cultures. The findings were astounding and correlated with present-day evidence. The remote viewers all confirmed their data under blind conditions, that the ancient war occurred between humans on Mars and reptilians on planet Tiamat. The humans destroyed planet Tiamat with a weapon, which completely annihilated the planet into rubble. This rubble then became the asteroid belt. Remote viewers also found that before planet Tiamat was destroyed, they unleashed a nuclear assault on Mars, which could have left it uninhabitable. This is supported by evidence and theories by John Brandenburg, who found trace amounts of radioactive isotope on Mars that could have only come from a nuclear detonation. The Sumerian legends and artifacts also provide some evidence of an ancient war that occurred in our distant past. Marduk slayed Tiamat the dragon. The body of Tiamat eventually formed the asteroid belt and our planet with the moon. Courtney Brown's Farsight Institute also may have found corroborating info about what really happened through remote viewing. Here we see the return to the heavens of the god Ashur, whose name was replaced in the Babylonian by their patron deity, Marduk. He is dethroned from his Ferovah winged disc, and has drawn his bow and arrow against a terrible foe in the heavens. The Enuma Elish describes this terrifying war in the heavens between Marduk and Tiamat but briefly, while the Book of Enki, drawing also from cylinder seals, provides a much fuller picture. According to the eldest mythological narrative known to man on earth, Marduk ascended into the heavens to do battle against Tiamat, a terrible dragon. The depiction of Tiamat as a dragon constellation plays in also to the origin of the 12 mansions of the zodiac having derived from the 12 planets of Sumer, including both Tiamat and Marduk, Nibiru. In the Enuma Elish and the Book of Enki, the chain of events is described such that Tiamat was, once, a predecessor of Earth's by an interplanetary collision with another heavenly body. Tiamat was torn into the asteroid belt, the present Earth, and our moon. In the above Selena seal engraving we see Sin, the moon god facing toward Marduk, in the same position as Tiamat, because the moon god Kingu was, according to the Sumerian myths at that time, still attached to Tiamat. The Sumerian Book of Enki and the Babylonian Enuma Elish are at odds with one another as to the name of the cosmic avenger who slew Tiamat. It was found during the project that a certain weapon that looked like a black hole was sent toward the planet. It was a whirling black hole-like formation which imploded, destroying the planet in a huge blast that propelled objects outwardly, causing mass catastrophic damage to the rest of the solar system. There appears to be a striking similarity in the description of this weapon in a Babylonian creation myth written 12th century BC. Among 7 tablets found, the 5th describes an ancient war between Tiamat and Marduk. Marduk unleashes a weapon called the Imhalu. Depictions today can be seen as Marduk throwing a spear towards Tiamat the dragon. The tablet describes Marduk raising the Imhalu, the atrocious wind, the tempest, a whirlwind hurricane of 4 winds and 7 winds. Marduk then releases the 7 winds towards the guts of Tiamat. Marduk then throws his net to entangle Tiamat, allowing the tumid wind, Imhalu, to come from behind Tiamat. When the mouth gaped open to suck him down, he drove Imhalu in, so that the mouth would not shut, but wind raged through her belly. Tiamat's carcass is then expanded. She escaped. Marduk throws the final spear that splits the belly, pierces the gut, and cuts the womb. This information, in conjunction with the remote-viewed information, appears to be describing a weaponized singularity implosion device or a kind of remotely placed trajectory black hole implosion bomb. The Sumerian legend is possibly describing the planet in a net or the surrounding area wrapped in a gravity well. He puts the black hole on a trajectory towards the center or bowels of planet Tiamat, being careful not be sucked into the gravity well. He then throws another object into the singularity, possibly some kind of antimatter or mechanism, that diffuses the black hole into implosive energy, blowing up the planet, and also at the last moment not letting himself fall victim to the black hole. After this, the Sumerian pantheon of gods celebrate, while the remote-viewed info says one side of Mars is blasted by asteroids, pieces of the destroyed planet Tiamat. Joseph McMoneagle, who wrote Memoirs of a Psychic Spy, talks about his remote viewing of the Mars Sidonia 1 million years BC. He says the planet was devastated by some kind of event in the past and the people on Mars were human-like, but much taller and slimmer build. They go into some kind of stasis hibernation to weather the storms, while another group search for a habitable planet. Did they come to Earth? Is this why Cairo in Egypt means Mars? The structures on Mars appear to be encoding hyperdimensional physics or a tetrahedron within sphere, along with their location on the planet through degrees and angles. Area describing volume and volume describing time. These are the same measurements that encode the solar system in Teotihuacan, as well as a tetrahedron within a sphere as discovered by Hu Harliston Jr. Astronaut Buzz Aldrin talked about NASA discovering an obelisk on Mars moon Phobos. We also have pyramids and obelisks on Earth that appear to be analogues, just like the Sidonia complex on Mars, an ancient measuring system of 360 degrees divisions of a circle and multiples of 60 that encode precession of the equinoxes, and come from the Sumerians. Sicheria Sitchin, who translated many Sumerian tablets and legends, said that Edgar Cayce was the only place he was finding the same dates and agreeing information. Edgar Cayce was a well-known psychic who would go into trance and do psychic readings for people. He claims that souls fell from a higher dimension or involution of matter. The first beings were of a density that they could freely travel into and out of physical 3D existence. The beings fell into matter and became trapped. Several groups of souls have incarnated in order to help the transmigration of souls back to higher dimensions. He claims that this is where all the forms of half-human and animal appear in legends, and also giants. When hearing the claims of Tom DeLonge and his information gained from deep military sources, they appear to be talking about these groups. Courtney Brown's Farsight project showed how the beings who built the Great Pyramids were lying and manipulating humans. Finally, this is corroborated with info from Johnny Franco's remote viewing group Right Hemispheric. He remote viewed a photo of Bill Tompkins that was allegedly a reptilian craft, only appearing by photograph, and not to the naked eye at time of capture. His team of remote viewers saw lizard-like humanoid beings. They were of a being that could be physical and non-physical, or multi-dimensional beings able to transition to 4D and 3D. Tom DeLonge's deep state military sources claim that we humans are being manipulated by 3 main groups of beings that are fighting amongst each other and use humans as their pawns. Ancient tablets translated by Kurt Schildman around the world that were written in Paleo-Sanskrit seem to be describing this same scenario, that ships that abduct livestock and require tribute sacrifices of humans call humanity, that these ships congregate on and behind the moon. Does this mean an ancient war is still going on? Hermes Trismegistus lamented on his ancient tablets, so the gods will depart from mankind, a grievous thing, and only evil angels will remain, who will mingle with men, and drive the poor wretches by main force into all manner of reckless crime, into wars, and robberies, and frauds, and all things hostile to the nature of the soul. Darkness will be preferred to light, and death will be thought more profitable than life. The pious will be deemed insane, and the impious wise. The madman will be thought a brave man, and the wicked will be esteemed as good. AD 150-270.
In many cultures, many religions, there's written in ancient texts about this big battle that happened among the gods and things like that in heaven. And you get that in the Vedic texts, you get that in the Ramayana and the Hindu texts, you get that in a zillion texts, the Sumerian texts that Zechariah Sitchin has looked at and written a whole bunch of books about. You get this idea about the big war in heaven. And in the Judeo-Christian tradition, you have it both in the Old Testament as well as the New. And in the New Testament, the big mention, of course, is in Revelation. And so the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 7, it says, and there was a war in heaven, and Michael and his angels fought, and the dragon and his angels fought. So the real question is, first of all, why are all of these different cultures, different religions, different prophets, different everything, separated by hundreds, sometimes thousands of years? Why are they all talking about this? They shouldn't even know each other's stuff. Why is everybody talking about this big war in heaven? So the real question was, let's do a remote viewing project where we query that word, that phrase in chapter 12, verse 7 in Revelation. What is this? So that was target Q. So the target Q was whatever the perceptions were of the original prophet who was perceiving this thing that he later called the war in heaven and wrote the book of Revelations about. And we wanted to find out what that being was, what that prophet was perceiving. And so we got it. And now remember, the remote viewers are totally blind. They know nothing. They're not even told target coordinates or nothing. All they know is that there's a target, and this is project number 21. Go. And, Aziz Brownies in Thailand and Princess Shanae and Melina Hall, they came into the studio to do their work on different days completely. There was no communication between them. And they all got the same thing, this huge space battle between basically two planets and basically two different species, although there was a couple other species involved. But there was two primary species in these two planets. And one of the planets blew up. I mean, it was really like a Star Wars type thing. They got the falling rocks, the lava rocks coming down. Everybody got the same thing, these two opposing forces with spaceships and everything. And one was an aggressor species that looked sort of reptilian, and the other was more humanoid. They look different than us, but very similar. Different, but similar to humanoids. And they were battling it out. And the humanoid species was the underdog. They were the ones getting they were getting their teeth kicked in. And the aggressor species was the reptilians, and they were nuking the place. they were nuking the place. They wanted to control the resources. They wanted to control the planet. And it looks like the other planet that had the humanoid types that looked like us, as a last resort, desperate resort, just shot a bomb towards the bigger planet that the reptilians came from, and they basically destroyed the entire planet. It was a doomsday Hail Mary type of a situation.
So,
but that also, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you here, but I'm wondering it became clear, I guess, partway through the sessions, I think, at least to the viewers, that we're talking about Mars being...
They didn't know that. They had no idea what this project was about. They thought it was the craziest thing that they could ever imagine. They all thought they were wrong because this couldn't be like, where is this space battle coming from?
Okay, so what you're saying...
So they didn't know that it was Mars until after all three targets for the project were done, and we'll go over the other two targets. And then at the same time, all three people were told what the project was about, and they were flabbergasted. We have actually a video on our website, farsight.org, called the Target Reveal video that's free on YouTube, where two of the viewers, Melina Hall and Princess Ine, are told for the first time what the targets were about, and you can see what their reactions are. And it's a riot to look at it. They were floored. They had no idea that it was anything like that.
Okay, so in other words, you're saying this was sort of a curiosity to me while watching the viewers themselves talk about what they're seeing. They did seem quite in the dark as to where they were and where this thing was happening, but they were clear that it wasn't Earth.
Yeah, they didn't know. I didn't know for sure that it was Mars until the third target was done. So the three targets were the first target was the original prophet, his perceptions when he was perceiving the so-called war of heaven. What was happening to him? What was he looking at? What was he perceiving when he was getting that? The second target was the actual prophet himself at the time that, not his perceptions, but at the time that he was receiving this vision, what was going on with him at that time. That was the second target. So we could see, like, how was he getting this? Was he just like closing his eyes and imagining this thing? And it turned out to be an alien abduction type thing. So extraterrestrials, this is John of Patmos we're talking about, the author of the book of Revelation. Patmos is an island in the Aegean, and he basically had extraterrestrials around him, and there was one in particular, a big guy, who was force feeding this stuff into his head, and he was doing the best he could. He was not in control of himself. He was doing the best he could to try to sort it out. And when the whole experience was over, he wrote a book of Revelation, and that's how we got it. And it apparently that's how it got into all these other cultures. Apparently, these extraterrestrials wanted humans to know about this thing that happened millions and millions and millions and millions of years ago, so that we would be able to process it and so on. Now, the third target, at this point, I was convinced that this really looked like Mars because one of the planets blew up and it created the asteroid belt. And that's what the viewers were saying. They were saying, this looks just like the asteroid belt. And Mars also has a lot of anomalies to it. For example, one half of Mars is covered with craters and the other half is crater-free. So it looked like something exploded near Mars and shot it like a shotgun, leaving craters all over it. And that's exactly what the remote viewers were seeing. So what I did, I said, okay, I have to nail this down. So I added a third target to the project that they all had to do, and that was Mars at the time of the war in heaven, as it was perceived in the first target. So now, if Mars was calm and everything was okay, everything was hunky dory, everything was okay for the third target, then I would have said, okay, well that means that the war in heaven was going on some other place. But if I got the same results for the third target as we got for the first target, that nails it. That was Mars. So this war in heaven was a war between two species. One was dominantly living on Mars, and the other was living, the reptilian group was living on this other planet that often people call Maldek. And that was the planet that is now the asteroid belt that was totally destroyed in the war. But in one of Melina Hall's sessions, she clearly went after what you're just saying right now, meaning they had factories, they had mining operations, things like that on Mars. And the reptilian group landed and basically wanted to take over the factories. They wanted to control things. They were very threatening. They said basically they were giving the people, the humanoid types on the ground, you either, let us run this show, or we're going to attack. And that was very clear in Melina's session. So, and that fit in with all the other stuff. So it was a classic wartime strategy for claiming the resources. This project, Carrie, if you don't mind me saying, ties a lot of stuff together. We have a project that we did earlier. It's free on the web, on our website, called the Origins of the Asteroid Belt. And we have another project that was on the remote viewing Cydonia Mars. So we've had a lot of projects that sort of dealt with these types of stuff, this type of subject in a peripheral way. We've known for a long time, since we did the asteroid project, that the asteroid belt was in fact caused by a planet that exploded. It wasn't caused by what mainstream astronomers say is what was left over, junk that was left over from the primordial solar nebula.
They're coming up with some very similar results, although it seemed that Aziz was, if I remember correctly, he seemed to be concentrating on craft, it seems, and some of the things going on inside the craft more than the other two, at least as far as I could tell. There was quite an emphasis on a very large, I don't know if it was a craft, I guess, but it seemed to be landed or stationary on the planet also later on. But can you explain perhaps why the other two would get a lot of the battle, whereas Aziz would get more of the craft, and what was going on inside the craft?
Sure, that's a great question, Carrie. They all got spacecraft and they all got battles, fighting. However, you're absolutely correct. Aziz focused more on those craft, going into them and so on. Now, that is precisely why we use multiple remote viewers in each of our projects, because they all three go to the same place. But once you're there, they get attracted to certain things, sort of almost idiosyncratically appropriate for what they're interested in. Melina, for example, is an artist, and she, a drawing artist. So she naturally goes to things that she likes to sketch out, what people look like and what buildings look like, what the terrain looks like. And Princess, she's an actress. I should say actor. The Screen Actors Guild is genderless these days in describing this. So she's an actor. And I've actually seen her perform in lead roles in multiple play performances. So she's really good, really, really good at acting. And so what she picks up a lot is the emotions. She's also legally blind. Now, she can see fine, just like you and I, but she has to wear these Coke bottle type glasses, really thick lenses in order to see, or contact lenses. And so because of the eyesight problems, she focused more on feelings. And when she goes into a target, she picks up people and feelings, and she picks up the dynamics of people interaction so great. So like a reporter on the scene interviewing people. And also she's had some interactions with, normally humans cannot tell if you're remote viewing them, but many extraterrestrial species, advanced ones, can tell. And in this case, she, under two separate occasions, she had an actual interaction here in the studio with extraterrestrials while she was remote viewing them. We caught it live on video. That's the type of thing, that it's great for her. Now, Aziz, getting to your question, he likes spaceships. He likes spacecraft. So when he sees one, he's interested in that. So that's what he made a baseline for. Now, he still described the planet. He just still described the battles. He still described the bombs coming down, the nukes, the nuclear bombs blowing off. But then he went into the spacecraft, and he described the way the spacecraft were organized, how they were positioned in terms of the different fleets. Then he actually described some large cube-like spacecraft that sort of looked Borgish, to be honest, near the other planet that exploded, the reptilian side of things. So you had everything like Borg-type cubes, and it almost made me think that a lot of the ideas that you see in science fiction movies may be seeded into the writers of these movies while they're sleeping or something, because a lot of these things we end up seeing actually in remote viewing studies. And so, and given the fact that we see now that the extraterrestrials have made an attempt to seed information about the distant past into certain people's, influential people's minds, such as prophets, and that would, and similarly, a prophet in a contemporary realm would be comparable to a screenwriter, someone who's writing, plays and movies, TV shows and movies in today's day. So it sort of fits in with that general modality. But yeah, Aziz went after some of these ships, and he went into some of the ships. He described some of the people, some of the organization, the way the ships were organized inside, where the flat panel TVs were, where the people were. Interesting, Carrie. You may find this interesting. You can cut me off if you want at any time. But both the reptilian and the human run ships, both of them had, the reptilian ones had a big, I'm talking big, reptilian kind of guy that was actually perceived exactly the same in Melina's sessions, and she was really great in drawing them. But in Aziz's session, he clearly had this reptilian guy running the ship, and for the Mars ones, he had humanoid types running the ship. But both of them had these little gray dudes, these little gray short guys with the wraparound eyes, doing the operations in the ship. And they were almost like a slave force on both sides. They were like sort of emotionless. They followed orders. They were living, but they weren't like you and I. They were people who didn't object to what they were told to do. They were told to do something. So they were better than robots in terms of being living beings, but they didn't really have like free will. They just followed orders. And the sense that I got was, with genetic engineering being the way it is, it's really looking like at some future point in time, it becomes too tempting to say, why deal with normal people running ships where people can disagree and do it? Why don't you have this sort of a living being, but one without the ability to object, sort of just doing things? And that's what it seems like both sides were using.
Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe my memory is not correct here, but I don't remember them understanding or thinking that the grays were programmable, what we call programmable biological life forms. So, which hints at possibly in other words, my understanding is that our secret space program actually has this at this time as well. And that these are not the gray races, which are different, there are many different gray races. And so the question becomes whether or not they're certainly perhaps a bit more of an artificial life, AI. In other words, they're motivated by AI, and they do take orders. So
these are good questions, Gary.
Yeah, I don't know that they were dealing with this.
We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. I just know that both the multiple viewers noticed the same type of thing, that they have one guy in charge and typically a bunch of helpers surrounding them, and the helpers were shorter and had those wraparound eyes. And so it just raises that question. I mean, I always assumed, I understand the idea of there being different type of gray races, but it just raises the question of whether at some point it becomes tempting for almost any species to start using genetic engineering to have these sort of artificial life forms as servants. I'm not downgrading them. I really don't know. I just noticed that all the remote viewers said there was a distinct difference between the guy in charge and the shorter helpers. Yes, that a planet broke up, that it was responsible for the shattering of the craters on one half of Mars, and also for the dark spot on Iapetus. And,
well, didn't John Brandenburg, who I interviewed,
and John Brandenburg, I
also
also go over John Brandenburg stuff. John Brandenburg is a physicist, very mainstream credentials, and he goes over in a way that, in a number of books, in a way that's very accessible to laymen, the radioisotope readings on the surface of Mars that give absolutely unambiguous evidence that there have been nuclear explosions on the surface of Mars. So that's another mainstream scientist giving physical evidence that these remote viewing data are correct. The destruction of the planet when it blew up, that apparently was the end of the war. But that was also the end of good days for Mars as well.
I mean, so. I know this may not be answerable. I'm just going down these roads. Why, if they, if you have a fleet of of army or whatever it is, not army, but above your head, and it is attacking you, and their home planet is blown up. It doesn't automatically, therefore, follow that the fleet suddenly abandons their war and they can't go back to the planet.
I'm certain you're correct. I'm certain you're correct, and that everybody just didn't stop.
Right.
But for all intents and purposes, you can imagine that after that, people were just trying to find some place to go. I mean, Mars really wasn't a very easily habitable place after that either. And then, we did another project on Iapetus, and aliens on Iapetus, and it's really a great project. And we have Dick Elgar and Daz Smith who have done that one. The remote viewing was stellar on that. And we found an alien facility on Iapetus, and they both report that there was some disturbance, some war that occurred in the solar system at some point that made it impossible for the residents of this facility on Iapetus to go anywhere. Some of them got off on some ships that were there. Other ones just died there. And if we went back to that facility today on Iapetus, we'd find the dust of their bones. And so if you sort of draw connecting the dots from a lot of stuff we've done, it looks like when that happened, nothing went well after that. There was no place to really easily go to. I assumed that some of the survivors that were in ships made their way to Earth at that point, and I don't know what the conditions were like on Earth. They may not have been very hospitable, but there might not have been any other place for them to go.
Okay, do we have a year? Does this information come through as to when
No,
this happened?
the best way to do that is to look at the time estimates that are offered by people like John Brandenburg and Thomas Van Flandern using normal astronomical stuff and radioisotope stuff.
In May of 1984 at the Monroe Institute, I had been training with Bob for almost 14 months, learning to control my out-of-body experiences. I had had spontaneous out-of-bodies for many years, and Bob had been training with me in his lab at the last year of my time at the project, Stargate project, to teach me to control my out-of-bodies. I wanted to see if controlled out-of-bodies were better at producing information, collection information, than remote viewing. It turns out you can do very specific things with out-of-bodies that you can't do with remote viewing, but I don't think it's as good. If you want to know how the trigger mechanism works on a Chinese nuclear weapon, out-of-body's better, because you can go to the Chinese nuclear weapon and put your face in it, look around, do detailed drawing. But if you want to know where all the parts from the weapon came from, remote viewing's better, because all the parts are intricately linked together data-wise. So things are different for how you want to do things. In any event, during that period, my training officer, Skip Atwater, would come in from the project and test me to see whether or not my remote viewing was getting any better. And one of his tests that he brought, one of the training tests that he brought, was a target that I didn't know anything about. Normally I did mundane targets, like quasi-military targets. Well, this particular week, he brought a Mars target. I didn't know it was a Mars target. But he gave a sealed envelope, neither did Bob Monroe. He gave a sealed envelope to Bob Monroe, which inside had a card that said Mars 1 million years BC. Bob thought it was another moon-day target as well. And he had a list of coordinates. So Bob had this card in his shirt pocket, and we had a list of coordinates as targets. And the first set of coordinates was 44.89 degrees, 9.55 degrees west. I didn't know anything about the target since I was laying in a dark black cube in the lab, floating on a sea of salt, listening to hemisync tapes. And the first thing I heard was the coordinates. And this was my response. I got a great view of a pyramid form, sitting in a large depression. It's yellowish, ochre colored. I get clouds, a severe storm, major geological trauma. Then I was asked to visit the site before the trauma. They said, go back before the trauma. They said all the dirt had disappeared. There were now smooth walls. Everything was flat, megalithic. I said something about, gee, is this a new pyramid? Did they discover a new pyramid? Because it's really large. Shadow of people, fragments, memory of people. They said, go back to when they were there. Large people, thin and tall, wearing strange clothes, skin tight, very tight, almost can't see them. This is the actual target based on the coordinates. That's the face everybody's always referring to on Mars. This is actually the depressed area. This is the pyramid. It's actually a double-layered pyramid. This is the second set of coordinates that I got. In a canyon looking up steep, high walls that go on forever. Very intricate, huge sections of smooth stone carved out. Getting very large structures. Rabbit warren of huge corridors and rooms. I said the rooms were really large, and again I said something to them about this has got to be some new pyramids or something, because I don't remember ever seeing rooms this size in Giza or anywhere like that. That's a canyon, and that's the pyramid. Now what's really interesting about this particular pyramid, you notice it's sitting on the side of the impact crater. And that's a real trick, because that means the pyramid had to be put there after the impact crater. Because if the impact crater hit after the pyramid was there, it would have destroyed the pyramid. You can't have one and not the other. You understand what I'm saying? If that crater appeared after the pyramid, it would have destroyed that pyramid. The other interesting thing about this picture is you can measure the shadow of the crater, and based on the angle of the sun, you can estimate the size of the crater wall as being 3,000 meters tall. So that's a pretty deep crater. Now look at the shadow on the pyramid. Pretty tall pyramid. That's a 20,000 meter tall pyramid. Pretty big, huh? That's not the only thing interesting. That pyramid had to have been formed after the crater was formed. Here's something else interesting. That pyramid's even closer to the edge. And here's an even more interesting fact. There's the road in, there's the road out. I just find these really remarkable pictures. Here's another, this is a general area. Pyramids huge, but different this time. The reason these were different is because they were a cluster. These are like shelters from storms. Designed for sleeping, I specified hibernation, sleeping through savage storms. I'm asked to find out why. They're an ancient people trying to survive. It's past their time and age. They're waiting for the return of someone sent to find a new home. Their world passed through the tail of a comet. I had a sense that their atmosphere was stripped away or destabilized when it passed through the tail of the comet. This is an old fort. Now what's interesting about the old fort, and it's something most people don't recognize, this is actually a pyramid. That's one side, that's the other side, that's the other side. The tip is missing off the top and it's hollow. I don't know if you can see that. Kind of interesting, isn't it? They call it the old fort. It's always referred to as the old fort. But that's a pyramid that's been tipped off. The tip's been taken off. That's a grouping of pyramids. And that's a building, or what's left of a building on a sort of a plateau. And that's the drawing I did of the larger beings. What I think in actuality, there really are no such thing as Martians. What I think Martians are is us. I think we're descendants of the original inhabitants of Mars. And we're the ones that never went back. Give you an idea of size, that's the rough size of the Pyramid of Giza. Give you an idea of scale.
These same alignments are examples of hyperdimensional physics as claimed by Richard Hoagland that can be found on Mars on the hyperdimensional point, where the tips of a tetrahedron meet within a sphere on the planet at 19.47 degrees longitude, the same thing that Huhaleston Jr. describes, that all the measurements encode the planets as well as a tetrahedron within a sphere. A CIA document was released of remote viewing the Cydonia complex, the same area where the famous Mars face photos were taken, and it was found that there was an ancient civilization present that were dying from the inhospitable climates after an event destroyed their atmosphere.
It was at this point that we began to worry less about the ultimate reality of the so-called face on Mars, and more about the meaning of the message of Cydonia. If there was a deliberate meaning behind the incredible geometry now displayed by the monuments of Mars, what could be the meaning? Well, it turns out to center on this figure. This is a four-sided, four-cornered object termed a tetrahedron. And I predict you're going to be hearing a lot more about this object in the years ahead. Because if you put this structure in a sphere, it predicts some remarkable phenomena. For if you put a hypothetical tetrahedra in a planet, the tips touch inside at a key latitude. And at those latitudes, something significant occurs. Watch. Because it turns out that if you look at the D&M, these latitude lines, as they cross, make angles with the interior geometry, and look what we have here, 19.5 degrees and 19.5 degrees, which is confirmation that we have successfully solved the puzzle and decoded the message of Cydonia. And of course, this all relates to the angles that we have encoded in color, and to the fact that E prime, or the tetrahedral ratio E, is really square root of 3 divided by 2, which is a fundamental constant. Anyway, so it appears as if we have successfully worked through the puzzle that somebody laid out, and the message of the puzzle is, look to your tetrahedra. One of the great enigmas in our solar system is the creation of the asteroid belt. There are two primary theories to explain it. The first is accepted by nearly all mainstream astronomers, and that is the solar nebula hypothesis. This hypothesis states that in the primordial solar nebula, when the gases and dust were collapsing to form the sun and the planets, some junk was left over, and that junk created the asteroid belt as well as the comets. The alternate hypothesis is that a planet did form between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, and it exploded for reasons currently unknown. The first person to connect the asteroid belts and the possibility of an exploding planet was Olbers in 1802, and it was Lagrange in 1814 who noted that the highly elliptical orbits of the comets could also be explained by an exploding planet. This outraged the supporters of the Laplacian solar nebula hypothesis as the origin of the comets, and they attacked. Unfortunately, Lagrange died later that year, and he essentially took the exploding planet hypothesis with him until it was resurrected more recently by the now late astronomer Thomas van Flandern. Thomas van Flandern amassed a great deal of physical evidence, data, that supported the exploding planet hypothesis. This study, which I am presenting to you today, is a remote viewing study in which we were able to send 4 of the very best military-grade remote viewers back in time to witness the origin of the asteroid belt. To do this, we looked at 2 asteroids. The first is 433 Eros. This is a silicate or S-type asteroid, and the S-type asteroids lie within a band that is a little bit closer to Mars than Jupiter within the asteroid belt. These are very highly reflective, very bright asteroids. The second asteroid is 253 Mathilda. That's a carbonaceous or C-type asteroid. It's very dark, and the C-type asteroids reside within a band that's a little bit farther out in the asteroid belt. Thomas van Flandern had hypothesized that there might have been 2 planetary bodies, possibly a gas giant and then a smaller Earth-sized planet that exploded at some point in the past, creating the different bands within the asteroid belt. So we looked at 2 asteroids from the asteroid belt that are very different in nature to see if there was an explosion or a solar nebulous collapsing concept with respect to their origin. We also looked at the dark splotch, which is on the side of Iapetus. This dark splotch, Thomas van Flandern hypothesized, was caused by a debris wave that resulted from the exploding planet, and the debris wave traveled rapidly throughout the entire solar system, and when it encountered Iapetus, it left that dark splotch on it. Iapetus is a white, airless, icy moon of Saturn, and it is tidally locked, so it does not rotate on its axis. So essentially, it would have held steady while the debris wave rapidly hit it. Mainstream astronomers wanting to avoid the concept of an exploding planet have come up with other reasons for that dark splotch. Originally, they were saying it was dark material that was sublimating up from the interior of Iapetus. That was a hard sell, to be honest, given the way it looks. More recently, scientists are saying that there is another moon of Saturn that is dipping in and out of a newly discovered ring structure and tossing material gradually over millions of years onto that exact spot on Iapetus, causing that dark splotch. Now we are able to send remote viewers back in time to see if the dark splotch was caused by a sudden impact of a rapidly moving debris wave, or if it was caused by a gradual deposition of material over millions of years. The remote viewing, the science of remote viewing, as it is used in this study, is explained in my book, Remote Viewing, the Science and Theory of Non-Physical Perception. It is the only book of its kind that explains the science of remote viewing as remote viewing is done using structured data collection procedures that were developed by the U.S. military for espionage purposes, or procedures that are derivative of those procedures. In this case, we are using 2 methodologies, CRV, controlled remote viewing, with a group of remote viewers led by Lynn Buchanan out of Army Intelligence, and Hawaii Remote Viewers Guild, or HRVG procedures, with a group led by Glenn Wheaton out of Special Forces Intelligence. 2 remote viewing methodologies, 4 remote viewers, 12 remote viewing sessions, and these remote viewers are the absolute top scoring in a year-long multiple universe project that was conducted at the Farsight Institute. The remote viewers are Daz Smith using CRV, Deborah Duggan-Takagi, Dick Algeier, and Maria using HRVG methods. And this table summarizes the results of the study numerically in terms of clarity scores, here interpreted as a 0 means there's absolutely no support in that remote viewing session for that particular hypothesis. A 3 indicates that there is perfect, dead-on support within that remote viewing session for that particular hypothesis. 2s and 1s are gradations in between. We have 3 targets: the origin of Eros, the origin of Mathilda, and the origin of that dark splotch on the side of Iapetus. As you can see from this table, there is almost no support within these remote viewing data for the solar nebula or gradualism hypothesis, for the origin of Eros, Mathilda, or the dark splotch on the side of Iapetus, and there is tremendous support for the exploding planet or catastrophism hypothesis with respect to these data. Let's look at some of these data. Now, the graphics I'm about to show you are taken from longer sessions. These graphics are very compatible with the rest of the sessions, and all of the sessions are available for free to see, to download, to examine at the Institute's website, www.farsight.org. Here we have Dick Elgayer using HRVG methods, and he clearly saw an exploding planet. Here he draws the planet cracking up and energy exploding outward. Deborah Duggan-Takagi with HRVG methods, she found a planetary system within the Milky Way, and then she also found an extremely bright light that is like a supernova within that planetary system, and something also like a black hole, something sucking in and then rapidly exploding outward. And then she writes, there is expanding energy at the target from a tiny particle growing to a huge mass. The movement is a massive vortex with a rippling wave effect and vibrational energy. There is indescribably bright light that is sun-like at the target. There is a Milky Way-like star system and a black hole that sucks energy at the target. Daz Smith, CRV, he clearly finds an exploding planet with a debris wave, and he writes, the feel of an explosion, and then forced movement outwards in all directions, and he draws it. Now let's move to Mathilda, Dick Elgayer, HRVG methods. At the top, you see him showing the explosion with the energy coming out, and then he writes that this is some kind of atomic level reaction, energy to mass. And then he writes it results in something hard, solid-like, like a diamond, and then he draws it. Carefully look at that bottom sketch of what he says it looks like, that it results in, because that was the target, Mathilda. This is what you get with military-grade remote viewing. You cannot get this with untrained people. These remote viewers have an average training period, intensive training period, of a decade or more in these military or military-derived procedures to be able to do this kind of thing. Remote viewing is not easily or casually done. If you go, for example, to hear Lang Lang play the piano, well, you go to hear Lang Lang play the piano because he plays the piano like hardly anyone else plays the piano. Well, when you go to look at the remote viewing data that are produced by people like this, you do that because they can do stuff that most people cannot do because of the training that's been involved. Now here, for the Mathilda session, Daz Smith, CRV, he clearly finds the exploding planet and the debris wave again, and he draws it and writes, exploding movement, expanding movement in all directions, a lot of energy, explosive. And then he writes, like the Big Bang. Now let's move to the dark splotch on the side of Iapetus. Here, Dick Elgayer, he draws something collapsing in and then exploding outward, and then he writes, compresses in, suddenly to become very dense, almost solid, and then immediately reverses and expands outward, losing its density. Again, Iapetus, Daz Smith, he actually finds the debris wave, and within the debris wave he finds large, rapidly moving rocks, asteroids. This is what we were looking for, that connects the debris wave with the origin of the asteroid belt, to see if it was the same phenomenon that created both. This point was explicitly made by Deborah Duggan-Takagi. Now this sketch is very interesting, this picture, this image. At the end of her remote viewing session, she continued her session by going to her computer and using Photoshop to create an image that exactly represented what she perceived during her session. And this is that image. So you can clearly see that she found an asteroid within the debris wave, making that connection between the debris wave that hit Iapetus, creating that dark splotch, and the event that created the asteroids. When mainstream astronomers look at planetary development, they do so from the perspective of uniformitarianism or gradualism, and that is that there are general processes that occur all over the universe and that these processes work very slowly. However, catastrophism is different. Catastrophism says that all processes begin with a singularity or a bifurcation point, and this bifurcation point essentially destroys what was ever there before, and a new process begins. And this process begins with an exponential growth phase with positive feedback, and then a little slower growth with negative feedback, and then that ends with some type of ending condition. And that ending condition is often a constant steady state or a periodic limit cycle or perhaps a chaotic attractor. But that ending state ends as well one day. And when that ending state ends, it's because of the arrival of a new bifurcation point. And then a new process starts over with the same type of growth processes. That is the major difference between catastrophism and uniformitarianism. Between the bookends of the origin and the ending points for catastrophism and gradualism or uniformitarianism are actually very similar. But it's those bookends, it's those ending points, the origin and the ending points, that really distinguishes catastrophism from uniformitarianism. If you look at the Carina Nebula, it's so tempting for mainstream astronomers to look at that and say, this is a good example of uniformitarianism or gradualism. As the clouds and the dust are collapsing to form the sun, the planets, stars are forming. This is clearly a slow, gradual process. However, look at Mars. Mars is heavily cratered on one side. In fact, that cratered half of Mars is also much thicker. The crust is much thicker than the other side. Now, if you spin Mars around to the other side, you find that it has almost no craters on it. A couple volcanoes, a couple craters, but essentially it is flat. Now, if you look at the dividing line between the cratered side and the flat or uncratered side, it clearly looks as if something happened to Mars on one side that did not happen to Mars on the other side. And that's exactly what Thomas van Flandern said. He said that a planet that was near Mars exploded, creating all those craters on the side of Mars. And this, he says, is exactly what happened with Iapetus. The major difference between Iapetus and Mars is that Mars was much closer to the exploding planet than Iapetus. Iapetus was much farther away. These data which I have presented to you today strongly support the exploding planet hypothesis as the origin of the asteroid belt, corroborating a great deal of physical evidence that was outlined by the now late astronomer Thomas van Flandern. These data also support the idea that planetary development, at least in our neck of the woods, follows paths that more closely correspond with the principles of catastrophism as compared with uniformitarianism or gradualism. We call on leaders within the mainstream scientific community to publicly acknowledge the reality of the remote viewing phenomenon, while there is still time for this to significantly benefit humanity. This will allow us to demonstrate remote viewing to a truly world audience, not to tens of thousands of people as we have done so in the past, but to millions and perhaps billions. Until this is done, humanity will continue to march blindly into the future. Unprepared psychologically, it will crash into near-term challenges with brutal force. Let me be clear. Our planet is not going to explode. Not now, not ever. But as I have presented in our 2012 climate project study that was done at the Farsight Institute, the post-2012 period appears to be a period in which a new bifurcation point is rapidly approaching, perhaps in less than 2 years, in terms of humanity's development on this planet. Our data appear to correspond closely with predictive assertions being issued regularly by NASA and NOAA regarding post-2012 solar disturbances, telecommunications, and the power grid. Despite the regular predictive hints, however dire, only the well-connected wealthy are listening, while the rest of humanity is being left behind. If you are currently unaware of these predictive hints, then that may prove my point. At this crucial moment, nothing would assist humanity more profoundly and more quickly than the psychological maturation that would result from the widespread recognition of the remote viewing phenomenon. The trigger to set this all in motion must come from leaders within the mainstream scientific community. And to those leaders, I say to you today, if you do your part, we will do ours. The time to initiate that catalytic sequence of profound learning events is now.
I do think that the viewings it adds to a sort of a litany of information that I certainly have gotten from witnesses who did work for the military, as it happens. And one of those people was William Tompkins, who passed away recently, who was basically sponsored by a portion of the military and talked about reptilians that were encountered by our astronauts on the moon and how they were influencing our space program. So it appears that if you go by my information and then you take in account the viewings you're having of the past on Mars, it begins to look like we're having some of the same problems that the Martians did, if you want to look at it like that.
Well, you know,
and I think that that's a very interesting
what you're doing.
line of inquiry. It doesn't mean I'm right. There's a conclusion here. There's not, but I think it would be actually negligent not to begin to put these pieces together or to attempt to do so.
Yeah, what you are doing now is exactly what everybody else should be doing, and everybody else is doing when they hear this. So what we're doing is adding more information, a lot more information to these things, and everybody's going to have to come up with their own conclusion And there's going to be lots of arguments about, well, what about this? What about this? People are going to try to take everything that they've gotten from all different sources and try to make sense out of all of it.
Somebody was repeating over and over again that there were these anthill-like structures that they lived in, and then they came from off planet. I guess that was Aziz. And then there was an effort to destroy whatever was there at Tunguska. It appears in an underground, so that the force of the hit, the explosion, however it happened and however it was created, was actually a target, what appeared to be a targeted hit on that particular place to take out what appears to be an infestation or small civilization that had landed and taken over that little part of Russia back in those days. Now that may be my leap. I don't know. Go ahead.
To be honest, I didn't get any data to either confirm or deny that. It just wasn't, for some reason, it wasn't the focus of my target session. I think my focus was mainly, and this seems to happen within remote viewing, whereas if you have a group of remote viewers working a target, they tend to, I don't know what the process is, but the process behind remote viewing kind of gives you an individual part that you work on. There is a little bit of overlap, but you know, one person would look here, the other person would look there. If there's a third person, you'd be looking down here. So you stayed up with the beings in the craft. Is that correct? Yeah. My main focus of the entire event was of a craft coming down and then it detonating or exploding, and then the wave. I didn't even think, to be honest, because I was so engrossed in looking at that, I didn't even think to look at what might have been on the land or under the land or anything.
Okay.
My main focus was the craft itself, and the craft was interesting for me because it's unlike, I've done quite a few of these targets now, and as I said, I've studied UFOs for years and videos and all this kind of stuff. But what was unusual with this event and this observations was that the whole craft and the beings inside the craft were not physical in any way. They just didn't exist, until they got into problems, and then they existed, but they kind of winked in and out of existence, in physical existence, as they were having the problems. That was one of the things.
So they went interdimensional.
Yes, if they were normal and not having problems, they would have been invisible to us, and we wouldn't have even known they were there. The only reason they became physical was because of the problem they were having.
Right,
and that blew me away because I've never really encountered that in any of my remote viewing wanderings with aliens and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, but in your UFO studies, you know of this phenomena.
Yes. In normal UFO studies, when you see craft and they kind of disappear or they stretch. They
seem to blink in and out of this reality to some degree.
But I've never actually encountered that kind of non-physical being within remote viewing before.
Right. Yeah. Fascinating.
Daz perceived some type of energy thing that disturbed that ship and caused it to blink in and out. Okay, now those things, we've never experienced those things happening naturally, but Daz didn't see where it came from, but he said, it could have been natural, it could have been something. Yeah. On the other hand, Aziz sees this facility, that's what you should call it. It's a facility on the bottom of Tunguska. And it was very high tech, and they were dealing with extremely high energy type stuff. Energy thing was a big thing. So here you have a high tech energy facility on the ground. Daz seeing this ship above running into problems with this wave thing that sort of interfered with it. It's sort of, and I'm not saying this happened because we don't have the resolution for this, but this is one question. I said, did the guys on the ground do something to attack with a wave thing, the guys above? And then did they have to retaliate in order to stop that? And if you add that together, that totally fits in with everything. Now, I don't know if that's the truth. We'd have to actually do another project on that and figure it out. But the whole idea of them coming down, something, and then having to send something down, causing the explosion, wipe out the facility, and maybe also having a ship come down that was in serious trouble. But the whole goal being, see, if you just want to destroy a ship, you don't need a 50 megaton bomb, even if you're trying to get rid of the evidence. So for some reason, they had to have a big thing. So for me, I'm sort of saying, if they're destroying something, they really wanted to destroy. And if they were running into problems, if you take it as a session exactly as is, if they were running into problems because of some energy thing, and right below them was this huge energy facility, are those two things related? And then would that have caused the people in the ship to have to defend themselves and blow that place up?
Or alternatively,
I'm not saying that happened. I'm just
I get that. But alternatively, what seems to be the case to some degree is, do we have a warlike situation between two races? two groups of beings, one with one kind of technology, one with another, one that was blinking in and out of this reality on the way there in order to cloak themselves and also become more safe to get out of this reality, come back in, out, come back in, is how Gaz seemed to describe it. And then finally encountering this, whatever was shot at them in a wave-like form, but then ultimately getting their weaponry through, which ultimately destroyed what was below them. So one group having, it's like a war situation in which one is more successful than the other. But
that makes sense. But we don't have enough.
Yeah, I get that.
To say that, but that's something that should happen. That's the sequel. If we ever do this something again, is to figure out what happened. Dick's session, I believe, is accurate. I do believe there was a meteor involved as well.
Okay.
Because Aziz saw the same thing, and he did say it was pointed in the same direction. That's the other reason that they were all converging. So you have this artificial thing coming down and a meteor coming down. But the only thing I can think of is that if you were going to have an attack on some facility on the ground, you'd want some type of diversion force. You want some type of you wouldn't want to just announce everything and then come in and risk being, if they were being hit by something like that is described, like an energy thing, then obviously the people on the ground would be concerned about watching those people in the ships. So they'd want to have some type of camouflage, some type of diversion. And so it makes sense to me that they would have directed a meteor. As he said, that the meteor and the artificial thing were pointed in the same direction. They were all converging. So it makes sense to me that they would have actually had a meteor come down, because the people on the ground probably would have said, well, what the heck's that? That was a meteor? It must be a meteor. And it all happened within just a second. So there wouldn't have been enough time to react. So if I was up in the ship and I was having problems and I needed to destroy some facility, I would have caused some diversion, say, let's have a meteor come down, confuse them, what's happening. Now, Dick actually saw this meteor, and Aziz saw this meteor. Dick believes that was it, that it was just a meteor. I have severe problems with saying that's it, although I don't have severe problems in saying that was there. I just don't think that was all that was there.
Challenge you with an idea that the meteor wasn't a distraction, that it actually was a targeted hit using the meteor, and that also they were backing it up with another kind of a hit to make sure that they totally destroyed that particular infestation. It could have been two races using two kinds of technologies to work together against a common enemy. And to defend Earth, even, if you want to look at it like that, perhaps that was an invasion, what was lodged at Tunguska. And so, I know this is all kind of extrapolating from where you've been, but at the same time, I think that it's important to understand that there's another possible explanation for why the meteor was there in the first place, and the fact that it could have been shot from using another technology. And indeed, it may be the same race of beings who were attacking using other technology, but it could have been the help of another race. So that's just throwing that out there for consideration.
I think we don't know at this stage, and anything's possible, and we have to keep an open mind. And also in light, I don't know if you know this, but I've also, after we did this project, I also did some research, and I collected every public remote viewing session I could find for the last 35 years on Tunguska, and I have over 20 or more of them now from people actually within the Stargate unit, the military unit that did remote viewing on it, to people outside of it, like Nim Buchanan, people training, and people that I've trained even myself. So I have quite a lot of RV on this now from people all over the world going back 20 to 30 years. And it seems to be a split somewhere along the lines of 70% of the data seems to indicate an extraterrestrial involvement, and 30% of it seems to indicate some kind of meteor event. But it's not, it's like the same results that we had with the Farsight project, really. It's not definitive. It's very interesting that we have this split. So it does lead me to believe that there's a very real possibility that both things were involved in this target.
Mm-hmm. But it is fascinating, and what you guys are coming across now is information that is turning on its head a view of the reality of what's been going on planet Earth, and you're getting evidence that is going completely contrary to even some of the more open-minded, you might say, investigators out there, because you're coming across things that they are not aware of at all, and I think that's really, really fascinating. Now I want to ask you guys about Area 51, and I am, aware that you have a limited time.
Dick did see a large reptilian down below, and actually he just watched him. What was very interesting is Aziz saw a reptilian that he described exactly the same way. Height, smell, everything. And Aziz went into it more, but the fact that they both saw the same thing and had the same impression about their psychology of that, but anyway, Daz, you go on.
I don't think I saw any, because I'm bearing in mind, I'm trying to think back a few months here. I don't think I saw any live aliens in Area 51. I think what I did see, well, I know what I did see is research and samples and libraries of samples. For example, they had a whole area that did exobiology, so they were looking at the makeup of the aliens and stuff. But I didn't think that I didn't see any live samples there. I saw bits and pieces of cadavers. They were looking at the blood structure. They were looking at, for example, viruses, and they were looking at what viruses could be developed from the exobiology of aliens. And they were trying to weaponize some of the biology of the aliens and stuff like that. So I saw lots of stuff happen at various different levels, but I'm not sure I saw any actual live ones that I remember.
Well, with the Area 51 thing, he did the same time. So in the time that he had on the Area 51 thing, he saw the ground level, the desert environment. He saw the hangar. He saw the elevator. He carefully went down the elevator to the first few levels. Okay, and he spent all that time, as he should have, going through in detail what he was seeing in those first few levels. Now, if you're asking now, well, but Dick saw a reptilian type tall guy that had a smell, the whole thing, hostile, and Aziz saw the same thing. Where did they see that? They didn't see that at the upper levels. They saw that way down below. Now, Dick went down the elevator. It was clear in his video, further down than where Daz was. And then Aziz made a point, and that's where Dick saw that one reptilian, and he described him identically as Aziz did. But he did not see that reptilian on the levels that Daz was staying on and focusing.
Right.
Now, if you go, and Aziz, however, went further down, then it was very clear he kept on going as far as he could go. And then he ran into the big reptilian guy. He ran into a nursery room that was, with a lot of malformed genetic experiments. He ran, and that's where the reptilian guy actually could see him and then tried to block him. And so let me just mention one thing. So if you look at that from that perspective, all viewers in the Area 51 thing were totally in line with each other. They saw things at the same levels that were the same, but they saw different things if they went further down. So that's something that we really get from having multiple remote viewers, because they tend to go off in some different directions. And you look at when they go to the same spot, do they see the same thing? And in that case, you can clearly say, yes, they saw the same thing. Right. However, you saw it happen when Aziz went to the lower levels of Area 51, and the reptilian actually saw him and was surprised, like, what the heck are you doing here? And the reptilian had to go right up to him, just like a foot or two away, and do something to block him so that he couldn't see. And then Aziz had to reposition himself, and the reptilian kept following him, like finding where he was. That was very unusual for the reptilian. Normally, the guys would have said, you shouldn't even be able to find this place. So, but they were able to block it. And then Aziz sort of thought of like a cat and mouse game. Like, this is sort of interesting. It's a little futile. And he got to a level going further down that he just says he just can't get past it. So, at some point when you have that much energy focus, like, I guess even our anti-blocking stuff didn't work beyond that level.
So following that line of reasoning, the question becomes, if the reptilians did that to Mars and they had a battle, are we going to be experiencing a similar battle in the future? Or in fact, did we have a battle, similar battle? Because the reptilians come from, well, we know the Draco galaxy for one thing. And we also know that there are many different races of reptilians. And certainly destroying one planet didn't do away with them. We know that for a fact, because we have monuments, with reptilians on, carved onto them all over the planet. In fact, ISIS was tasked, according to one of my witnesses, with destroying a lot of the evidence in the Middle East of just that, the reptilian domination of humans here on Earth. And so the question becomes, and this is just for the purposes of my audience and for people to probe into possibilities as to what this could mean. So it's not just an idle thing where, somewhere in the far distant past, some Earthlings were attacked on Mars, and that was how it, ended up looking like it does. And basically they went to Earth after that. Well, the reptilians did follow. We know they followed. And we know they're here now, and we also know that they have been here in the past because we have the carvings, etc., to show in the various societies, which includes South America, all over Sumer, in Egypt, Iraq, Iran, Syria, etc., etc. So what I'm saying is, may we look forward to another battle with reptilians sometime in our future? These are just questions. Obviously, you can't answer them.
Let me say this. You raise a lot of interesting questions, which I don't have answers. And I just simply don't know this. But I will say that we did another project called Area 51. And that was with the remote viewers, Elgar, Daz Smith, and Aziz Brown. And they were totally separated. One was in Hawaii, one was in Britain, and the other one was in Thailand. Oh, actually, Aziz Brown was in China at the time. And that project, you had both Dick Algayer and Aziz Brown. All three people found the desert, found the buildings on the surface, described everything absolutely perfect under totally blind conditions. And they all found the elevator shafts going down, and they all went down. And both Dick Algayer and Aziz Brown described at the lower levels reptilians. And they both, under totally independent conditions, none of them knew what the target was, the project was, nothing. They both described the exact same thing. And these reptilian guys are like really big. I mean, like really, really big. They also have a strong smell, which is interesting that everyone seems, even on the current War in Heaven thing, the remote viewers noticed something about the smell. And that they are, and the size and the skin and so on. And they describe them sort of in terms of emotional levels very similarly. But when you ask about reptilians, there are two answers. The first is, except for the remote viewing data, we don't really have evidence that there are reptilians, but the remote viewing data come through very clearly that there are. Yeah, Jesse Ventura. So he was doing, I saw one episode where he was doing it, and he was just sort of harassing people and saying, where are the reptilians? Where are the reptilians? I don't see any reptilians. Well, it's, that's sort of a decent answer, and we always wondered about that as well until we finished the Area 51 project, and now we know exactly where they are. There's a whole large group of them in living facilities that are very deep under Area 51. And the deeper you go, the larger the collection of those people are.
Well,
and
according
so
to Camelot witnesses, for the last
does,
12 years, we've been talked to about reptilians by military witnesses and people that have worked in black.
Yeah, but that's not what I do, so I can't sort of.
I just want people to know that you might not know of that evidence, but I do.
Yeah, well, I don't know that though, man. I can just say what we have done.
Sure.
And what we have done is we did investigate Area 51, and we did find what we can describe as reptilians there. And they were not particularly friendly, I must admit. And they were big, in the physical characteristics totally matched what we get in this War in Heaven thing. And it also was very clear that they were cooperating with the U.S. military in Area 51. So it wasn't like they were unknown to the U.S. military. So,
sure.
So the questions you raise of whether there'll be battles or anything like that, I have no idea. But I do suspect, and I'm leaving the remote viewing data now and speculating, I do suspect that there are factions within the United States military and the United States government trying to figure out what to do. And probably some of the factions say these reptilian types are actually giving us technology and we should go along with them. And other factions in the government and military are probably saying, no, that's a bad idea.
The Nazca mummy, I mean, just as a background of it, this was a project that, I guess I'll start first with Troika and then the shifts, just as a real brief history. This was back when the website and the project I was running was under the name Troika Group. This was because I worked with a couple of viewers who have since moved on. Khan was one of those individuals, and I wish him the best. He unfortunately had to step away from remote viewing for a while due to a couple of personal reasons, but which is why there's the name change now to Technical Intuition. It's because I'm leading the charge forward by myself, but I still work with a number of other viewers on projects. But Troika Group was the first project. We were looking for different things different ideas and different topics that a lot of people wanted to know more information on that couldn't be gathered any other way than through remote viewing.
And when you're looking at a mummy that, I mean, yes, there's definitely the scientific approach to carbon dating the bones, to doing analysis on the actual corpse, but the history of this thing, how the thing ended up there, if it was real, is something that no archaeologist would really be able to, unless there's a tablet next to the corpse somewhere, and even then can you trust it to describe the history of the thing. So first we looked at it. We wanted to know whether or not the thing was a hoax or not. That was the very first thing. So we just did a basic introductory preliminary remote viewing session. Just, okay, what is this thing? And if it was, you know, plaster cast and that's all it was, then that's what would have come out of the session work. The data would have described the big hoax. It would have described how the individuals perpetuated the hoax, and we looked at the purpose, and the purpose of the hoax would have been notoriety or making money, whatever it was. Instead, what we got out of the session work was something quite different altogether. What we got was a description of the body, the bone structure, as well as the underground tomb, that there were more bodies down in that underground tomb, as well as we also looked, once we picked up the original work, we did further work to redo it, what's called an event recreation. We recreated the death event for this particular life form, because all the data that was coming back was showing this was an actual body. It was a real body. It used to be alive, and it was just, you know, it was describing a corpse essentially. It smelled really bad in the session work. The biotic fluid. I'm not sure if that's right, precise chemical terminology, but anyway, so we looked at this, and the thing that ended up that kind of took us off guard is that there was data in the original work that said something is being kept hushed about it. And at first we thought, oh, okay, Gaia is keeping something hidden. There's some ulterior motive here. Even though this is an actual body, which is strange, something's amiss. So we explored that. And what came out of that work was the fetus. It was the baby. And that Maria, according to the remote viewing work, that Maria had been pregnant, and that at the site there was the remains of her unborn child that had also been encapsulated in this fluid, this plaster type material, to basically stand a testament to time for a specific reason. And so we collated this data, and we ended up sending it over to Gaia. And just as a, hey, you might find this interesting, you know, you haven't released any stuff about this, but if you go back down in there, you might find something like this. And we ended up getting a call back from both the producers from Gaia saying, tell us what you know, because none of this information had been released yet. We talked about the metallic discs that should have been found in the actual corpse, as well as the corpse of the baby that should have been at the site, all of which they hadn't publicly released yet. And so they wanted to know any other information that we had about the work, which, you know, we shared with them. We didn't, you know, had no really ulterior motive in it. But that was then later, I was on the Jimmy Church radio show, and he knows one of the producers over at Gaia, confirmed it all, that meeting happened. And that's when I was like, oh, yeah, these remote viewers actually were able to pull back what actually was going on here before any of it was actually released to the public. But I think the bigger story here, even than that, I mean, that's to me, I suppose, interesting. Like, hey, remote viewing worked. That's great. I mean, wider awareness to the skill. If more people end up developing it, that's great too. But I think the bigger story here about what was discovered isn't necessarily even that. I think it's what these things actually were, and how in the actual work we described that there was this metallic crystalline type of device that was near the thorax of, in this particular case, the Nazca mummy, near the neck, in the neck area. And it was a device that was very, very strange. And we got descriptors of this thing is like an android. So there's a body moving around that's biological, but it's being driven, the operating system, if you will, drives the body around, and that's coming from this little device that's right around the thorax, near the throat area, the chest, in the actual body. And that when we did the event recreation for the death event of this mummy, it showed that the physical body dying wasn't actually the death of the life form. The death of the life form was the destruction of this little device that was implanted inside the body of Maria. And that was destroyed by a very, very high energetic beam, essentially, that was shot right at it, and the thing just dissolved. And so the mind of that thing, whether it was an artificial intelligence or something, maybe that's even a crude way of describing what that is in reality. But you know, the remote viewing work described as like a prism of consciousness that was encapsulated in this tiny little device that ultimately, to have an experience down here on Earth, it put itself in this particular body to move around. And the reason for its death, though, is that, and this is the part that you can't get from really archaeology, this is the only thing that remote viewing can unpack. The reason why Maria died, or that mummy died, she was put to death. And she was put to death by her society because she had committed an incredibly, what they considered a heinous act, which was reproducing with humans. And so her biology, while very strange, I mean, even to this date, I think there's no explanation for the hands where they say, oh, even if you take off the, some strange thing where you cut the fingers off and the 3 large fingers, that the phalanges and the actual length are, I think, like 6 or 7 inches longer than any known human ever. And so you can't really fake that. And that this was a close enough to human to be able to breed with humans of the time. And she ended up becoming pregnant in that interaction. And that was a big, that was breaking the cardinal law of that society. That was a huge no-no, and it was punishable by death. But it was done in a way to act actually as a example for all future, with, I guess, generations. Does that fit for these things? I don't know. But she was made an example of. And that's what this tomb is. This tomb with all those bodies, all these mummies, a lot of them have these little discs that have been shattered. Not all of them have been shattered. Some of them, thinking a little bit laterally here, but some of them are still there. And we believe a couple of them may actually even still, we describe it as it was not just a tomb to be acted as an example, but it was also a place of exile for parts of that society to be imprisoned forever in, so that they couldn't get out. And so I made, on my first interview talking about this, I made the suggestion to Gaia, be real careful when you go down in there, because we have strong reason to believe that some of that stuff is not necessarily fully deactivated. And the ramifications of that, I can't completely understand. But unless you really use your discernment before going down there, take extra precaution. And I think they did.
Well, yeah, I just want to interject that the person, Jay Widener was one of the people that ran lead on this from Gaia. And I know Jay, and I've interviewed him a number of times. He's quite well known in his own right. And he is, I guess, head of president of production, or whatever his title is over there, in addition to his own creative work. So he actually heeded your advice and didn't go back into that sort of setting, as he told me. Actually, he actually told me that. I think it's okay that I say that. And so, because I had called him to question about the situation as background to what's going on, because I am very fascinated by the situation and by the cover-up. I have what you call a deep black source who said that they will never release the real truth of that site. But what has happened, I think, is that you guys kind of one-up them, whatever you want to call, you sort of skirted around their structure, which was going to involve, I guess, the Peruvian government, and so on and so forth, that my witness was actually a consultant too. So he's very involved. And so he wasn't just talking in general. And and there's also this side which, we are dealing with the advent of a control mechanism which goes into, what human beings are now becoming, which is transhumanism. And it's a very real thing where we may be, or humans may be turned into androids at some point with some kind of control chip, et cetera, that overrides our biology in certain ways. And it's already happening. If you have implants, what we call super soldiers are having their biology overridden, and can also be destructed, self-destructed in, various things, if they're sent signals to the implants. And then, there's it's a huge cornucopia of basically things that go along with this, and implications, et cetera, et cetera. The reality is that we were invaded all those years ago, and by a race that had artificial intelligence and the ability to implant the beings, those particular beings. Now, there were 2 types of beings, and that's very important, because Maria is not the only type of being that was there. There's the smaller, more robotic looking, but they have, you said, the implant in a certain place, whereas Maria has it in a certain other place. So that was really fascinating as well. And those kinds of details, these are what you came up with, which is, none of this was ever going to be released by Gaia MTV, I have to say. Really? As much as they, to be honest with you, if they did release it after you did, well, then it's just because you did,
Yeah, they were, the whole story and how it kind of all played out is still almost a little bit surreal to me, because, for us, it was we were just, okay, is this real or not? And kind of we got, it's the thing with remote viewing is you almost have to, it's funny a little bit, but be careful what you wish for, because you just might get the information that you're asking for. And if you don't have, a reality box that's big enough to kind of contain what comes back, then, it might be unsettling or a little disturbing if you're not ready for that type of stuff. But it was definitely a wild ride, for sure. There's one other nugget, I suppose, of information that I'm not sure if I've shared it previously, but we had a couple, it wasn't just, at that point, Colin and I looking at the work back then, we had a couple other viewers look at it as well, blind. Sometimes we hire other viewers for, because we like to help out when we can. other viewers who have taken it to an advanced and a professional level. And so we contracted out some work, some other professionals. And one of the individuals very, very clearly drew the exact, so there's a lot of corroborating evidence. This is why we felt really confident in going to Gaia and saying, hey, take a look, just because all these different viewers came back independently with the same information. But this particular viewer, when they were describing the death event of Maria, there was very much a deep connection to the emotional impact of that event. And I am fairly confident that, when we're talking about time and we're talking about event recreation, it's almost like Doctor Who of timey-wimey, fuzzy-wuzzy, because there's whether something historically can notice a viewer and look forward in time to something, looking forward at you viewing it, I wouldn't surprise me, because there was a level, I think, of connection between that viewer and Maria at that point, and just the emotional download that this viewer got was so intense that it was really quite striking. It was something that I hadn't really seen before. We didn't expect, certainly.
For the record, you and Brett, or Brett, you and Khan, only got target numbers and did not know, both of you did not know what the targets were, and you certainly didn't know what the targets were for either of you, correct?
That's correct, absolutely.
Now, Brett, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you know that the cross-references and the data on the Nazca mummies and what you guys ended up putting together is absolutely astounding and is beyond any human. I mean, it's crazy that you guys put this together. But as we take this data apart, I want everybody to understand that these were target numbers, and you guys did not know the targets, and you certainly didn't know the targets of one another. And then the sessions happened independent of each other. Khan, your session was done in Singapore, right?
That's correct.
And Brett, yours was done in Arizona, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Who revealed what to who first?
So we have a process where we upload the data into a Microsoft OneDrive folder.
Right.
And we upload it in a zip file, and then we start looking at the data the moment it is uploaded. Both of us would get a notification that the data is there, and then we would cross-reference and jump in on the call to discuss what we have here.
Okay. When you guys opened up that zip folder and looked at the results, who peed first?
Well, yeah, I'll take that, I suppose. I don't think either of us did, but you know what it is? We've actually been working for a little while up to this point, and so we've had a number of sessions. Just the way that we structure our work is we've had a number of them where we've had very, very similar site templates before, and it's one of the reasons why we've continued. At the beginning, Troika began as kind of an experiment to see. We've changed actually a lot to see what would work, to see if our synchronicity worked together with the actual remote viewing data. And kind of the more that we did session work together, the more we're like, okay, we both have the same type of vision, we both have the same type of goal, what we want to do with remote viewing. We both know how to remote view and have a long history of practice with it. And now we have the ability to then line up with the work, which could happen no other way unless, well, we assume it's true. And in this case, well, we kind of jumped the gun on the actual results that were released in the web series, just essentially, which shows that this does work. So
very few things sort of surprise us now, Jimmy. With remote viewing, trust me, if we showed you some of the other work,
right?
But we apply a lot of discernment to what we release. We're very careful and conscious of what can and should be shared, because we're going into a domain where things can get messy real quick.
Yeah, we're going to head towards a break right here. When we come back, we're going to start going through the sessions, and we will do everything complete tonight, so everybody just sit back and relax. I will say this. When you guys contacted Gaia 4 weeks ago, their response to me, and I can go on the public record and say this, when you guys hit them with that, you put them in a panic, okay? Because this information, they were still digesting and putting it together on their end. They knew that it hadn't been spoken about yet publicly, but you guys had revealed some pretty amazing things that now have played out and was certainly released in episode 5 just a few days ago on Friday. So, and their response back to me was that you guys freaked them out, right? That you guys were onto something here. And it wasn't just some of the public side of things, but there's also some other stuff going on right now that they are truly tripping on. We're going to break all of this down right after this short break.
Both of you, I am going to I'm gonna go to a little bit of the middle of the story and let everybody know actually what happened a month ago that blew everybody's minds, and then we're gonna backpedal and go through the entire session. What Brett and Khan remote viewed is that Maria, the mummy, amongst other things, but was pregnant, and there was a fetus involved and a baby involved, and they did this weeks before Gaia broke the news, and it was part of the remote viewing session. Absolutely extraordinary. And the other thing, and I want to get this posted up on Twitter first, your drawing of Maria with her hair. So it's an incredible picture. It changes things for me, too, in this entire narrative. Rita, post the picture of Maria with her hair. Okay, now, so with that, when you guys were starting to cross-reference the data, and the pregnant side, fetus side, baby involved side of things started to cross-reference, for the both of you, how strong was that information, and how much of it was the same? Let me throw that to Brett first.
Okay, great. It was actually kind of interesting how we got to that, because in the first probe that we put into the work, where we essentially took a picture of the body, we put it in an envelope, put the numbers on the envelope, and then put that into this blind pool. And the first session that we ran, the baby was not in that session. However, there were a couple outliers that corroborated in this that were really strange, that were then tasked what's referred to as follow-on work. And this is referred to, well, here's what the descriptors were. It was the idea that something was being kept quiet about Maria, and it was being kept hushed. The original analysis of that was, okay, what is this fraud that's going on here? What are they keeping secret from everybody? That regardless of what the rest of the data said, what is this? This is strange. So that was tasked as what's referred to as follow-on work. More work was done after that. It was retasked, it was reset up, and then re-put back into. And what came out of that work, there's this thing in remote viewing that's referred to as stage 4 overlay. And what this means, stage 4 is just simply part of the structure. You go through it. It's just part of the process.
And Brett, we're starting to lose you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this a little bit better?
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry about that, Jimmy. So stage 4 overlay, when there's something, I'll give you an example. If I want to go to a tribe in South America and they have some sort of prophecy that if someone brings this idol to them, we'll treat them as a god. And then I need to find where that idol is so I can go be this god for this little tribe. Well, what happens if I task that to a remote viewer, the remote viewer is actually going to pick that intention up first before their unconscious goes to the pattern of information associated with that idol or that statue. That's what happened in this session, is that the intent and the emotional thought that was associated around that picture that we took was so strong that we actually picked it up in the work, that something was being kept hidden. And when we explored that, what came out of that was the baby and the whole story behind the baby, on how Maria, there's a big narrative that kind of goes along with this, but what happened is she did not follow the rules very well. And it resulted in her baby being taken from her. We had sketches of that. We had sketches of her both on a gurney, essentially, and then, really the hardest part about this, when we did that part, this was for us. I mean, it may have had Gaia, I suppose, panicking when we sent the email, but when you run a session, you can download the emotional feelings of the life forms at the specific site in real time when it happened in the past. And when we did that, for both of us, it was so overwhelming, the panic, the sorrow, the sadness, that we both, as soon as we finished that work, we're like, wow, it's the kind of thing where you just want to take a break for the rest of the day, kind of put a sticker on your forehead that says out of order, and I'm done for a couple of days, because we both had that kind of effect from looking at this.
Right,
and
right. And Khan, let's start from the beginning. What the story of Maria and her life when she was alive. Let's start there. What did you find out?
Yeah, I think, well, the way the remote viewing data comes in sort of determines how we tell the story. And when we first did the target, we discovered, both Brett and I were sketching a female nymph-like being. Now, a nymph is there is an element of sexual activity or a proclivity towards that. And when we started looking at that idea properly, we started discovering that she was this person, this being that was very, very curious about the world and extremely interested in understanding her world and surroundings, but also had a fascination with human beings. And this was very strange because we went in with the hypothesis that maybe this is a human remain or something like that. But as we started looking at the idea that she could potentially be very, very curious about love for a human, And that was the trigger point that we started to look at and analyze a little bit further and do more remote viewing on, when we realized that Maria was a sexually active being that fell in love with a human being. And because of that, she became pregnant. Now, when that happened, that broke the rule of that society or that civilization or that entire domain. Whoever was there, whoever was coming from Maria's standpoint, that was a rule that she broke. And there were some harsh consequences for her.
And the question of was it that she wasn't allowed to? Why was she here? She wasn't allowed to interact or fall in love. She couldn't help herself. Was she warned about that?
Yeah, I think one way of looking at it is that from a remote viewing standpoint, we just look at the basic question. If we want to ask the broader questions, we have to do more follow-on work.
Right.
So what I'm saying is we haven't looked at some fundamental questions yet because we basically haven't had the time or the resources yet. The fundamental question is, why was she here? Why does she have 3 fingers, for example? How did she walk? All of these things require more follow-on work. What we do know, however, that came up as corroborating data between Brett and I is that she was part of a severely misogynistic culture that championed men. And the moment that she broke this rule, she basically had a lot of restrictions put on her female body. And one of those large restrictions was that you cannot go and crossbreed with humans. And she was very, very interested in that.
Now, you also, okay, let's talk about the area where she was discovered. This tripped me out quite a bit. I keep saying trip. Okay, this fascinated me quite a bit. She was, you guys saw her in one part of this underground area. Brett, I'm going to hand this off to you. What is it that you guys found there?
Sure. Well, this was in the original data, the first session work that we did. We both described that she was not alone there. And we have her essentially out on the side. A lot of this is the RV context, essentially what was in this place. And we both described it as an underground area. There's a really small oval kind of opening to get down into it. And she was where they found her, kind of right in the front. However, our work showed that there were 4 other bodies that were also right there with her. And not only were they just there in this underground area with her, but they were also punished equally for the same crime that Maria was punished for. They may not have had necessarily the same type of, essentially what happened is like her baby was taken from her. That didn't necessarily, we didn't get that kind of information happen to the others. But we had that, essentially what occurred is that these beings were thrown into this place, which was described as a penitentiary. It was a place where they were put in exile here. And there's implications to this that maybe we'll get to in a little bit later on, that are a little bit more dramatic once you look at the rest of the work. Because not only is it there's more bodies here, but what else is there may actually eclipse this mummy.
And Khan, I'm going to go back and forth here. Khan, the penitentiary or jail or prison element of this, the punishment element of this, you guys are, checking your data, going back and forth. How did you come to this conclusion?
Yeah, we both basically got the idea separately that punishment was involved. This was a jail, this was imprisonment, there was a lot of torture. But how we got there was, first we wanted to establish, remember, going back to the structure of remote viewing, right? And it's important to keep our wits about ourselves because we both could be telling a story to each other and then just being happy about the corroboration. That's not the way we do it. First, we establish base layer. Is this a hoax or is this real? We established that it was real from a remote viewing standpoint. Second, now if she's real, let's go to her moment of death. Now, this is the part when we started getting a lot more data around how she died. And it was this part that there were a lot of significant heavy emotions and some weird things started happening as well that we had to discharge because we were so close to the site that we had to make sure that we were properly analyzing this and had to take a walk around the block, so to speak. Now, the moment we did that, we looked at her death, we discovered that there were a number of people there, a number of beings that were being punished and tortured. And her punishment and torture was far more severe in that she was basically gassed or almost burnt alive or gassed with advanced technology because they wanted to kill something on her as part of their death process. There's something that she has that they wanted to kill. And before they could do that, they needed to, of course, remove her baby. So we wouldn't be surprised if somehow the DNAs correlate between the baby and Maria. But more importantly, if they are able to see any slice or skin marks that, I don't know whether that's possible, but if there are any cutting open wounds at her, like a cesarean section, that's sort of the image that we got.
Now, you know, if that gets revealed, we are in a whole nother ball game here. That's going to be fascinating. Rita, post the 2 fetus pics that we have. Also, and I want to get to the ritual too. We're going to do that in just a second. You have one fetus pic where it looks the baby looks normal. Then you have another one where something else is going on here with the baby. Can we go to the as these get posted? Con, let me ask you this: why the second illustration of the baby, and what is around its head?
Yeah, I think it's important just to re-emphasize here that this is not what we draw in the remote viewing session. These are artistic renditions of what we felt,
right?
And how we pieced it together. So Brett and I collaborate on the artistic renditions, and he does the masterwork in actually creating this. What's happening here on the second photo? The first one is of course in her womb, but the second one is an excisement. Essentially, the baby is being pulled out or forced out of her because of the impact that this crossbreed would have on future descendants.
Brett, when you did this drawing, is that a hand around the head?
There's a couple of strange things that are going on with the actual bodies. In the actual artistic renditions of it, it's essentially like the closest match. And so it's not going to be completely precise, but I would say it's pretty close.
Okay. And there's a round object. I'm going to move on, but when everybody looks at this picture, I want them to understand what they're seeing here. What is the dark object on the right side of the baby's head?
Well, there's something that came up, and we'll probably get in a little more detail as we move on here. There's another object that was discovered in the original remote viewing data that was very, very strange. And it's something that there's actually, when we go into the actual work in the later Gaia episodes, they found some of these things. And we believe, we're not actually sure whether or not they were born with this thing attached already.
Right.
But we do know that it existed on the bodies. And what this was a metallic crystalline, essentially exterior that we described, and we're using our own lexicon here. We're using our own, now we're getting into a kind of a territory that is beyond our kin, so to speak, because when Con and I started to describe this, we had no idea what this was. It was very strange. And but we found it was on Maria, and it was also associated, there were other ones, these things at the site, these crystals, and they were also on the other bodies. And so we wanted to kind of make sure that that was rendered, because it plays a really significant role in what's there, and it plays a significant role in actually who and what Maria was.
Now, also with the other bodies that were there, either one of you can jump in and answer this, but as this played out for Gaia, you guys were ahead of the curve here. And the other bodies that were found didn't come out till later. And the dating on the other bodies is a little bit different, but the baby is still in question. But you see the baby as being removed from Maria. That's what the data suggest.
Yeah, we see that. Now, remember, we only looked at Maria. Everything else that we got in our session work, we refer to as context.
Right.
It's our unconscious mind also seeing all these other patterns of information associated with Maria and giving it to us so that we can better understand what happened. And so we never looked directly with remote viewing at any of these other bodies. We did, however, look directly at this inserted little crystal. For lack of a better word, we used crystal, we used device. We actually used a word that was really strange, something like an android. And that's going to throw everyone maybe a little bit off, because like, well, what does an android or anything robotic have to do with this? Well, there's something remote viewing. It's essentially an analogy. We call it an AOLS. It's kind of like a noise, but with signal. It's like mixed in with both, because we don't actually have any closely related word that would fit what it is. So it gives us just the closest match. And so it's like an android. And when it means it's like an android, it means that whatever is controlling Maria's body is this thing. The limbs, the head, probably the eyes, the whole motion, the operation of Maria, according to the corroborating remote viewing data, is that it was not operated from a brain. Now, there may have been a brain, but that was not its seat of awareness. Its operation, who and what Maria was not a body. That was simply a way for this thing to operate here. What Maria was, her mind, existed in this object. in this crystal that was placed, we described it as near the throat in the thorax. In some of the artistic ones, we kind of took a little bit of liberties for its placement, but essentially right around the chest. And you actually look at one of the CT scans now. This was after the fact. We were kind of floored when we saw this. But the drawing, one of the drawings in one of the sessions perfectly matches the drawing in the CT scan of kind of like this two ovals side by side right on the chest of one of the smaller bodies. And what our data says is that would be there. And not only would that be there, but that's the thing that made these things operate. That's the actual entity. It's not the body. The body was simply a way for it to operate in its environment.
Yeah, when that was revealed by Gaia, and your remote viewing of this, it's spot on. And so for you, what did you? I mean, were you guys taken aback a little bit that you guys were almost too accurate here? Because the chest plate's data, right? The stuff that Gaia revealed was pretty amazing. And I had talked to Jay about this. I've talked to, on and off the air about that. And the word android was dropped by me and robot 4 weeks ago, right? And it was something that Jay and I had discussed on the air. But you guys remote viewed this before our broadcast, and I had no idea about your remote viewing. I didn't know about any of it until just a few days ago, as you guys know. But you guys had the same amazement is the right word, that you're starting to see all of this actually cross-check. I was blown away by it. But what did you think when you saw the whole chest plate stuff revealed in the radiology?
Yeah, I think it's always it just floors us sometimes, and we cannot really process it. So what is important, however, is whenever we are overcome from an emotional standpoint, that we're so excited that we're on target, that's when we have to pause and put our feet back on the ground, because that excitement can actually hijack us into saying the wrong thing, into going in the wrong direction. Right. It's happened before. People get excited, people get curious, they think that they're on target, they think they're superhuman. For us, we start adding in skepticism. And this is the self-correcting part where both Brett and I are forced to bring in skepticism. And we started to bring in skepticism. We said, okay, we know Maria is real, but we haven't looked at the other bodies. And going back to what Brett shared in our podcast, which is that if you look at what is the best disinformation campaign, the best disinformation campaigns tend to be truth, half-truths, and complete lies, all jumbled up and given to you.
That's right.
What we are extremely worried about right now, from Gaia's perspective or from just this entire discovery, is that there is no chain of custody to the exact tomb or that location. And it's because there's this individual person called Mario who has given these additional bodies to Gaia, right? And or that they have made an arrangement. But Gaia doesn't necessarily have access to the tomb. That's being kept hidden. And for us, that's a little bit of a red flag, because what we want to look at and understand is there chain of custody from a scientific standpoint, that Gaia knows exactly where these bodies are coming up? Because it would be a real shame, Jimmy, if Maria is proven to be true and her DNA is accurate, but the rest of them are hoaxes, because that's when a disinformation campaign can start.
Well, that's always how it plays out when it's a real disinfo campaign. But I can say this with nearly 100% certainty, that the next play, and it may be playing out as I speak to you, is to go to the site. Okay? And just like you just said, I mean, that's the chain. Not only the chain of custody has to be accurate, and for the scientific method to play out, that's the first thing that everybody's going to ask about, is the chain of custody. And I think Gaia is playing all of that out to the best of their abilities. But I can say with certainty that the next stage that has to play out, besides the DNA results coming back, is the actual site itself. There's got to be boots on the ground. There's got to be video evidence and documentation for that, for all of this to move forward, for this to be taken 100% seriously. One of the most fascinating illustrations here, and let's get this up in Twitter right now, is the ritual. And you also have what appears to be a judge. But what is represented here in this ritual?
Sure. The ritual data came out when we looked at her death, and we wanted to see how it was that she died. And so what we did is, this is referred to as an event recreation session. And what occurred is she was thrown into a pit. And we believe this occurred to this group together, maybe not necessarily at the same time, but in a very similar manner. They're put into a pit, and there's a centrifuge that exists there. And it was really strange because we were describing steel. It was a centrifuge of steel or a material like that. And there were these judges or peers or individuals who acted as authority that would stand over this pit, and into the pit, into the centrifuge, went an enormous amount of hot, toxic chemicals. And these chemicals were meant to do two things. Number one, our work described that the preservation and encasement of the body was number one. But they did something else, is that there was a directed, we don't know whether it was an energy or just pure extreme heat. It was something with high energetics regardless, but was pointed directly at the object on Maria's thorax, right near her chest, on her throat.
Wow.
And it destroyed it completely. She was obliterated. She was completely erased. The body was preserved, and our work said that essentially it was ritualistic, it was a ceremony, but it wasn't necessarily for Maria's sake. It was for the sake of keeping her body as an example. That if you do this, this is...
Okay, it sounds like somebody's landing at an airport, but this is a good spot for us to take a break.
Essentially, this being, Maria, was real, was not a hoax. We established that from a remote viewing standpoint. This is not some complex hoax that has been pieced together or mutilated. That's fact number one from a remote viewing corroborating standpoint. Fact number two is the circumstances surrounding her death were also corroborated in that she was pregnant and then a baby was excised from her and removed from her, and subsequently after she was put to death. Now, if you go to the documentary that Gaia has published, observe two things. There is a similarity in the position of both the baby and Maria, in that they're clutching together, hunched over, both of them. And they're put in this position from a ritualistic standpoint, from a place of guilt or from a place of apology, because this is the sin that they committed. This is both mother and baby will be punished for it. Now, that data came through very, very clean. What we are interested on, or where we're interested on going from here, is how do we establish, number one, chain of custody, but number two, what part of Maria's consciousness was killed in the death process? And we think that crystalline object, that stuff that exists on the thorax or on the plate, is going to be critical to unraveling this entire mystery.
Do you think, my take, and what's fascinating here is this. I had said from the very beginning, when from the first video, that it looked to me that she sat down and died, that she was alive and she sat down in this position and died. That, I mean, it looks to me like, I don't think she was put in this position. I've had a lot of people that say, you know, they do this in Peru, they put the mummy. But to me, from an emotional standpoint, it looks like she sat down and then died in this position. Does your data show that? I mean, if she was gassed, do you think that that she just sat down and expired?
You know, we have that she was cast down into this container, this canister, if you will.
Right.
But whether or not she was forced into that position, I don't actually believe so. One of our original postulates when we were looking at the work after we were done was she trying to protect something? Her hands are in front of her chest, are they not?
Right.
Well, now that we look at the data that her seat of consciousness, her awareness, came from this object, was she trying to guard that with her arms? You know, we haven't looked at that. We could. There's a lot of things we actually could look at that we haven't yet. But as far as what our data said, she was not forced in that position that we know of. She did die in a very similar sitting position based off the work, but whether they kind of adjusted her a little bit after the fact, our data doesn't say.
Now, what about let's go into some speculation here. What's the white powder? Were you guys able to figure that out?
The white powder, essentially in the data we had, again, this is using, I'm not a chemist. So remember the process of remote viewing. It's using my lexicon. It's using my associations from the unconscious up to the conscious.
Right.
And so when I'm in this state, it's going to use the words that I have available to me. I don't actually have the word diatomaceous earth in my vocabulary from before seeing the Gaia documentary. So that kind of descriptor, it can happen. It's rare that you get a word. I actually recently had one where I had a word in a session and I had no idea what the meaning. I looked it up and it was a perfect context, but it almost never happens. And so the descriptors that were coming up for us was essentially, this is a plastic-like fluid that's toxic, that's enveloping her, which main purpose was to preserve her body as an example.
I want to read post up the picture numbers. Oh, she just did. Okay, number 6 is up, which is this chamber. I'm going to go ahead and get this out one more time. What are we looking at here? Describe the chamber, and what's it made of?
Sure. The descriptor that came back is that it was made out of steel. And last I checked, during the era that this body was carbon dated back to, I'm pretty sure they didn't have steel canisters around, just laying around back then. But that was the descriptor that came back. It's a steel centrifuge. And then again, this was during the ceremony of her death. There were elders that were there that were based from above, because she was down in a pit in this steel kind of centrifuge. The chemicals and the toxins were coming down on top of her. So she was basically drowned in this muck. But not only was it just like a liquid, it was a very hot metallic liquid. And so the artistic rendering that you have there of that is her sitting down in this steel canister where she's eventually flooded with this material and ultimately dies.
Other bodies, the other mummies that were found, what did you guys see with them, and how were they related?
As far as being related, all that we had is that they were a group.
Yeah, the dates. The carbon dating says that they are separated by over 1,000 years. But here's the issue. Well, it's not necessarily an issue. It's more of a concern that actually Con and I have, because, and this is when we're talking about the tomb, we're talking about what else is there, we're talking about what happens if a lot of people start going down into this place, is that what these things are, they are not necessarily all dead. Our descriptor shows, and this is the thing that we found in the tomb, that we really didn't go into too much detail even with Gaia, because we weren't sure how to broach this. But I think at this point that's getting to this stage, it's good to get this out there that real discernment needs to be exercised if you're going down into that place. Because our work is showing that this is a place of exile for these types of things. You know, what else am I supposed to call them? They're a crystal entity that's using a physical body to walk around and have an experience here. But they broke the rules of that society, and this is their punishment. It's our current assessment, again, more work is for sure warranted, but it's our current assessment that there are more there, and they're not necessarily all non-operational. Now, when you're dealing with crystals and a type of thing and an entity that you don't know what its intentions are, you don't know what it can do, you have to be real careful. And, you know, when you start looking at remote viewing, you learn real quick. Be careful what you look at. And because there's a lot of things out there that the universe is a lot stranger than everyone may realize once they start kind of poking at the bear. But only things that we can really recommend is that real discernment needs to be used before they kind of start prodding around down there, because we think that there's ones that are still active there. Now, it's a tomb, but it's also a prison.
Quien ha ubicado estas cosas es una persona que se dedica a la minería o la batería, no sé. Pero el punto clave de esto es hacer un estudio, un análisis para saber la verdad y dar a conocer a la ciencia, al mundo, de lo que se ha encontrado, y hacer un estudio muy profundo con los profesionales a fin de que ayuden, corroboren. Hay muchas personas que dicen, ¿por qué hicieron esto? Que lo agarraron, que lo cortaron. Una persona que no lo ha visto, no lo ha tocado, aquí tenemos a los señores de la ciencia y de la medicina que lo van a corroborar. Simplemente, yo creo que están hablando cosas que no vienen al caso. Es como un médico que a un paciente por teléfono pueda darle una receta sin haberlo visto qué es lo que tiene. Entonces, estamos hablando de modificaciones, como serán corroboradas por los propios científicos especialistas, que dejarían huella permanente, sobre todo en momias, como se ha podido demostrar, y lo vamos a presentar, que tienen más de 1700 años de antigüedad. Es decir, esas momias casualmente corresponden al mismo tiempo que tienen las llamadas líneas de Nazca, al menos la antigüedad que se les ha dado. Por tanto, podría haber una correlación entre la existencia y la muerte de estas momias, su presencia en este lugar y el desarrollo de estos misterios arqueológicos que existen en Nazca, que hasta el día de hoy no tiene una respuesta. ¿Por qué se hicieron estas figuras de cientos de metros si solo podían ser observadas desde las alturas? ¿Cómo pudieron hacerse con tal precisión si no existían satélites ni GPS? Si ustedes ven las figuras, la araña, el mono, el colibrí, el ave, son perfectas. No hay ninguna falla en todo su trazo. Por tanto, esto implicaría haber tenido algún tipo de equipo desarrollado. Hasta hoy la ciencia no ha podido resolver este misterio. Y así aparece este cuerpo precisamente en Nazca, y por tanto se convierte en una evidencia que resulta por demás
interesante para la ciencia. Son dos especies, no es una la que vamos a ver hoy, son dos. Y una es mucho más extraña que lo que ustedes han visto hasta el momento. Les hemos llamado urpus a estos porque del quechua, perdón por la falta de ortografía, no es mía.
Celulares, teléfono.
Que dice que el urpus en quechua es modelo de un humano, humanoide, animal o personaje de ficción. Se ha dicho en los últimos días, una persona llamada Paul Ronceros presentó estos cuerpos, que efectivamente nosotros lo descubrimos desde el primer momento de la investigación. Estos cuerpos no corresponden a un ser orgánico. De acuerdo a los científicos, si ustedes les podrán hacer las preguntas, estos cuerpos, como vemos aquí, tienen separación en las coyunturas muy extrañas, tienen una forma del cuerpo muy extraño como para ser considerados orgánicos. Nunca lo hicimos. Sin embargo, sí pensamos que son antiguos. De acuerdo a la persona que los encontró, fueron localizados en el mismo lugar, en la misma tumba. Es decir, que no son, como se señaló en un estudio, supuestamente animales modernos. Eso es lo que dijo el Ministerio de Cultura. No existen los animales modernos. Todos los animales son antiguos. Además, si se trata de seres orgánicos o conglomerados orgánicos de huesos y de piel, entonces dicen que son modernos, sin haber realizado ningún análisis de carbono 14. ¿Cómo se puede llegar a una conclusión tan definitiva? Porque esto ya lo han declarado que no es patrimonio nacional. Señores peruanos, lo están perdiendo. Yo me lo puedo llevar hoy a México, porque esto ya no es patrimonio nacional. Esto es una artesanía. Entonces, si es así, lo están perdiendo. Creo que es un error. O sea, simplemente por una actitud visceral o de estar en contra de esto, creo que se está cometiendo un grave error. Estas son las manos tridáctilas que encontramos con, si ven ustedes, con implantes. Estos implantes deben de ser estudiados. Estos implantes, nadie ha hablado de ello, pueden ser tecnología, parece que son de oro, no estamos seguros. Aquí tenemos estas manos tridáctilas, a esta, ¿por qué está cortada? Porque no hay más remedio, son 3 manos, una de ellas tuvo que ser sacrificada para obtener los análisis que ahorita voy a mostrar, que nos dan una antigüedad de varios miles de años de estas manos. No sé si también quieran decir que se las cortamos a otras momias y también las rearmamos. No nos han todavía acusado de ello, pero pues a lo mejor pronto lo van a hacer. Además, respondo cualquier acusación porque para hacerla van a tener que demostrar que lo que decimos no es verdad. Aquí está una de las radiografías, podemos ver claramente que tiene un implante. Pueden ver ustedes hasta 6 falanges perfectamente ordenadas, perfectamente de tamaño. Aquí ni el mejor cirujano de mano del mundo hubiera podido hacer esto. Esta es la momia de la que todos hablan ahora. Thierry decidió llamarla María en su decisión. Y vemos algunas características como los extraordinarios dedos, la mano, y también algo que nadie ha hablado, la separación entre los huesos en el brazo, la órbita de los ojos, el tamaño, tampoco de eso se ha hablado. Vean ustedes esta mano, supuestamente modificada y cubierta de yeso para evitar la modificación. Existen muchas otras diferencias que tienen que ser analizadas. En las manos se encontraron 4 falanges, en los pies 4, en las manos 5. Aquí también otro detalle interesantísimo, huellas dactilares en los dedos, pero si ustedes ven, las líneas son horizontales, no son como las nuestras, que son como en remolino. ¿Cómo se podría lograr algo así? Esto se observa en los dedos de los pies, y esto quedó visible al irse cayendo este polvo que la ha preservado hasta hoy. Ustedes pueden ver el tamaño de los dedos. También acá, apenas se alcanza a ver, pero en las manos tiene 5 falanges. ¿Se imaginan ustedes poder hacer una modificación, lo que implica hacer algo así? O sea, se hizo en un taller, lo hizo un guaquero. Caramba, debería ser llevado a Harvard. Algunas otras de las características. Desde luego el tamaño de la cabeza, aunque algunos pueden alegar que ya se han encontrado cabezas similares, sí, pero esta cabeza no parece haber sido alterada, parece ser absoluta y totalmente natural. Esta es una de las radiografías de las manos, creo que tenemos ya una mejor. Esta fue la primera, perdón, de los pies, perdónenme, a veces me equivoco, es que parecen manos, ¿verdad? Pero son pies. Y aquí vemos otra de costado donde se vería claramente el daño que no se observa. O sea, modificar una momia de 1700 años es un trabajo delicadísimo, se rompe, se parte, o sea, no es un cuerpo normal. Aquí tenemos, ven ustedes, ya es más claro, se puede ver la unión de los dedos con el cuerpo. No, estos no son metacarpos, son falanges. Los dirán los especialistas. Aquí tienen ustedes esta imagen. Vean ustedes la separación en los huesos de los brazos. ¿Esto también lo modificamos? Por favor, nuevamente un llamado a los arqueólogos peruanos a que se acerquen a ver con objetividad la verdad. Aquí nadie está tratando de venir a engañarlos. Todos los detalles. Seguramente se van a ir descubriendo más y más diferencias cuando esto sea llevado a los lugares del más alto nivel de investigación. Yo, respetando el nacionalismo peruano y todo lo que implica ser peruano y de tener el orgullo de tener esto, creo que es necesario que de alguna manera se involucre de alguna forma las instituciones de mayor nivel del mundo, no de ningún país en particular. Esto le pertenece a la humanidad. Ahora les vamos a presentar una revelación que hemos dejado específicamente para esta conferencia. Aparentemente junto a la madre, y digo aparentemente, quiero ser muy claro, esto todavía está en proceso de investigación por las implicaciones que tienen. Presentamos el cuerpo de este bebé con todo el respeto que implica hacerlo. Y quiero ser enfático, con todo el respeto. Lo hacemos únicamente con fines de tipo científico, porque, de acuerdo a los primeros análisis, sin que nosotros podamos confirmar, tiene también 3 dedos en cada mano y en cada pie. Va a haber algunos que quieran cuestionar este hecho. Sin embargo, la condición de este cuerpo es muy, muy frágil. Aquí tienen los pies. Es muy, muy frágil y con cualquier cosa se hace polvo. No porque nosotros lo hayamos hecho, aquí tienen los 3 dedos, sino porque así está. Pensar en que ha sido modificado sería una hazaña. Una hazaña modificar este cuerpo sin que se hubiera hecho pedazos. Entonces, por esa única... Ayer lo debatimos, si debíamos o no presentarlo, y decidimos que nosotros no debemos de ocultar la verdad. Eso es lo que encontramos y lo estamos haciendo con el respeto debido, porque seguramente pues esto puede ser motivo para que algunos quieran cuestionar también nuestra integridad moral. Algunas características, desde luego, son muy parecidos a los humanos. Y aquí yo tuve la suerte de entrevistar al doctor Raimundo Salas, quien es científico, es un radiólogo especializado en realizar tomografías.
Soy egresado de la Universidad Mayor de San Marcos, de Lima, Perú, y hemos hecho los exámenes correspondientes a las momias que nos han traído. Lo más importante, de las manos y de los pies, en la momia llamada María, no hay ninguna manipulación, que los huesos del carpo y del metacarpo se correlacionan correctamente, tanto en las manos como en los pies. Realmente no hay lugar a una distorsión. Las manos tienen 5 falanges en cada mano, en los pies también, y además son extremadamente grandes, largas. Esa es la característica principal del espécimen. Ahora han traído un espécimen de un bebito, no sabemos la edad, que también tiene 3 dedos, pero a los rayos X tienen 5 metacarpianos y 5 metatarsianos, pero tienen 3 dedos. Eso es lo importante de esa momia chiquita, que tampoco ha sido manipulada. Entonces, eso es lo que puedo yo informar en cuanto a las momias.
¿Algunas otras anomalías que haya visto en esta momia grande?
En las 2 momias, en la momia chiquita y la momia grande, el volumen craneano es grande. No es lo normal, no es lo común. Las 2 momias tienen un perímetro cefálico bastante grande, alargado hacia atrás, en los 2 especímenes.
Este es un ser, Albert, les hemos llamado Sukush. ¿Por qué Sukush? Porque en quechua significa reptil, y ya verán ustedes por qué es reptil. Este fue el primer ser que se le proporcionó temporalmente, y repito, temporalmente, al señor Pierre Yamin. Algunas de sus características: su cabeza, muy similar a las cabezas que acabamos de ver, aunque también ligeramente distinta. Vemos aquí esta curvatura de un tendón, los detalles del cuerpo, cubiertos, por cierto, de una sustancia que dicen que es yeso. No es yeso, se trata de tierra de diatomea. La tierra de diatomea hablaremos en un segundo más qué es y por qué la utilizaba. Aquí está su radiografía, todos los detalles de los cuales les hablarán los científicos también son tridáctilos, en diferentes ángulos. Todo esto en detalle, las manos, vean ustedes, tampoco las modificamos. Estas son algunas tomografías que se realizaron por el doctor Salas, Raimundo Salas de Cusco. Ella es Josefina, Sukush Josefina, diferente a la anterior. Los dos son ligeramente iguales, pero también ligeramente distintos. También es tridáctila. y tiene una protuberancia en el vientre. Esto llamó mucho nuestra atención y junto al doctor Edson Salazar, junto a Terry y a mí, junto a los científicos mexicanos, fueron llevadas a un centro de rayos X y ustedes pueden ver aquí características interesantísimas. Tiene 3 huevos, señores, tiene 3 huevos. También eso nos van a acusar de haberlo puesto ahí. Y tiene un implante en el pecho. Esto es metal, estos son translúcidos. Pueden ver todos los detalles, hay una estructura perfecta. Esto no fue armado, esto es orgánico. Lo más importante es que estas monedas son auténticas, originales, sean lo que sea.
Totalmente, totalmente. Y si en alguna prueba que se pudiera hacer encuentran alguna falla, tendrían que remitirse a los 1500 o 1700 años que tienen las momias, que probablemente, si es que ha habido una manipulación, ha sido en ese tiempo. En los tiempos actuales no, porque la momia está intacta.
¿Vio alguna anomalía en los huesos?
No, por el tiempo los huesos han sufrido pues una desmineralización ósea, una rarefacción ósea donde ya no tiene la densidad como de un ser vivo, ¿no? Son 1700 años, entonces ¿qué podemos esperar? De todas maneras, ha sido el tiempo el que se ha encargado de desmineralizar los huesos.
Ahora, pasando ya al cuerpo de María, de 1,68 m de altura, tomado de la medición de cada uno de los extremos y partes óseas, vamos a llegar a encontrar diferencias anatómicas. De primera instancia, sí es antropoide, de forma antropoide, es decir, similar al humano. Volvemos, está muy parecida a lo que es un cuerpo humano como lo conocemos. Pero cuando nos vamos a la profundidad del detalle, ahí es donde vamos a encontrar las diferencias entre la longitud de todo el cráneo, pero sin encontrar el daño óseo que ocasionaban las cintillas o las tablas que se ocupaban para la alteración artificial de los cráneos, la forma circular completa de la órbita y su diámetro de forma superior, la reabsorción de lo que sería el tabique nasal, la mandíbula, y aquí está lo de las huellas digitales. Estos son los pies y llega a una angulación de 90 grados y aquí está la huella digital en donde vemos que tiene líneas directas horizontalizadas y empieza a tener una ligera arcada. Las huellas digitales, tanto en mamíferos como en primates como en humanos, tienen distintas formas circulares, en forma de delta, en forma de onda, pero no se ha encontrado horizontalización en huellas digitales. Esto da una especificación e individualización completa, que si se hubiera querido replicar, pues la única forma hubiera sido que en el yeso, que es lo que dicen que es el polvo blanco, en el yeso se hubiera hecho la impresión de la huella del artista y entonces tendríamos una huella distinta, pero eso hasta el momento no ha sido comprobado.
Para mí es un beneplácito en poder participar en esta investigación y además poder determinar que estamos ante la presencia de especies y especies nuevas que la ciencia no ha descrito. Evidentemente por las características que hemos visto, tridáctilos, los pequeños de 60 centímetros, con las características que en conjunto nos lleva a determinar rasgos de tipo reptil, y lo controversial es aquí de forma humanoide, de tal manera que vienen a conjugarse todos estos elementos para tener definido en la parte de la biología esta naturaleza de tipo reptil. Los detalles, la ausencia de pelo, pabellón auricular, tabique nasal, la ausencia de una articulación como tal de rodilla, todos esos elementos en conjunto nos lleva a pensar en poder organizar esas características y determinar esa posible naturaleza biológica. Y lo podemos corroborar a partir de otros elementos como es la piel de tipo reptil. Vemos una piel de tipo porosa, una piel...
feminine presence of nipples and gynecoid pelvis. Age 40 to 50 years, sutures fused bad dental condition, lung cavitary lesion, vertebral crushing D7, cause of death, natural, cranial capacity 19% more, presence of 3 fingers in hands and feet with 5 phalanges presumptively. It was found that the quality of the nuclear DNA is not satisfactory to realize genetic profile, autosomal trace, of the sample taken from the vertebrae of the column of the baby called water. So we can say that the analyzed samples have a partial DNA that does not coincide with the DNA of Homo sapiens. Histology of the paratype skin Victoria, humanoid reptile of Nazca, Peru, 2018. Presentation by biologist Justy Lassi Reyes Lopez, Lima, Peru, 19th of November 2018. The discovery of various bodies and remains with similar characteristics motivated this scientific study to evaluate the skin's tissue of the Victoria paratype. To learn more about its biological origin, the results of this research is as follows. The skin, the micro and macroscopic observations carried out in situ allowed us to rule out any manipulation due to the absence of cuts, tears, modifications etc. on this humanoid tridactyl feature body. Figure 1, skin of the tridactyl humanoid specimen, covered with diatomaceous earth, partially cleaned at the back level. Skin sample, 2 skin samples from the Victoria specimen were collected, 1 at the scapular level, 2 at the hip level. Figure 4, skin section taken from the scapular area of the paratype specimen called Victoria. Skin sample, the sample of the scapular region covered with diatomaceous earth was cleaned to observe and describe its characteristics. That of the hip area was not cleaned. Protuberances, sample of the scapular area presents a light-colored protuberance compared to the rest of the skin. A single protuberance can be observed, or a group of 2 protuberances. The skin sample extracted from the hip does not present these protuberances. Histological cut, the histological cut was performed using dyes for its observation. Photo 1, micrography of the histological cut of the skin of the scapular region and the protuberance corresponding to a cellular keratin, representing a corneal layer of the epidermis, very narrow and keratinized, similar to that observed in reptiles. Histological cut, the second sample shows characteristics of keratin composition identical to those of the sample of the scapular region, but without the presence of protuberances. Photo 2, microphotography of the skin of the hip, where the epidermis is keratinized, as seen on the reptile scales. Conclusions. The Victoria paratype skin is composed of a highly keratinized acellular and thick flat stratified epithelium similar to the scales of reptiles. For both the scapular and hip regions, the skin of the scapular region presents small, very thick, white protuberances, which appearances like a wart. Its distribution in the skin is solitary, and also in pairs, but missing on the hip sample. In the protuberance, the keratin becomes more compact, and acquires an amorphous form. Mucus glands are missing just like sweat glands. The loss of water through the skin is therefore non-existent. The keratin keeps it hydrated and protected, which allows it to live in very dry places, as in the Nazca Desert, where the bodies were found covered with diatomaceous earth for their preservation. This confirms a reptilian biology in these creatures. The skull of the humanoid reptile in its perimeter of the base is greater than many species of quadruped mammals. Viscera crino does not present sutures. The buccal region is composed of 2 osseous plates articulated as hinges. There are nervous-ocular outlet holes. The orbital basin is not deep. Pneumatization, air-filled cavities. This allows for a lightness of the skull, because the brain is large. Macrocephalic head. Oral opening. It is an opening of 15 mm in length, without lips, without teeth or chewing muscles. It is fed by suction of liquids. Food orifice behind the oral opening is located in the lower part structure like a hard palate, which has a very small orifice, through which the food passes by swallowing. Furcula, the union of the clavicles are called furcula. This feature is present in these specimens. Los pteropods, extinct dinosaurs, and their descendants birds have similar structure, where both clavicles are fused to form a single piece bone. Eggs, presents 3 eggs of variable size, 27, 34, 25 mm, and whose shape is symmetrical is characteristic of reptiles. Inside, conglomerate material is observed in a state of calcification, without development of an embryo, just as in most reptiles. When the pasture of the egg is carried out, environmental conditions will detonate embryogenesis. Tridactyle hand. The hand is formed by one carpal bone and 3 fingers, which each have 3 phalanges ending in a flattened claw. The characteristic of tridactyl, 3 fingers, and pronated hand is typical of pteropods, extinct dinosaurs. Tridactyl foot. The lower epiphysis of the leg bone is narrowed in its middle part, and serves as a sole of the foot next to a hollow feature bone. There is absence of proper bones of the foot. The morphology at the foot of this specimen recalls in similarity that to those of the so-called Casario chance. Hollow bones. The bones have a hollow cavity, which gives it a characteristic of lightness, and at the same time a lot of resistance. This anatomical feature is characteristic of pteropods, extinct dinosaurs, and their descendants birds. Mummies of Nazca. Latest results. On this page are presented the latest actions of the Instituto Inkari Cusco and its partners about Nazca's mummies, rock, and metal analysis, Victoria skin histology, C14 dates, DNA analysis, Victoria skin histology, C14 dates, DNA analysis and high-level scans definition. All these results were presented on November 19, 2018 at the Congress of the Republic of Peru during a working meeting led by Congressman Armando Villanueva followed by a press conference. Samples of rock and metals were analyzed by Ingemet Laboratory in Lima, Peru. The analysis of this report was made by Lillian Christoffel, Design Engineer in Materials Science Characterization. 6 samples were analyzed. Rock and metals. Rock, Josephina metallic implant. Annular metallic implant of a 3-fingered hand. Metal implant of 3-fingered hand. Metallic implant of Alberto's hip. Metallic object in the form of a cross. Chemical composition of rock and metals. Rock, sedimentary rock consistent with the geology of Peru. Sandstone, possible presence of diatoms. Josephina metallic implant, 85% copper, composition concordant with an object of pre-Columbian period. Presence of oxidation and alteration attesting to its age. Annular metallic implant of 3-fingered hand, 78% iron, 16% chromium, 5% carbon. Does not correspond to an object of the pre-Columbian period. Civilizations not mastering the extraction and the work of the iron. Metal implant of 3-fingered hand, 60% gold, 30% silver, 10% copper. Composition concordant with an object of pre-Columbian period. Alloy known as tumbaga. HD scanners. Despite the difficulties encountered, we were able to make CT scans 16 cuts, extrapolated to 128, in early August 2018. The 3D files, Josephina, Warwitter, and Mariah, were processed by one of our contributors, Gustavo. Thanks to his colossal work, that we can present here images and videos of these 3 bodies, Josephina.
One time we were working on a project in Galt, California. Now this is near,
I know,
you know where that is?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a weird little place.
Yeah.
It's near some defunct nuclear power plants. I can't remember the name. Rancho Seco.
Rancho Seco.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Up near Sacramento.
Up near Sacramento. So I have a friend, Ruben Uriarte. He's the Northern California MUFON director. You know, he says, hey John, you guys should check out this one these incidences that are happening out in Galt. He sends me these photographs. They're, you know, the typical blurry UFO photographs.
There's nothing in Galt. There's nothing.
There's nothing except a lot of aliens. Okay, so he sends me these photographs, you know, so I put the team on it. They're coming back, they're drawing pictures of gray alien heads. You know, to me, I can't tell what's what with these photographs because they're just ridiculous, right? So the remote viewers, all the data is around weird propulsion systems and aliens, gray type faces. And these guys out there have been claiming for years that gray aliens have been landing there on a regular basis. These are the photographs. They say they've even seen them, right? So my initial thing, right, we want to verify the claims because we've run into many hoaxes, especially when it comes to photographs. It's weird when you get all the data back and the viewers are just talking about the physical things that are lining up with their claims. When you get that in data, it makes you pause and you're like, well, okay, it looks like there might be some kind of kernel here, some kind of nugget. So we start digging deeper. We remote view a lot about their crafts. We remote view these photographs over and over again to make sure the data's like the same thing and it keeps coming back the same. So we start going, okay, the narrative seems to be that there are aliens coming to this area on a regular basis. Why? What are they doing? Tasking on that. Well, they're really interested in radiation bleeding out from this power plant. They're putting instrumentation in the ground. So you could potentially find instrumentation in the ground for measuring and collecting. And then, so I tasked on well, if this is really happening, how do we capture evidence of this? So this is like the Bigfoot structures. The data comes back and the viewers are talking about, well, there was a flat area, but now there's a hill there because this ground's been rising and rising and rising. And it's because of all the stuff that's going on underground there. And some people have noticed it, some people are not noticing it. And, you know, again, I'm like, well, hairy creature arranging things, you know, into patterns. Yeah, I'm just going to push that aside, right? There's a hill and then that's growing. So we get out there to investigate. You know, we have a camera, we got a camera crew because we're building demos and stuff. And, one thing that was really interesting is that, okay, these guys are claiming that they're aliens landing in the fields. Go talk to the neighbor and he's like, they're not aliens. I don't know what they are, but they're probably military drones. I think it's hilarious. You have two totally opposite viewpoints. Aliens, no, it's aliens. These guys going, nah, they're just military drones landing here. We don't know why. Very weird, very weird. Right there, you've got some tangible.
Well, that's a testimony on either side.
Exactly.
So who's true?
Who's true?
Which one's right?
Right.
You know, has this guy been mind controlled? I mean, not to go there, but
right.
Just you don't know until you actually have the physical evidence. How often does this happen? Is this every day? Is it once a month, once a year, once every 10 years?
It is nearly every day, according to these.
With these drones? Well, you can get footage of them. Did you guys get footage?
So we go out there for one night. You know, I'm working a day job as well, so I don't have a lot of time to hang out. But so we're driving with one of the witnesses. The witness, so we drive by this hill. The witness starts screaming, saying, see that hill right there? It wasn't there. It's growing, it's getting bigger. And his buddy, the other witnesses, one of the other witnesses.
When you say witness, are you talking about your RV guys or?
No.
At the site?
At the guy who has taken the photographs of things, who lives out there. He's yelling, saying that I didn't talk about that data. I wasn't going to tell anybody about
you didn't even bring it up because you're just like, it's another hairy beast
exactly.
in the forest.
Exactly. So this guy starts screaming about the hill rising. The guy's lived out there all his life. He says, it's been growing. He starts talking about how he lived over there on the other side of the hill and used to be able to watch his dad work in the field over here, but now he can't see the other side because now there's a big old hill in the way, and it's been rising and rising over the years.
What year was this?
This was around 2000. Gosh, it was probably just like 2 years ago.
Just 2 years ago. Wow, that's recent.
Yeah, it's recent. Yeah, two or 3 years ago.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. So I had a day job at that point, and so I couldn't really follow up on this stuff. And it's far from here, so I still can't follow up. Well, I need to follow up on it. But basically, this hill is the location to capture evidence, right? So our remote viewing data usually does something funky, right? There's a moment where it's like hairy creature arranging things, or a hill where there was no hill, where you have to go capture evidence. It's always this moment of like, what the f does that mean, right? And then you get out there and it unfolds and you're,
that makes you
can
believer.
This be true?
It makes you even more of a believer of your test. This is why, you know, you're not making any bones about there being aliens.
Right.
And now here you have one guy, once you get there, you know, your taskers are saying gray aliens and planting stuff in the ground and whatever. And this other guy's, oh no, it's just drones.
Right.
You need footage of these so-called drones.
Exactly. So you got to set up, we've got to set cameras up on that hill, basically, you know. It was like the Palomar Mountains. So
is that a public area that you can get into to get to this hill?
There's a public road, and it sits, I'll send you a photograph of this hill. There's a public road, but you know,
well, it's not like it's on a Rancho Seco property.
No, it's not. Yeah, you can there are trees around it, you can put a trap cam, some kind of cam on it. Okay. It was like with Palomar Mountain, so same kind of thing, you know. We determined that through remote viewing that there is consistent anomalous activity occurring around the mountain. Setting up cameras on the mountain, like the remote viewing data said, following the data. Now, it wasn't as crazy weird, but putting cameras up, we caught anomalous stuff on film, you know. So, you know.
What's it all mean?
What's it all mean?
In the context of the FBI early in our conversation, for some reason, I think you were talking about the context of Prudence and Carlsbad and this training that was going on there, you know, and doing counter intel. Something about gray aliens coming out. You know, it's this common theme kind of throughout. I can't tie this to the part of our conversation, but that came out. What are your thoughts? I mean, if not in the context of, you know, doing this counterterrorism intel, or working with the FBI, generally speaking, what are your thoughts on
the gray
the grays and why they keep coming through?
Well, you know, it's fun. Okay, so I mean, this is a really long, crazy story, but in a very small nutshell, in that period of time, there was a gray alien that would come. Now, I saw this alien.
This is your own personal experience?
I saw him once. I smelled him, everything. I was staying at Peru's house. We were doing some training there, and I saw it, like it go by the doorway, but before I got this smell of like rotten diapers and citrus. And she had said that he smells like that beforehand. Now, he would leave footprints on the bath mat. Every morning, 2:30 in the morning, she would go into the bathroom, kind of be called in, and he would be there on the bath mat, and he would give her a thought ball, she said, and it would have to be unraveled. He also did this to some others within the group that were close. I never got that kind of stuff. So, excuse me, some of these thought balls had to do with future events. This gray, we ended up just calling him the gray dude, you know, it's just this gray dude, he gave the history to her of who he is, and he says he broke from this main group of grays who were doing the abductions, and that they're trying to save their species. The grays are trying to save their species by taking genetic material, by finding people with the right, you know, genetic material that they can clone, that they can put into hybrids, this and that.
This is the sort of thing I've heard before, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And he disagrees with that. So he and a group of others broke off. They just want to destroy the human race. Just get rid of the problem already, because what they claim is that the humans evolve into the Greys because of wars, because of living underground, because of genetic manipulation, of getting rid of emotions so we don't feel or act in emotion anymore, to create more of a hive mind, to live underground better because we've decimated surfaces, to have more intelligence. You know, that's what he says. You know, I don't believe or disbelieve. You know, I'm just relating the story. And
I'm going to say on that point that what else has come out about the Greys is that they're deceivers.
Yep, totally. Totally. And I never trusted this guy. He would give us information on things that would come true. He would give us information on but then he had this one thing that hasn't come true. You know, it reminds me of the trickster, right? You know, like Mothman, John Keel.
I'm familiar with tricksters and the concept of that, and there are other psychics that I've talked to who have said beware the trickster. Right. You know, and I even, because of that, even the readings that I get and the mediums I've talked to, I've always got that in mind. Is like, really, who are you talking to?
Who are you talking to?
Yep. Here you've got a gray alien.
Yeah, I mean,
that's just strange. In the house, the regular visit of Peru's?
Regular visit, many years. I mean, like, lots of messages scrawled that we had to like try to understand. And
did you get to see him, or did?
I saw him.
You saw him.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, so his story was, you know, broke off. He doesn't agree with how they're trying to save the race. How he thinks to save the race is destroy the race at the very roots because it's caused so much problem. But I never. I mean, he would want us to work certain projects, task certain things. We'd get these messages, which we would do. But I never really trusted the data either on those things. He had this like grand event that he called the big event, and he was saying, you know, the big event, you're not supposed to know about the big event, but don't worry about your personal safety, yada yada. And he would give this message all the time, and it was so weird. It's like, well, we ended up tasking what the big event was, you know, but I don't think it's going to happen personally. I think that's the last trickster thing, you know, as in the John Keel story and the Mothman prophecies, where, you know, basically John Keel's waiting for the end of the world, you know, with his gallons of water on a hill waiting for it to happen, and nothing ever happens after he told everybody. Yeah, the bridge fell, some other things came true that the Mothman told him, but that big thing at the end, well, that just didn't happen.
What is the event?
The big event is a massive atmospheric event that is a earth-ending situation where very few people survive.
Is it the Ed Dames kill shot?
It's not. So with remote viewing data, you have to understand that there's interpretation on the data. And generally, in a nutshell, you can say that there is some event that viewers are getting across the board that is very similar to each other. It's hard to pinpoint the direct source. There's interpretation around the direct sources. So we don't know. There is a similarity of conditions after it occurs, but root cause is unclear.
William Tompkins released this photo that I provided to you. I handed it to you. You wanted to have a look at it first, you know, and then you would get back to me. When I first gave it to you, what were your initial thoughts on the picture?
I thought, okay, so one thing I thought, it's impressive that it was with a film camera. Those are a little bit more difficult to fake. I didn't see the actual piece of film, but it is interesting. The shape of the craft of this thing I thought was fascinating. It's very clear. So one thing that always interests me are the clear ones, because people are, if I took a photograph of these blurry lights in the sky that were far away and doing crazy things, everybody would believe it, right? I mean, well, for the most part, people would be like, wow, that's cool, blurry lights in the sky doing 90-degree turns. Right? They would believe it because they are blurry lights far away. If I took a photograph of a UFO, like literally some type of craft that landed right there, everybody in the world would claim fake.
Fake.
Fake, fake, fake.
Because it's too clear.
Because it's too clear. We've been socially engineered.
He
man.
glued Christmas ornaments on a
Right.
couple of trash can lids.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, we have been taught this, and this is slightly subversive. I mean,
well, I think it's partly psychology too. Is
Yeah.
denial. You want to deny something that's just that you've not been exposed to before.
Right.
That's just
Right.
normal. I
Right.
think normal behavior.
yeah, totally. I mean, it's funny to me. It's really interesting. So when I see a clear one like that, we've viewed, you know, YouTube videos where you got this big, oh wow, it's so clear, so amazing, and it's just CGI. You know, we get a lot of digital things happening. Most of them are fakes, but what if it's to muddy the waters? Because if there really is a clear photo that's genuine coming through, it's much better to have, well, for those in control, to have everybody believe that the clear ones are typically fake. It's always much better. Anyway.
Well, so anyway, about the clarity of the photograph itself, just, you know, I look at it and it's still a little fuzzy around edges,
Right.
you know, and there's about 5 or 6 different things in there, you know, in various states of whatever.
Right.
You know, so it's not completely crystal clear, like, you know, between here and 10 feet
Yeah.
away and, you know, trash can lids with Christmas ornaments glued
Right.
onto it. So just to put that, I know some people will go, oh, no, it's not all that clear. All right.
It's, yeah, right, no, I understand. Right. I mean, it's clearer than most.
Than most, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a fuzzy ball of light.
Right.
Yeah, it's got texture.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So that was my initial. And then the next thing was Carlsbad Lagoon. Agua Hedionda, I think.
Huh?
Agua Hedionda Lagoon?
Oh, I can't even pronounce
I think that's
that.
the technical
I just call it the Carlsbad Lagoon. It's
Yeah.
easier to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing out there.
Yeah, let's
There's
just call it
nothing.
Carlsbad Lagoon.
It's just, yeah, there's nothing out there.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, flat of water,
Right.
mud, and
Right.
reeds and grass, and then some, you know, condos around it.
Yeah. Yeah. Not much out there. Yeah. So yeah, I thought it was a fascinating photograph.
So you do the preliminary tasking. You have 7 viewers on it. Some are students, you mentioned.
Yeah, there are a couple that are newer viewers.
So you get the sessions from these folks. You line them up, and now your thoughts are what?
Well, so the first thing that I want to know is it some type of digital creation? It's done with film, so
This is part of the tasking.
Yeah, so did they manipulate it? So really what I did was I took that photograph, I circled it with like in red, and then, you know, put a tag, the number, the address, and wrote describe what this is, circled in the photographs, describe what this is. So the viewers would either get some type of manipulation, you know, maybe some cutout thing if he's, you know, got an enlarger and he's trying to. It's very difficult to do with conventional film, so I don't know exactly how it would have been done if it were a fake. But on the other side of that, if it's real, then they're going to describe this physical craft. They're going to describe possibly what's in it. They're going to describe the surroundings and stuff. So I get the data back, and well, point blank, everybody's just talking about a UFO, a UFO, a UFO. They're doing sketches
All
of it.
7 of them.
Yeah, well, everybody's getting something floating in the air, right? Some people are coming to the deduction. Now, this is what we call a deduction or an analytic overlay of a UFO, right? But they're all getting something that's floating in the air. Something, I think most of them are getting cylindrical object floating in the air. So, I mean, that told me pretty quick that, okay, so we have a real thing. And that's the first thing I want to understand. Is this real? Yeah. This was really there.
We have a phone call after the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're excited. I mean, you're just.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I guess there's something there. And you want to tell me, I'm like, let's just hold off.
Yeah, right.
Let's hold off for now. In fact, let's hold off. No more data until we get through. Because I'm really most interested in, you know, how you felt and how your team felt as you're going through this whole process. Yeah, we can get into the nuts and bolts later.
Right. So, you know what, my feeling, the excitement.
That was the first tasking you've described, though.
The first tasking was just to lay it out. My excitement was because you had told me something in the past about Tompkins, and it was some of the stuff that you told me was lining up with what the other remote viewers were getting. So I thought that was fascinating, and I was like,
off the very first one.
Yes, yes, yes.
Wow.
So I was like, where? I was excited because I wanted to know where he got his information from. You know, that's what I found.
Yeah,
really
we'll get to that later. We will. Yeah, we'll get to that.
So I was really interested in that. That was exciting.
You did ask me, and I wouldn't tell him. I would not, and he still doesn't know.
I still don't know. Yeah. And as far as the viewers, so the viewers are they're blind to this. They don't know yet. Just in case, you know, I need to do more on it. But the thing is that if I don't do any more before this video is released, then they'll all know, because they're all watching.
Hey guys.
Now they're watching.
Yeah, now they're watching. Yeah, so you had the 7, right?
Yeah.
And it was a mixture, you know, some were students. You go into the second one. Now you said you had 4. You chose 4.
4 viewers on that one.
Are they any students in there? Are they all of your experienced guys?
They're more experienced
your
viewers.
best people?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get the more experience. So now you've got it. Is it the same tasking now? Is it modified, a little different for the second part?
No. So the first tasking, we just wanted to know what the object is, what this thing is in the picture circled. The second one is, since we've identified it as being something physically real that occurred there, well, not 100% physical, but I'll get to that. We wanted to know what's in it, what's flying it, and why it's there, right? We want to understand those 2 things, not so much where they come from, because we want to get straight to the point. Why is it there? What's it doing? You know, that's what we want to know.
Right. So you get the second set. Now what are you feeling compared to the first?
Interesting. I'm feeling, well, okay. It's fascinating. But it's also it's also in line with other things that we've seen before when we task on these types of events. There's always a similarity in mission as far as why they're here and what they're doing. So
amongst all the ones of these things you see in the sky?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, this one's a little bit different, but it still has an aspect like other ones, like Palomar Mountain, for instance. I mean, these guys have been mining, and without a Joshua tree too. Just mining, taking materials, genetic materials, a lot of it. This is a warehouse. This is a very valuable warehouse, the whole Earth, full of so much genetic diversity, full of so much plant life, trees, animals. Think of all the harvesting you can do here, you know, out in the middle of the galaxy. DNA. Yeah. So it's real. The bottom line is it's real.
It's a real thing. It's not a mar on the film or anything like that. Okay. So for this photo, were you one of the taskers, or you were the tasker and analyst, right?
Tasker and analyst.
Tasker and analyst. Did you remote view it as well?
Yes.
You know, I had some questions here about the reports. You know, we can move into the, you know, how you know, what did you want to know? You know, what was revealed? You know, how you decided to connect. We already kind of covered this stuff, but if we can get into the data now, you know, what are the sessions revealing? You know, and also specifically, I'd be interested in the time frames. What time frames were covered when you were doing this?
What do you mean, what time frame?
Well, you know, when you create when you task, you said, you know.
Oh, yeah. So that would be that moment that person captured.
It's at the time of that.
Yeah, it's at that.
Right. So did you go into the future or into the past? You know, is this still happening today, sort of thing?
Right.
That would be a question.
Well, we did look at that. Yeah, we did look at that, because one of the things we want to do is understand if there's a continuation of the phenomena, and then how to capture evidence of it. But we found that, nope, it's not. It's not happening now.
It's not going on anymore.
It was for that time period.
So it was just, and that's it.
And I'll tell you a weird story around that. Okay, so basically, this first tasking is describe the object, circle the photograph so we can determine what it is, you know. You can hold that if you like. So, I mean, point blank, so what the viewers are talking about is a UFO. And it's really, they're describing it more or less, you know, just as the photo looks. Not every single viewer is describing a craft Some viewers are describing a thing floating. There's an interesting sketch. Yeah, we've got. So one of the things is that, you know, as an analyst, we write reports and never really go through the raw data because there's a lot of information in here. That's why you have to do that. Then you've got, you know, I mean, this is a shorter session, didn't do a matrix. The viewers were talking about this thing moving very slowly, very, very slowly. They were talking about it being oblong, large, white, that there are clouds around, it's vibrating and it's shaking. The ones inside of it were trying to move over a very precise location, like lining up crosshairs almost. It's why they were moving very, very slow. It needed to be aligned directly over something, which we'll get to a little bit later. So they're describing it as being over a body of water. It's got a tight focus over this watery, muddy area. It's possibly going down into the water at one point. Some of the viewers stated that it has the ability to change shape, so it's not completely 100% three-dimensional, right? So it can form into different shapes. And when you see the photograph and those sort of that weird trailing thing, that could have been parts of it forming and reforming. I don't know, but they stated that it changes shapes. They say there's a very intense energy coming from the craft, as well as it releasing plumes, like some plumes of gas. Very interesting. A gaseous and plume-like substance. There are also energies coming off of it that are going downward, that were like orbs and sort of fireworks melting, going downward, electrical type of energy. The viewers were very interested in the intense energy that was coming off of it. So as far as the subjects inside the structure, they don't want to be known. This came across very clear, is that they do not want to be known. They normally operate outside of people's awareness here, and they hide. They have their agenda, their mission. They don't want to be known. And so one of the things that we found, this is kind of interesting, was that we were getting these, like, as far as the beings were concerned, we were trying to see them, we would get just brief snippet of them, and then it was like we couldn't get back to see them again. And this happened with different remote viewers. One remote viewer was even getting really sleepy and tired, like he was feeling drugged from it, which was interesting because he's an experienced viewer, and he also was relaying this to some aspect of the objective. When we remote viewed Skinny Bob, you know, there's Skinny Bob, which is the video of the alien. We initially were right in there with Skinny Bob, able to view him, do consciousness mapping on him. It got to a certain point though where, okay, so this being is more developed telepathically than most people are. And when we got to a certain point, when we were getting too busy on him, you know, he kicked us out. He would start telling viewers in a session that you're bugging me, you're back, why are you here, get out of here, I don't want you here. So when I sent viewers in after that happened, they would get bounced out.
Is this on Skinny Bob?
Yes, okay. On Skinny Bob. And so what we found with this is that they were pushing us, they were trying to push us out early on, is what it felt like, which I found interesting because usually, well, these guys, they don't want to be known, they don't want to be seen, you know? So that happens with this stuff. So who are they? So what we got was that they were an alliance. They were an alliance of beings. From what we can gather, there was a central subject who was somewhat brown, green, scaly-like. Male energy had this sort of long face thing that was going on, kind of crocodile-like. This is coming from multiple viewers.
Did they use the word crocodile-like?
Yeah.
Multiple viewers said crocodile?
One viewer said that, another viewer said serpentine-like, another viewer said reptilian-like. So we have this kind, so these are AOLs, you know, to describe, you know, a concept, an idea of a physical description. Basic physical description, you know, we run down the line of scaly, brownish green, long snout-like thing. This being had bigger eyes, big eyes. This particular being seemed to be somewhat of the one that was in charge, in command, and very focused, extremely intelligent, trying to align things just perfect. Then there were also these larger-eyed, more humanish like beings within the craft. They were more sort of telepathic. They were soft and gentle, but unemotional. They were there sort of in a more subservient role, doing stuff. Very, very telepathic. Then every once in a while, this hairy creature would pop in and out, but we didn't get a lot of detail on this thing.
Size or shape or?
No, nothing like that.
Nothing on them whatsoever?
No, it would pop in really fast. Somebody would, in a session, would say hairy creature, or somebody would go, there's a creature with a lot of hair follicles, stuff like that. And then it would all of a sudden be gone, and you know, the information, nobody chased after it because there were these other beings that were more predominant that they were focused on. Now, if we were doing a longer project, then the possibility would be to really like
kind of delve into.
Yeah, delve into each one. So it seemed as though they're both paraphysical and physical. So paraphysical is things that are outside of our third dimensional reality. So they seem to like have this 3D to 4D kind of thing going on, where they can go into 3D and they can go into 4D. Higher technology, but also just a different type of being, different type of intelligence, consciousness. This is also, you know, the reason why they can hide from humans. They can shield. They can shield themselves from, you know, mental probes like we were doing, which normally these types of beings can to a certain degree, and that's, you know, that's normal. That's quite normal with this stuff, especially with these guys. Now, I don't know if they're on the up and up 100%. Well, we're very human-centric in our
assessment of activity.
Assessment of activity. And most people believe that, well, if they're here, they're doing stuff for us. But that's not typically the case. And also, our conceptual framework can't branch into an understanding of beings that have completely different consciousness, experience, agenda, missions, goals. Most of these guys that come here are here for the survival of themselves, for their own species. You know, we're just this, like, what are those herd of cattle doing down there? How can we use them? You know, that type of situation. So I'm sure there are some that are interested in our own evolution as well, just to put that out there. But most of the ones that we found are more interested in their own survival and evolution and their goals and their missions. If somehow our evolution factors into theirs, then of course they're gonna help us. But this is sort of not 100% helping us, it's more helping them in what they're doing. So what are they doing? Let me see here. Wrote this stuff down. Okay. So like a lot of these guys, there was a situation there. So at the lagoon, what we got in the data was that there was something imperative that had to happen. And I don't think they were there just for the lagoon. I think that things branch out a little bit more because we're getting other aspects of whole earth type things, but with a focus on the lagoon in the area. They weren't there for that long. They were extremely interested in solving a problem, and it was very imperative that they solve this problem. They had to get on this thing fast. So the energy that's coming off of the craft is sort of a sound vibration, beams, rays, as well as a firework-like pattern, as well as orbs. And I've got to wonder if people were seeing orbs in that area around that time. I mean, I know they weren't necessarily seeing the craft, because you had stated to me that when it was originally taken, he didn't see it, right? But I think some of this stuff had to have been visible because the viewers were picking up just on almost like a light show going on out there. So they're focusing on this muddy, watery area. Some viewers were describing embryo fish, jellyfish going up and going down, sort of like taking them up. The idea of harvesting, as well as fixing something about the whole area, like moving the energy into the mud, into the water, creating this bubbly, effervescent thing going on, because there is, as one viewer stated, a potential man-made disaster in the area, and they're trying to fix it. So here's where it gets a little bit interesting. In the year 2000, the Agujereana lagoon, this Carlsbad lagoon, was infested with a algae called Caulerpa taxifolia.
This is 2000?
This started around 2000, 2001. And Prudence Calabrese, she was on the board of the Agujereana lagoon.
Coincidentally.
Right. So we knew of the problem early on, because somebody a biologist was scuba diving in there, checking the bottom, and found this piece of seaweed. What happens is that the Caulerpa is a fast-growing plant, seaweed-type plant, that people get for their fish tanks because it grows really fast. It's bright green.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Somebody took their tank with their fish in it and dumped it in the lagoon because they thought, the fish will be happy in the lagoon.
And then it's intrusive. It just takes over.
It has destroyed the ecosystem, many ecosystems in the Mediterranean. And our waters are perfect for Caulerpa to spread like wildfire and take over the whole ocean floor, destroying every life that's down there. The fish won't even live there. So when they found this, it's very alarming because this is in the lagoon and it's going to spread into the coast. It's done. I mean, it's destroyed ecosystems. So we immediately began to remote view how to get rid of it. We got a scenario of like gridding off the bottom of the lagoon and like laying like sheets of something on the bottom. So after we got this understanding on how to get rid of it, since Prue's on the board, I don't know what she shared or what she didn't share. I think they already had a method that they were planning on using that lined up with what we got with remote viewing. And that was exactly that, to lay plastic sheets and inject it with chlorine to kill them. And so after that, after we figured out how to get rid of it, we decided to do what we call the environmental healing protocol. So within remote viewing, this gets a little bit woo-woo, but you also have remote healing. And it's an interesting and effective way to cause some type of effect on other beings or even locales. So I had developed something called the environmental healing protocol. You never want to assume how something should be healed or shouldn't be healed, because then you get your ideas into it. But we knew pretty much that if Caulerpa spread everywhere, that's it. That's bad. That's a horrible situation. So for years, they were pumping this with chlorine and basically killing everything on the bottom of the lagoon in order to get rid of this. We're doing the environmental healing protocol on it for a long time. And in 2006, 2006, when this photograph was taken, they called this a miraculous achievement, that they eradicated Caulerpa. Now, they eradicated it through the use of killing everything in the lagoon, basically, on the floor with all that chlorine. And since we get in our data, some of the viewers are talking about algae, some of them are talking about bacterias, the interest of these beings that are seemingly seeding as well as harvesting, fixing something, aerating and sending energy, sound energy, into the lagoon, into the mud. It really makes me think that since this was completely they called it a miraculous achievement in 2006 that fully eradicated, that these guys could have been conceivably interested in that ecological disaster. Now, we stopped an ecological disaster, but we may have been creating another one with the use of all of that chlorine.
All the chlorine going in, yeah.
And they may have come in, you know, we got man-made disaster in our sessions, and they may have come in and fixed the mess because, well, you know, these guys are more interested in their own survival, in, you know, harvesting and keeping our ecosystem stable for them, you know. I mean, think of this as an outpost, a warehouse they can stop at and get resources. If we destroy everything, how are they going to get the resources? And this would have destroyed everything out there. Now, I'm not saying 100% that it is related to that, but boy, it's very strange, the synchronicity.
Yeah, it's incredibly synchronous. I mean,
yeah.
now I know I understand your excitement.
Yeah.
When now the second call, you're like, when was this photo taken? I'm like,
right.
Well, 506.
Exactly.
I'm like, oh my God.
It was in 2006 when it was like, oh my gosh, it's miraculous.
Yeah, yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It all comes together. That's amazing. Is
Yeah.
there any other data that came out that, is that it?
That's pretty much the nutshell of it, you
That's
know?
amazing.
Yeah.
So now I can tell you about the picture and what Bill said about it. So Bill was attending a class at Miracosta College on basically how to write a book. And this is as he was building into his now published book, Selected by Extraterrestrials. In that class, you know, everybody had to stand up and introduce themselves and talk about their writing project. Of course, Bill, what's he going to talk about? He's going to talk about the extraterrestrial Nordics that he worked with at Douglas Aircraft, right? And when he's up there talking, some woman, another student, in there says, oh, I've got one of those. And Bill's like, I'm sorry? One of those what? She said, I got a picture of them, you know, and he goes, can you bring it in? So she brings it into class the next time. Bill asks to borrow this photograph so that he can take it to Kinko's and make a copy of it and enlarge it, which is exactly what he did. So November 2016, when I meet him, he shows me the photograph, tells me don't show anybody yet, you know, he's got plans for this thing. And I said, okay, I'll keep a lid on it, not a problem. But can I take a picture of it? I may have some friends that I want to show to here and there. He was okay with that.
Right.
So I snapped a photograph of his color print enlargement of this photographic print. So what we have here, this photograph that you have, I gave you a color print of that, is a copy of a copy.
Right.
Right. So anyway, that'll explain some of that. The version you have, I've taken into After Effects and I've sharpened it up a bit, and I've, you know, increase the vibrancy and saturation of color, but nothing to do anything beyond that. But in those photographs you can see, and you'll see it here, you know, if you're not seeing it now as I'm talking, this photograph of these blobs over the lagoon.
Right.
One of them's very large and has what Bill referred to as serrated edges, you know, along the top.
Yep, yep.
So that's the source of the picture. It came from a student, 05-06 time frame. Or 8, actually picked it up in 08. It had been taken, you know, a few years prior. So I'm guessing around 05-06 when it was picked. We don't know exactly when. Okay. But I did ask Bill explicitly, was this a photograph picture or was it a digital photo picture? He said it was taken off of a film camera.
Right.
Bill, you got to find this person, you know, and get the negative. We need to validate whether the negative is marred, is a result of something else, and is it actually in the photograph. That was on his to-do list before he passed.
Ah.
Yeah, it was on his to-do. But he sat there, I sat there with him for an hour as I was working on his computer, fixing things, and he was digging through all his papers, his calendar. And by the way, as we were sitting there, he reaches, he opens this drawer, he pulls out this calendar, opens up, and it plops out to the exact date of the class that he attended.
Man.
More synchronicity. And I said, you got to find her, but he couldn't find her name anywhere. But I have a feeling if we go out there, we start knocking on some drawers and, sir, have you seen this ship flying around?
We should put a flyer up.
We should.
Yeah.
Circulate.
Maybe make a flyer.
Maybe, maybe you're watching this now and it's your photograph. We'd like to learn more. We'd like to see if you've still got the negative. We'd like to see that. Because the story goes that these people had a party the previous night and they got up the next day and took a walk out there. And it's a nice area by the lagoon. And at the time, there was some construction going out there for some condos that they wanted to show their friends, and they took this photograph of the lagoon. Bill says that she said when they snapped the photo, they didn't see it in the sky. But as it goes with everything, where's your focus when you're looking? Maybe it was there.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't. We don't know. We don't know for sure. But they did. Point is, they didn't see it, or weren't at least focused on what was in the sky when they snapped that photograph.
Yeah.
Right? Now, regarding the claims that Bill has made about them, Bill took this photograph and he circulated it to all of his aerospace friends. Have a look at this. One of them worked in a wind tunnel, and they took it upon themselves to build a 6-foot wooden replica of this craft, and they put it in the wind tunnel.
That's incredible.
To see what it would do. The data comes back, and Bill gave me a lot of stuff, and look, what I'm giving you today is a summary. This is a summary of the stuff that Bill gave to me, and I had to really kind of nail him down over a period of several meetings to get all this information. Because when he first told me, it sounded like all this data came from the wind tunnel. I started thinking, there's no way that I understand you can determine that this design is the best for dispersing gases in the atmosphere.
So,
but what he did say was that it was the worst design for slipping through the atmosphere. That's what came out of the wind tunnel. Horrible design, horrible design. Your question.
Well, we've got it changing shape.
Yeah.
And the ability to move and to change shape.
There's more that Bill had to say about it. Everything else I'm about to tell you is based on Bill's assessment of analyzing the photograph itself. Now, Bill can also fly. He can go out of body, and he was able to remote view. He didn't call it that, but he was able to see all kinds of things as well, and to know things. Information would come to him, which made him uniquely valuable in the work that he did for NASA, for Douglas, for North American, for Lockheed, for everybody else he worked for. Because they were looking for solutions, and invariably Bill would have them. Bill's not an engineer.
Right.
Bill's a draftsman. He can think spatially, three-dimensionally. He draws very well, thank you very much. But he also has a mind for systems.
Yeah.
Right. So he can imagine systems, and that's what, conceptually, he came up with all these sorts of things. So he looks at the photograph, and what he gets is that this ship is spraying gases, 3, 4, or 5 different kinds of gases, depending on what day you talk to him. Bill was horrible with numbers, inconsistency. A number of gases are being sprayed out the back. The ships are being operated by reptilian aliens who are spraying mind control gases to control the population. Right. So this is Bill. This is assessments from what he's...
Interesting, though, because that lines up with our data. So here's the thing. So we get 2 different... Sorry if I'm cutting you off.
No, that's fine. I'll come back.
Okay. So we're getting 2 different things. We're getting this plume-like thing, gaseous plume, coming from the craft, right? So this backs up Bill, right? Then we are also getting an energy moving downwards. So they seem to be 2 different types of energy. So with one viewer who began to feel very tired, very sleepy, you've got to wonder if Bill is correct on the plume-like gases in order to keep people dulled down in the area because they're trying to accomplish an operation, right?
Keep people dulled down. Keep that in mind, because there's more later.
So then you've got that, and then we've also got the reptilian type being.
Yeah, the reptilian element. Yeah. Bill's always talking about reptilians. Every time we're talking about reptilians.
This is fascinating. Wow.
So reptilians on the ship. You said that it would change shape. Bill's claim, looking at the photograph, is that there were 6 craft in that photograph. You have to look very carefully at it to find even a little tinier dot in front of one on the far left side of the image. But there are 6 blobs in there. His claim is that there was one person in charge of all this whole fleet, you know, and that there were 2 cloaking devices. One of them was used for photography, and one of them was used for the humans. And they forgot to turn on the human one, or the photography one. Humans couldn't see it; the camera could. Now, I think that it's easy to kind of dream that up. You know, for me, I'm not completely on board with that. Right. You know, maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. But who am I to say? Yeah. It doesn't feel right to me. In any case, we have these blobs on the camera. You said it changed shape. If you take a look closely at the blown up version that I gave you, you can see fuzziness around it. Naturally, yes, it's a picture of a picture, but I've sharpened it a bit. And if you analyze closely, and you'll see it here in the video as well, this picture, you'll see, you know, there's a bit of haziness around the smaller blobs in the background. You know, who's to say that it wasn't some kind of cloaking, or that they may not have been going through right here.
Right.
You see these here?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, right. Plus that back one, the one to the far left. You know, look at that. You know, could that be a result of a cloaking device? If that's indeed a real ship.
Right.
You know, is that part of changing shape that your viewers had interpreted?
Right. Wow. Yeah, look at that. Look at the fuzzy.
Yeah, I mean, he said that this was a tanker. You know, it's spraying gases.
Spraying gases.
Right, and it's kind of the serrated edge. And if you look at this thing from the front, so from the nose on, like this, John, from nose on, if you look at it, it has a shape like a snake.
Like a snake.
A body of a snake. You know, so it tapers from the nose all the way to the back.
Right. Wow.
So I think, are those all the points? I think those are all the fine details that Bill had shared with me. Again, you know, a majority of that stuff came from, from Bill's head interpreting the photo.
It lines up with multiple remote viewers. Yeah. One thing that I do find really interesting, because I was separating these 2 aspects before. I was separating, while looking through the data, this plume-like gaseous substance from this downward energetic substance. So there were different things happening here. And I had, because one of the remote viewers had an adverse reaction when they were looking at the plume-like, getting this morphing plume-like substance. And this viewer said that they were feeling strange and tired and just off. And there's something weird with this objective because of the way they're feeling. I thought that interesting with regard to the plume-like gas, so I started wondering about that as far as what that is doing to the people and what it's meant to do to the people, part of possibly obscuring the craft or this or that. So I thought that was fascinating. Now the other thing that I find fascinating, and this is in the second grouping of sessions where we're looking at what they're doing here. So 3 remote viewers were throwing out this metaphor, this idea that all line up with each other. So one viewer, let me just run through it. Oftentimes remote viewing data, it can be hard to figure out, but the viewers will have this same theme running through it. So one viewer is talking about Batman, right? And these
are the metaphors you were telling me about.
Yes, the metaphors. So one viewer was talking about Batman. This is like a Batman scenario. Somebody's trying to save the world. Another viewer is talking about Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation, where they have 2 distinct aspects to themselves. One is animalistic and bad, one is good. And then another viewer is talking about a person that's creating a tulpa, which is a being to do their bidding, right? A paraphysical type being that can take physical form to do their bidding. So each one of these 3 metaphors, they all mean the same thing. So what is Batman? Batman is not really trying to save the world. Batman is trying to save himself, right? This is what the viewer is trying to explain. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, doing bad things and good things, very compassionate and very bad. Same with the tulpa. People usually have the tulpa explanation in negative circumstances, to do bad things, right? And the tulpa can turn on you, sort of situation. So what we have here is this dualistic thing occurring. And that is interesting from the standpoint of what she was talking about, where they're gassing the people, right? We get this plume-like gas that's affecting. as well as we get this other concept of saving the world, and they're trying to save the situation in the lagoon and in the ocean, but at the same time causing a negative situation for the people. So you have this kind of dichotomy happening there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Bill always talked about this struggle, this fight, war, what have you, between the reptilians and humans. You know, they're always trying to, you know, control us. And and really the conversation with them was always about, not always about, but you know, whenever the reptilians came up, it was, you know, the same thing from Bill about, you know, they're spraying gases, you know, and he'd go through this litany of examples of the selection of Admiral Rico Botta, you know, being Australian. Why'd they pull him over? He didn't go to college, you know, not a West Point graduate. Why'd they put him over there? And I'm reporting to him as the person who's helping debrief the Nazi spies, bringing over all this technology, the flying saucer technology. Hey, Admiral Botta, they're building flying saucers over there with reptilians, according to Bill.
Wow.
Bill was tasked with assembling the packages that he would then take to industry, and they had to take these notes to try to create product.
Right.
Right. So he used examples like why Rico Botta, you know, the mind control. You know, Botta isn't programmed in their education system.
Right.
You know, but he would just kind of rail against the educational system.
Yeah.
And, you know, just a lot of different things to point out how the system of control, and it's all the reptilians, right? They're spraying gases on us, and people don't know they're spraying gases on it, and we're being mind controlled. You're being mind controlled. They're being mind controlled. And my argument to Bill was, well, shoot, you know, and it's like what you said. You said, what did you say? You said that they don't want to be seen. You know, they want to be discovered. They got their own thing going over there. You know, is it a nefarious mission to mind control the populace on the planet? Or is it just these gases are used to fix what we need to down here in this lagoon?
And then take off.
Yeah, and then take off, right?
Right.
So really, what is it? I don't know. But, you know, if you listen to Bill, you know, through the channeling through Diet, you know, he understands the purpose of the reptilians now. He still doesn't agree with them, but he understands.
Right.
You know, but is it really that we're at war with them, you know?
Well, you know, okay, is it really that we are at war with them?
Or that they're controlling us?
A struggle with them, yeah.
And the point I was going to make about talking to Bill is like, how can you fight something you can't see?
Right.
You know,
right.
Or understand or appreciate. Well, they're spraying you with gases, so you can't know they exist. I'm like, so what's the point?
Yeah, really. Well, yeah.
How do you do that? Anyhow,
yeah, no, that's a good point.
Yeah, but she did, you know, and you pointed out as you were listening, you know, that Bill even mentioned water, you know, through debt. All this water, kept bringing up water.
Yeah, some focus on the water. Yeah, focus on the lagoon.
Yeah, we went in a different direction with it, but still it's...
But you can see, I mean, all of these things, it's like remote viewing data. It's like remote viewers. Say we have 3 different remote viewers, and what happens with remote viewers is that their data crosses over where it corroborates, and then it fills it out in different directions. Even though you can't corroborate that, it still fills out the whole picture, and this is what we're getting with the 3 of us. You know, we're getting it with me, we're getting it with Diet, and we're getting it with William, is that we're getting these 3
more clear pieces of the puzzle.
Exactly, that are lining up and then expanding outward. So I think that's fascinating.
How confident are you in the remote viewing data?
Oh, I'm very confident. I'm very confident.
Any doubt whatsoever?
No.
So that ship existed.
Yes.
You know, it's spraying gases. It rescued the lagoon.
Yeah. I mean, this is. I've been doing this for, you know, over 20 years, and see how data lines up in a real world way of actually making people money or finding people or solving problems, and then watching people follow our data to either make money or come to a conclusion or find somebody. So I know how it works. So when I see this working out this way, I trust it 100%.
So successes in other areas with the process allows you to trust and believe that it's true.
Yeah.
Even though for this particular one, it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to try to find proof on the ground.
You can't find proof on the ground because the last thing that we tasked on this was, how can we find evidence of this? And it was nothing. There's nothing there. This came and went. It's over. It's done.
Done. So the question, you know, is this still going on? Is a big fat no.
Nope.
Yeah. Just the one time.
Yeah.
Cool. So if you're thinking about going out to Carlsbad Lagoon to try to take photographs, you know, be respectful of the residents there, there's nothing to see.
Yeah,
Right?
at least not at this moment. Who knows?
Yeah, at this moment.
Yeah.
Exactly. Unless somebody dumps another fish tank into the lagoon. Not to speak any energy of that. Just cancel it, right? Cancel. So I think we've got to the end here. What are our next steps? What do you want to do now?
You want to learn how to remote view?
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's do it. I think we've got our next step then.
Woohoo! Yeah, buddy. So yeah, stay tuned. You know, we'll see what comes out of that. You know, and it's like I said. You know, the experience of it is the proof. And if you're interested in learning about remote viewing, you're not really teaching these days, right?
You know, I don't have any classes scheduled at the moment, but
you may watch your website.
I may watch the website.
Your website is righthemispheric.com.
That's right.
Right. You've got a YouTube channel as well.
YouTube channel as well. It's Right Hemispheric YouTube channel.
Can they connect to you through YouTube?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, excellent. All right, I think that's about it. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, watching Search for Truth Reality, and that's a wrap, eh?
Cool.
All right, thanks again. Cut. Bill, man.
That was awesome, man. That was neat.
Yeah.
I was stoked to hear her.
The basic idea is that let's start with the mining process. When the mining process was done, it was not at all done using crude chisels and hammers. It was a very high-tech thing. It was using apparently off-world technology because it was very clear that the humans that were doing stuff down there did not know how to do this stuff. It was not technology that they personally developed. And the people who were actually doing the mining were different from the people who were doing the assembly of the pyramid. The people who were doing the assembly of the pyramid were like you and I, normal humans. But the people who were doing the mining were not. They were genetically engineered clones, shorter, minimal mental capabilities, things like that. And the reason is they were using a technology that sliced these rocks using energy tools right out of the walls. Think of Star Wars laser weapon type stuff that you just sort of, like a laser thing, you just sort of slice it up and down. And that's how they got those straight sides. But that produced liquid volcanism. That produced liquid rock on the sides. And liquid rock is one of the most toxic substances in terms of the gases it produces, the pollution. For example, you cannot live and survive on the edge of a volcano with all that volcanic fumes coming up. It'll kill you right away. So people who study volcanoes and go to the edge, they have to wear air tanks, sometimes minimally filtration, but often air tanks. They can't breathe that stuff. So normal humans like you and I simply couldn't do the mining. So these genetically engineered clones were able to withstand those harsh conditions a little bit better than we could. In addition, they had some masks that they put on that had filtration as well as eye protection. But even that was not enough. They became defective, and new crops had to be put in place. Dick Allgaier perceived these things clearly, and he clearly said this is a mining facility, and this is why they're being used like that, because of that technology that's being used. And so he followed them back. Where were they being created? And so he followed them back into the nursery where they were being grown as fetuses. And he found, in fact, what he called a praying mantis lady. Now, many extraterrestrials are very telepathically aware with regard to remote viewing, perceptions, things like that. That's not a challenge for them. And believe it or not, this praying mantis lady actually perceived Dick Allgaier remote viewing her. And she was not pleased. So, and she basically said, get the blankety blank out of here. This is none of your business. It's very interesting that you can do this, but get out. Anyway, so that interaction between her and Dick, to my knowledge, is the first live video recorded interaction publicly available to anyone between a human and an extraterrestrial, and that was just caught by accident live on camera. So that was very fascinating. So she was like a caretaker and overseer to these fetuses, to these genetically engineered clones. And so they're the ones who actually did the slicing and the dicing of the rocks to get them out of the quarry. Once they were cut, they were given to normal humans like you and I, who shipped them and did the assembly. The process of building these pyramids was it was awful. There was essentially a slave-master relationship, and we did not have any images of extraterrestrials side by side with humans, so it looks like it was manipulated on the side or behind the scenes. So the humans may not even have known that the extraterrestrials are doing it. Now, some of the technology would have been very obvious. For example, the energy tools for cutting the rocks. Some of those devices were quite large. And also the levitation. That technology was not understood by the humans who were moving the rocks, but the humans just guided the rocks into place. They didn't use any strong physical force to push them. So the technology may have been in their face, But they were sufficiently primitive that they could have believed it was some type of magic. Why were so many resources put into building these things that are just a pile of rock? So that's a really good question. Well, part of the answer comes when we resolve what happened at the end of the period, when the pyramids were almost being finished, being built, but not quite. Some of them were finished, like the Great Pyramid of Giza was finished, but some of the others were not. And what we found out is that a second group of extraterrestrials, or what Dad Smith calls travelers from a large distance, vast distance, arriving in ships. So a second group of extraterrestrials came. I'm just connecting the dots and speculating. They apparently chased the first group of extraterrestrials that were running this awful project away. Don't know what happened to them. We have no evidence of space battles. And then they instilled new knowledge or distributed new knowledge to the humans, essentially dispelling old myths, trying to help the humans by giving them new information. And within a period of 10 years, the entire Egyptian slave master society melted away. It was all gone. People had left. They just walked out. And so within 10 years, the whole thing was over. And the people were gone. So, you know, the really important thing here that I want to emphasize, and this is something I've never emphasized in any interview to date, is that what created the end of that seemingly impenetrable, permanent slave-master relationship, awful society, was just the distribution of new knowledge. In the distribution of new knowledge, there's no way to control people. Meaning, people control others, not because you're pointing a barrel of a gun at them, but because the people that you're trying to control have a belief system that allows that control. And when the belief system evaporates, when it goes away, when it's dispelled, no amount of guns can keep them. It's gone. So people are controlled not because of force, they're controlled because of their beliefs. And that's what happened. The new extraterrestrials came in, it distilled new information, changed the beliefs, and the whole awful slave master society just went away. So that's a really important thing that I've actually not mentioned and emphasized on any interview to date. And so what basically happened was this new group of outsiders came in, apparently with the technological capabilities to have firepower that they could have defeated, you know, the first group. But they apparently didn't use it. They chased them off without that, and then apparently were able to change the whole society just by distributing new information. So anyway, that's a very useful and valuable sort of way to actually understand how this whole thing worked. And it matches the facts that we have on the ground today, including the understanding of major exoduses or departures from Egyptian society, and the fact that the pyramids were not all of them were not completely finished. They stopped sort of in the process. Some of them were finished, but some of them were not finished. So all of these data match what we see on the ground, and no other, you know, satisfactory explanation is around that actually does all that.
Courtney, do you know what the second group of ETs looked like, or where they came?
They looked like you and me.
That's what I thought.
Very clear. They looked just like you would not have been able to tell the difference. There were more men than women. There were a few women, but mostly they were men. They were travelers. They had good intentions. They were benevolent. But the first group of extraterrestrials did not look like you and I, and they were malevolent. Now, we don't want to be racist. It doesn't mean that every praying mantis thing is hostile to the human species. It's just that that particular group that was on the planet at that time were up to no good, and that's what they were doing. But somewhere in between 70,000 years ago and today, some extraterrestrials got involved and distorted the normal human evolutionary path to build triangularly shaped pyramidal structures, to have a slave-master relationship in the society, which doesn't seem to have happened in the Atlantean period and is not happening now. So to have this whole different type of architecture, and then to also have a religion piled on top of all this. So it really looks like brainwashing at its best. If someone's going to a prison, the first thing they do is a guard gives them a sledgehammer and say, go out there and break those rocks. So at the end of the day, they're exhausted. They don't have the energy to plan a revolt or escape. They just want to sleep. And that's exactly what that back-breaking work is supposed to do. So that's what it looks like the pyramids actually were. It looks like they were do work. And then at the end, they were sort of high technology type of things. They did actually use those pyramids to channel earth energy, sort of like ley line stuff, to produce a light show. And the light show Dick Elgar described as like a laser show on steroids at a rock concert, or like the Northern Lights times 100. You know, it was a big light show. But there was nothing practical about it. It didn't heat any homes. It didn't offer any shelter. It created a religion. That's what this whole project was doing. So it exhausted people and then put a religious concept on top of it. So, you know, if you ask me, my interpretation, speculative, connecting the dots, Mark, is that they were trying to control humans so that we did not follow our normal evolutionary tendencies, which would have been like the Atlantean period and like what we had today. And so as soon as the second group of extraterrestrials came, the first group was disrupted, and we had a situation in which we were allowed to continue our normal path. And what do we have? We have a normal technological society now that looks just like the Atlantean society. The Atlantean one was a little bit more advanced than ours by, say, 100 years or so, but it was pretty close to what we have now. And architecture is like what you see. No pyramids.
Did this occur after the fall of Atlantis?
Yes, it happened. It happened after the fall of Atlantis, and since you had to wait for the human population to recover in terms of numbers in order to build the Great Pyramids, it's probably closer to our time period than it was to the 70,000 year ago time period. So I'm just ballpark guessing at 15,000, 20,000 years, 10,000 years. That seems like a reasonable ballpark guess, but it's closer to our side of it than the Atlantean side of it.
Did you ever find out where the second group of ETs came from?
No, in fact, we don't know where the first group came from. So all we know is they arrived, and when they arrived, they changed things and apparently chased off the first group. Now, we don't know what the first group is doing. There was no evidence in these data of a space battle, so they could still be here. In fact, you know, what would happen if you were that first group and your operation to control the human population was disrupted? Well, what you might do is sort of a fallback plan B is a situation of guerrilla warfare, terrorism type stuff. And these extraterrestrials apparently were very good at manipulating human elite. I mean, they got the human elite to construct a slave-master relationship in their society. I mean, and a religion and everything. So, you know, it's possible that they're still messing with us. And if you look at the 20th century, you have World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, then you have the first Desert Storm, and then you have 9/11, and you have the second invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, and it goes on and on. So you either have to say we're a dysfunctional species, you know, a write-off society, or a real good question is maybe we're not really like this and someone's messing with us just to disturb us, to get our leaders to do crazy things so that we're constantly agitated and fighting one battle after the next. So it's not that I have any good information about this. I'm not having any solid information about it. It's just that it looks very suspicious to me given the completely dysfunctional nature of humanity. I'm just sort of wondering, are we really dysfunctional or is somebody messing with us? I simply do not know. But if those extraterrestrials are still around, that would be a reasonable hypothesis for what they're doing now.
Draco, Latin for dragon, is a far northern constellation that is circumpolar for many northern hemisphere observers. It is one. The star Thuban, Dragonus, was the northern pole star around 2700 BC, during the time of the ancient Egyptians. Due to the effects of precession, it will once again be the pole star around the year 21,000 AD. It is interesting to note that when Alexander the Great invaded India more than 2,000 years ago, his historians chronicled that at one point they were attacked by flying, fiery shields that dove at his army, and frightened the cavalry. But some of them made a patabota, shield made of hide, and with their creative power, made it fly through the air. On this many of the people flew to a big city, attacked it, and returned so fast no one knew where they came from. Soon the people of many cities and countries were making patabotas, and flying on them to attack one another, so corruption and war came to the third world as it had to the others.
This is Bill Ryan here from Project Camelot and Project Avalon, and it's 20th of February 2010, and it's my great privilege to be meeting again with Klaus Donner. And in this video presentation, it's going to be an interview of the difference, because I'm going to do very little talking indeed, maybe none at all. And Klaus is going to be doing an audio commentary on one of his extremely special, unusual, and fascinating slideshows about the artifacts and the various phenomena that he has been researching, discovering, investigating personally all over the world, relating to what I think you could legitimately call the hidden history of the human race. Would you say that that's a good summary, Klaus?
That's a very good summary, yes.
So I'm going to step back here, and what follows now, just kick back and enjoy this slide presentation, and Klaus is going to take you through his own journey. You can accompany him on his own journey through his own discoveries. And take it away, Klaus. What are we looking at here? I can see an array of pyramids. What's the significance?
The significance is that you can find pyramids all over the world, on each continent. And the question is, when and who did build those pyramids? Why many of those pyramids all over the world are looking very, very similar? Another question is, did there really exist a global civilization? And I think many of our researchers are really telling us that once upon a long time a global civilization existed. But how many thousands of years ago, we don't know. Most of the audience of Project Camelot may know about the story of one stone pyramid building found in 1984, 25 meters under the sea level in Japan, on the island of Yonaguni, which is the southeast Japanese island belonging to the Ryukyu island group. And there's still a struggling of some international archaeologists who are saying that these monuments were done by nature. But my friend Professor Masaaki Kimura did several years since then researches not only on this monument, but also he found several others close by. On the right side down you have a model, and one thing nature is definitely not doing on top of two platforms of this monument. There is one huge stone turtle and one huge stone bird like an eagle. Nature is doing many things, but not such a precise, perfect monument. And the question is, where are all the stones? If nature would have done it broken down, where are those stones? There are also streets, and there was also found a stone stadium like a Roman Colosseum with stone seat rows and stone stairs. Nature is great, is doing many, many great things, but not such perfect buildings. Here you have the huge stone turtle, and you can see also how small is a diver against this big monument. Here you have one street with stairs going up. Here again a very close-up picture just to recognize the size of this huge monument. Here you can see some world maps. On the top, on the right side, you can see the Piri race map, which was used already long time before Christopher Columbus came to America. And you can see how perfect this map was already in the beginning of the 16th century, showing part of Europe, of Spain, Portugal, part of Western Africa, and also part of South America. We do not know until now who was able to make such a perfect map already centuries ago. And on the rest of the Piri Reis map, which we do not show on this picture, you can also see the Antarctic without ice. In 1956, researchers found out that the Earth under the ice mass at the Antarctic is exactly like the Piri Reis map was showing. So this Piri Reis map should be at least older than 10 to 12,000 years. But the next question would be, who was able to make such a wonderful world map? On the left side, on top, you see Atlantis, done by Athanasius Walzemüller, and the map is the other way round. He did it the other way round, and you can see the continent between Europe, Africa, and also America. And you can see on the left side down different sides of a huge stone world map. This stone world map was found in 1984 while gold digging in Ecuador in an underground tunnel system with other 350 artifacts which do not really fit any known and existing South American pre-Columbian culture. On this stone map is a natural quartz line, a white one, and this is the front side of the world stone map, and you can see approximately in the Near East, close to Saudi Arabia, you can see an inlay as an eye. And from this eye to the right and to the left is a natural quartz line going on the right side over India, Thailand, and also there's a long island on the right side, which Professor Kimura's research gave him the statement that from the northeast Japanese island until far down after Taiwan, once there existed a huge continent. But then this world map must be older than at least 10 to 12,000 years. And here's the back side, and you can see on the right side coming the quartz line passing in the Atlantic, a continent, Atlantis, which in our days does not exist anymore. Then the white line is crossing part of South America, and here you have a close-up, and you can exactly see the Bay of Guayaquil, an inlay going up to north, and a round inlay showing exactly the place where there were found those artifacts, and there is also the best quality water worldwide existing. One other very interesting artifact found on the same place in Ecuador is the so-called pyramid with the eye. The eye is an inlay, the stone is gray and white, and you have 13 steps, and it looks exactly like the pyramid with a shining eye on the $1 US. If you put this pyramid under black light, the eye is shining very strongly, and it looks really like an eye, but not real like a human eye. Here you have a close-up of the eye, and you can see the colors of the inlay. On the bottom of this pyramid, you have the inlay in little gold plates showing the Orion star constellation, and you have unknown writing. The translation of Professor Kurt Schildmann, who was the president of the German Linguistic Association, and he was perfect in more than 40 languages. He was able to translate this writing. He called it Pre-sanskrit because it is older than the oldest writing. And the translation of these 4 letters you can see here, his translation is "the Son of the Creator comes." As we found the same writing on stones in certain countries like Ecuador, Colombia, Illinois, United States, Clausel, France, Malta in the Mediterranean, Turkmenistan, Australia, and in southern Calabria, Italy, just a few years ago. Always there are stones and ceramics, terracotta with the same writing. That means this writing existed once worldwide, and that means there must have been a global civilization older than Sanskrit, older than 6,000 years. And Professor Schildmann also told me that this writing has a little similarity to the Indus writing and also to the Easter Island writing. And as he said, this is older than Sanskrit. He called this writing Pre-sanskrit. On this stone, you can see on the top the 2 eyes, and then you see the right hand holding the pyramid and putting the left hand on top of the pyramid. That means showing how to use this pyramid with the eye. On this stone you can see an engraving, sitting a man on a stone holding the pyramid exactly as it was shown on the artifact before. From his eyes are going rays out, and on the right side you see two bowed persons. On his head he has something like a small helmet, and from this helmet goes up like an antenna to a strange object over him. And here you have the photo of the discovered helmet. We could not yet make a metal research or checking what kind of metal was used, but you can see in the center of the helmet that something is missing, and that might have been this kind of antenna which was shown on the artifact before. Another very strange finding from the same place is one big jade cup and 12 little jade cups. As the 12 cups are man-made and each one is a little bit different in size, if you fill them up perfectly with water and you put the 12 cups of water inside the big cup is completely filled. The next strange thing is that you can see on the little cups numbers which are looking like the Mayan numbers, but if you compare them with the Mayan numbers, you find out that there are some little differences. And on the big cup, you can see a perfect inlaid star constellation, also showing the Orion and other stars. And inside the big cup, it is very, very magnetic, and outside the cup, nearly nothing. Professional geologists are saying this is impossible because if a stone has metal particles inside the stone, it must be same magnetic from both sides. Here you have a close-up of the big cup, and you can see a perfect inlay of star constellations, and they are shining very brightly if you put black light on it. Here you have some small cups that you can figure out more clearly the style of the numbers inlaid in a strange material also shining under black light. That's another piece, a jade plate with the same star constellation inlay like on the big cup, and two persons facing the sky, and on the next picture you can see that also the eyes of these two statues and the star constellation is shining very strongly under black light. This was once a hard-formed brown stone, changing the color in the center of the stone into black, which usually in nature does not happen. And you can see, if you look very close, you can see a face with closed eyes, with a mouth, the nose, a long beard and long hair. On the left side, the face and also the stone is broken. This is the reverse side of this stone. You can see a spiral and a triangle. The center of the triangle is very magnetic, also shining under black light. Here we have the backside of a cobra. The cobra never existed in South America, but this one was found at the same place. On this side of the cobra head, you have 33 lines in lines. So 33 is also a very mystical number since long time. And on the left side and right side, you have 7 points inlaid, and maybe these are the chakras. Also, this cobra head is shining brightly if you put black light on it. Another object here, you have a perfect worked dolphin head, and also this artifact is shining under black light. Here you have a kind of stone helmet. You can put this granite stone helmet on your shoulders, or you can lay your head inside it, and the inlay points which you see on this helmet, some experts told me that these points are exactly the acupuncture points on the human head. Here you can see how it might have been used. And a few months ago, they found at the same place an unfinished stone helmet. So that means that also some of these artifacts were made directly in Ecuador, but many, many years ago. And also the inlay on this object are shining under black light very bright. This is a fantastic jade snake, and also the inlay points are shining under black light. Here we have one artifact which is very perfectly carved on the back side, so that means it might have been used to put this artifact on the front of your forehead. You can see the two eyes inlaid, and on the reverse side you have the so-called third eye. Maybe this artifact was used for some ceremonies or for meditation. Here we have a jade plate with an inlay of a spiral, also shining brightly under black light. Another one, you can see 7 rings inlaid in the jade plate and also shining under black light. Maybe this also could be a presentation of the 7 chakras. Here is one of the ceramics found there. It's a great masterpiece, and the question is, how can you make this artifact out of one piece of ceramic? Here we have another pyramidal stone found also in Ecuador. On top you see the pyramid with the eye, and you have down several spirals and symbols. Some of them are very similar to the churchward Nakal plates, which he found 1880 in India, and the translation was talking about the sunken continent of Mu. This is a marble with another inlay of a spiral, also shining very brightly under black light. Another stone in a pyramidal form with an inlay of an eye. Here you can see again the pyramid with the eye, and on the bottom you see the Orion star constellation, the 3 Orion stars, which might focus us to the 3 pyramids in Egypt. Here you have a ceramic statue. You can see the style of sitting is not real pre-Columbian style. It looks like the lotus seat from Asia. On top of this statue you have a head with some points, and it looks quite similar to many of the Buddha presentations. He holds a snake in his mouth. The snake is a very, very mystical and very often presented object. So that means this statue is not from any existing or known pre-Columbian culture. Even the next one, you can see that how this statue is sitting, it looks more the direction of Asia. On top of his head, again a very strange head, and in the center you can see like the head of a frog. Also, the frog is a very mystical animal in old South American pre-Columbian culture, but also in Africa and also in Asia. Here another ceramic statue holding a kind of plate in his left hand, and it looks also not really pre-Columbian culture. This is another very strange artifact holding a stick with a snake. Again, we have the snake here, and the question is where and who this statue was done. This is a photo of the Altiplano in Bolivia. Archaeologists and researchers found out that at least before 4,000 years, there was happened a very big impact in Argentina, and the shock wave of this big impact destroyed many stone buildings in the Altiplano of Bolivia. You have here a picture of Pumapunku, a very strange place close to Tiahuanaco in Bolivia, and you see tons of stone plates with perfect work on it destroyed. Maybe this was the reaction to the big impact in Argentina. Here you have my friend Giancarlo Bonfanti, Italian researcher, in the center of the so-called Sun Gate in Tiahuanaco in Bolivia. And some researchers write that the figurines on top of this side of the Sun Gate are showing the Venus calendar. Here you have one of the big stone plates from Pumapunku, and you can see how perfect this stonework was done. And the question is, could you do such perfect work with simple tools? Close to this area, they found skeletons with a size of 2.6 meters. And the picture on the top shows you the skull of one of these skeletons, and it looks like it is deformed, but definitely these skulls are not deformed. They are natural style, like an egg. On this photo you see how strong the jaw of those skulls were. This is a front view, and the most interesting photo is this one, because you can see that the top of the skull does not have the 3 plates which we have as Homo sapiens, and that shows us that these skeletons are not Homo sapiens. What we might be able is doing a DNA check and an age dating on these skeletons, because we are very much wondering what kind of humans did exist long time ago and how long ago. On the next pictures I show you some artifacts found close by the real giants, and when I first time got this mask in my hands, I tried to look through the 2 eyes. At that time I didn't know that they were belonging to 2.6 meter skeletons, and I was just wondering, why did they make masks where you can only look out from 1 eye? But after knowing that those people were over 2.5 meters, I could imagine that their skull was of course bigger than our skull, and that's why these masks were for us oversized. That's another mask from Bolivia, another one with very wonderful encarving, many spirals and many symbols, which we also found in many other cultures. This is a very heavy stone figurine, and again here you can see on the top the head of a snake going down on his backside. This is the reverse side. You can see again the snake. So that means the snake must have been a very, very important animal in the past of our history. Here you can see a stone flute. The strange thing is that the vibration of the sound of these stone flutes is exactly the same as our brain waves. So that means maybe those flutes were used for meditation or for healing purposes. And each 2 holes are connected perfectly with each other. That means you can make perfect holes into this very, very hard stone, but how you connect with simple tools the 2 holes on the bottom, this would be, even in our days, a very difficult work to do.
Because it's in the shape of a U and it curves around inside the stone.
That's right. And with simple tools, you are definitely not able to do such a work. And even the holes are very precise. This is the form of a boat, and you have 3 flute pipes at the end. Here you can see how perfectly they were made. This is another flute, very small. You can use it only with very soft blowing, and the sound is like the sound of the dolphins. This is an artifact where we do not have any idea for what purpose it was used. Now we are in Colombia. On the next few photos, I show you very strange artifacts from Colombia in South America. The most famous industrial designer and architect in Colombia, Professor Jaime Gutierrez, is collecting strange artifacts from his country already since centuries. His most important piece is the so-called genetic disc. Here you can see a disc made out of lyddite, a very hard stone. It's nearly the same hardness as granite, but the structure of lyddite is like leaves, so it would be quite impossible to make the same disc in nowadays out of the same material. The diameter of this disc, we call it the genetic disc, is about 27 centimeters. And on this disc you have several things presented which usually you can only see with a microscope. For example, on the left side, around 11 o'clock, you can see one egg, human egg, without and another with spermia. On the right side, at approximately 1 o'clock, you can see some spermias, and then you have several very strange presentations which we could not explain. But here on the left side you have a microscopic photo from the inside of a lady done by a Swedish photographer, and you can see that the egg without and with spermia looks exactly like the presentation on this genetic disc. On the reverse side you have on top several presentations of fetus in different size, different age, ending up with looks like a little child. You see also at the end of the plate around 6 o'clock female and male, and also on the right side around 9 o'clock you can see the presentation of man, woman and child. But the strange thing is how they present those human-like heads. Here you can see a knife done by the same material, lyddite. On top of the knife, on the handle, you have mother's head. Beyond you have the child's head, and the umbilical cord is going around the neck of the child. So that means this knife would have been used to cut the umbilical cord, saving the child's life. This is a close-up mother, child, and umbilical cord. This is an instrument. It might have been used for helping the child coming out, leaving the mother, when there were some complications. And it is also made out of the same material, lyddite. You have here the vagina and the child's head coming out. And on the reverse side, you can put only your thumb inside. That means you can only use this instrument with your fingers, meaning you cannot use power. So that means it might be safer helping the child leaving the mother than our instruments we are using in our days, because sometimes the modern instruments, while being used, can damage the child's head. This, we think, is a medical instrument. It is also Lyddite, and it's a perfect form. Another one, and these are other ones, they are very much smaller than shown on this photo. And when we did a material check in Vienna, the most expert worldwide checked those pieces. First of all, the material. Each one is done with Lyddite, and the form itself, he checked them, and finally he said, I cannot tell you how they were done, who did they make, but the only thing I can definitely tell you, from the same material in our days, we cannot make the same instruments. So how old they are, we do not know, but as they were found in Colombia, and they do not fit any existing pre-Columbian culture, we must consider that those artifacts are at least older than 6,000 years. But we cannot explain what kind of technology they did use to be able to make such instruments and such tools made with Lyddite. You can see each piece fits exactly every kind of hand, never mind how big the size of the hand was. Each instrument, each tool fits exactly each hand which was using those instruments. This face looks a little bit like the Maui, the big stone statues from Easter Island. Here you have a close-up. This, in joking, I call it the dentist chair. Perfectly done, but again, same material, Lyddite. And the strange question is, why, if they could make such perfect figurines out of this very difficult material, why did they show the human face always with big round eyes and a little nose and a big mouth? There is no real explanation possible. This is again one piece from Colombia, Lyddite. On the front side you see the mother holding the baby, and on the back side you see the man with armors, most probably for hunting. This stone figurine was found in Colombia. It looks exactly like the Maui statues from Easter Islands, but it is only about 30 centimeters in size. This is another masterpiece of stonework. You have on both sides presented one bird, but if you look at the front side, you can see that the two birds presenting a face, and on the left side, between the bird's head and the wings, you see again this unknown writing which we found on stones from all over the world. This is the mother holding a child, very strange face, and it's a kind of jade material. This is another stone from Colombia showing an armadillo. On top of the armadillo you can see a strange face with long ear and two horns on top. On this artifact you can see a smiling face on top. You have two triangles on this side, and on the other side, on the right side, you have a face. Again, the animal face on the right side, and some unknown symbols. And on the bottom of this object you see an animal, looks like a crocodile. Now we are moving to Guinea, West Africa, very close to the border with Mali. They found on a huge granite mountain the half portrait of a lady done in granite stone, and the size of this statue from top of the head until the middle of the torso is exactly 150 meters. So this is a real big question. who might have been able to do such a huge granite half-portrait in a mountain at least 10 to 12,000 years ago, because the Italian geologist Professor Pittoni was on the spot. He did these photos and he checked the earth on the bottom of this mountain, and his calculation was that this stone monument must have been done at least 10 to 12,000 years ago. But then we have the real big question: who could have been able to do such a big stone monument? Even in our days, it would be impossible, or at least it would cost so much money that it would never be able to do. And if you look at the close-up of the face, some experts told me that this face definitely is not European, but also, of course, not Black African. It must be either South American or Asian culture. But then again, we are at the point 10 to 12,000 years ago. It might be the civilization, the lost civilization from Atlantis. Close to this area in Sierra Leone, Professor Pittoni was in charge of diamond excavations. And as he heard in this area a legend about Allah was angry with some angels, and he put them into stone and throw them to the earth. He put the sky, also made it into stone and throw it to the earth, and he put the stars and throw them to the earth. The legend says that the sky you can see on this stone, they call them sky stones, sky blue stones found in this area under the earth. And we did research in Vienna. This is definitely artificial stone. It's not a natural stone, and all the material could be found, but the only thing they could not inform us is what kind of color did they use to get this real sky blue color. The stone figurines found from 20 meters down to even 50 meters. Professor Pittoni always took some organic material from the finding place, and the age dating of those stone artifacts are from 2,500 years up to the oldest one, 17,000 years. Here you have a granite stone, so-called nomoli, stone nomoli, with very nice encarving. Here you have a man sitting on an elephant, as there are also the legions of giants all over Africa. You know how big is an elephant. It's a wonderful stonework. It's very hard and very heavy. There are also some artifacts showing half human or human with the head of a reptile, holding a kind of pot in their hand, and they could put something inside this pot, and also on top of several nomolis there is a hole for putting something inside, and most probably they were used for ceremonies. Here you have a kind of animal. It looks like a dinosaur. And when Professor Pittoni found this statue, it was making a strange noise. So he opened the statue, and they found inside the small black ball you can see on the bottom of the statue, and this was iron material. When we did the research on this artifact, and especially on this metal ball, next morning the professor called me and told me that somebody must have done a bad joke to me. I asked why, because the result of the research was this metal material is chrome steel, and chrome steel was found first time at the beginning of the 20th century in Austria. That means it was impossible inside a statue with the age of approximately 17,000 years. But when I called immediately Professor Pittoni, he was laughing and he said, "I'm a geologist. If a statue is making a strange sound, I do not open it just right away, but I did several X-rays, and you can see here on the right picture one of the X-ray photos, and you see that inside the closed statue already the round ball, the chrome steel ball, was existing. On this X-ray photo you can see exactly, and also Professor Pitoni saw, that this statue in former days already was opened but perfectly closed again, and he called a specialist who opened it exactly concerning this photo, the small stone ball which was closing the whole inside, and you can see that the metal ball was already existing. Some of you might have watched several pictures, photos on the internet of giant skeletons found in desert, in India, in China and other places. Most of those photos were competition photos to present Photoshop. Perfectly done. I also was quite impressed when I received first time one of those photos, but these photos I'm showing you now, they are definitely not coming out from a Photoshop competition. These photos are real skulls and skeletons. This skull was found in a tunnel system underground in Colombia. The skull is dated up to 11,000 years. The skull is bigger than normal skull, and the front teeth of the jaw are lined up in a different way than our teeth.
Something that occurs to me here is that there's a very strong, pronounced jaw. It's a very prominent jawline, very prominent chin. And here you see a photograph that was shown to us by a Project Camelot insider. Now, this isn't a real photograph. The thing here is the shape of the jawline. Our witness, who had spent time with the Anunnaki in real time, in the present day, said that one of the things that characterizes them, besides their size, which he says was 8 or 9 feet tall, he said they're very large and they're very strong and they look larger than that. But that's round about their height, which matches exactly the 2.6 meters that Klaus has been talking about. He said this is a very prominent, strong jawline, and this is what strikes me about these skeletons, these skulls here that we're looking at right now.
Didn't know.
No, you need to know this. Back to Klaus.
So once again, here you have a very old photo done in a museum in La Valletta in Malta, and it shows several long skulls, and the explanation is deformed skulls, but they are very long, going to the back. This is one of several very, very strange skulls. They are presented in a small museum in Ica in Peru. Ica is located close to the famous Nazca lines, and the museum is called Museo Maria Reiche, the German lady who was researching her whole life about the Nazca lines. And in this museum you can see the most strange skulls I ever saw, all found in this area close to the Nazca lines. So the question is, what kind of humans were living there, and how did they get those skull forms? And especially this one, definitely several doctors and experts told me it would not be possible to create such a kind of deformation, because through deformation you do not get the double bone material on the skull, and on this skull even you have particles of the skin and hairs, and I think it would not be difficult to do a age dating and especially a DNA analysis of this skull. On this picture I show you some legendary skeleton forms of giants. In the year of 1964, in the south of Ecuador, in the province Loja. There broke down a part of a mountain platform, and Father Carlos Vaca, who was working as a priest in hospitals, he was called to this place, and he found the broken bones of a giant.
Good. Well, Klaus, I asked you if you would take us on a journey, and for the last nearly an hour, I think it is, you've taken us on a fascinating journey not only around the world, but through time, back as long ago as 17,000 years. And it's a real reminder of how little we know about what our history really is. These are important pieces of an important puzzle, and you're doing an enormous amount to raise people's awareness of what it is that we're not shown in many museums, what it is that we don't read in anthropological textbooks, and what it is that many university professors still refuse to recognize. And thank you so much for your part in helping to raise our own understanding of our history on planet Earth. Klaus, thank you.
Pyramid stone found in Ecuador, 13 horizontal divisions or steps, 3 sides on the inlaid triangular face, and 1 eye symbol. It was found in the 1980s in the jungles of Ecuador, and this and other artifacts are referred to as Lamana artifacts. The single engraved and inlaid fluorescent eye is a Sanskrit spiritual symbolism for psychic vision, the third eye. As there are no known true pyramids in the Americas, only a multitude of step pyramids. Interestingly, this Ecuadorian artifact records the third eye symbol of the original facade whose casing stones are absent. The reverse side of the triangular artifact bears a gold-plated inscription of the Orion's Belt constellation and a series of archaic Sanskrit glyphs that is said to translate as, "The Son of the Creator comes." Prime numbers are depicted in fluorescent inlays, 1 dot at the head of the phallus, 2 dots for the eyes and 2 for the nostrils. There are 7 connected dots at each side of the cobra's hood. The number 33, a product of primes 3 and 11, is also presented in the pink and blue horizontal inlaid bands on the cobra's ventral side. The number 7 is also encoded by the nostrils and mouth together, forming the Sanskrit and Mayan numeral. T, the pyramidal stone, image, glowing in ultraviolet black light. Maya language and hieroglyphics enriched by Babylon 500 BC by Kurt Schildman. The obverse and reverse of the Great Seal of the United States of America, from Hunt's History of the Seal of the United States. The significance of the mystical number 13, which frequently appears upon the Great Seal of the United States, is not limited to the number of the original colonies. The sacred emblem of the ancient initiates, here cast of 13 stars, also appears above the head of the eagle. The motto, E pluribus unum, contains 13 letters, as does also the inscription, Anut coeptis. The eagle clutches in its right talon a branch bearing 13 leaves and 13 berries, and in its left a sheaf of 13 arrows. The face of the pyramid, exclusive of the panel containing the date, consists of 72 stones arranged in 13 rows. In Mesopotamian mythology, Lamashtu was a female demon monster, malevolent goddess or demigoddess who menaced women during childbirth, and, if possible, kidnapped their children, while they were breastfeeding. She would gnaw on their bones and suck their blood, as well as being charged with a number of other evil deeds. She was a daughter of the sky god Anu. Lamashtu is depicted as a mythological hybrid, with a hairy body, a lioness head with donkey's teeth and ears, long fingers and fingernails, and the feet of a bird with sharp talons. She is shown standing on a donkey, nursing a pig and a dog, and holding snakes. She thus bears some functions and resemblance to the Mesopotamian demon Lilith. Lilith, in the 1930s scholars identified the voluptuous woman on this terracotta plaque, called Burney relief, as the Babylonian demoness Lilith. Today, the figure is generally identified as the goddess of love and war, known as Inanna to the Sumerians and Ishtar to the later Akkadians. Both characters are featured in the poem Gilgamesh and the Hilaputri, quoted on this page. The woman wears a horned crown, and has the wings and feet of a bird. She is flanked by owls, associated with Lilith. and stands on the backs of two lions, symbols of Inanna. According to Mesopotamian myths, the demoness Lilith, Lilith or Ardent Lily, flew at night, seducing men and killing pregnant women and babies. This creature makes an appearance in the Bible, in Isaiah 34, which enumerates the fierce denizens of the desert wilderness, hairless, goat demons and the Lilith. Isaiah 32:14. In the King James Version, Lilith is translated screech owl, apparently alluding to the demon's night flights in search of prey. Bind Lilith in chains, reads a warning in Hebrew on this 18th or 19th century 100 amulet from the Israel Museum intended to protect an infant from the demoness. The image of Lilith appears at center. The small circles that outline her body represent a chain. The divine name is written in code, called Atbash, down her chest. The letters YHWH appear instead of MZPZ. Beneath this is a prayer: protect this boy who is a newborn from all harm and evil. Amen. Surrounding the central image are abbreviated quotations from Numbers 6:22-27, the Lord bless you and keep you, and Psalm 121, I lift up my eyes to the hills. According to apocryphal alphabet of Ben Sira, Lilith herself promised she would harm no child who wore an amulet bearing her name. Image source, Israel Museum, Jerusalem.
Earthkeeper. Heartfelt round of applause for the amazing author and teacher, John Van Auken. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I don't know if you know it or not, but he has designed the vibrational coordination in our meditation room at headquarters with 3 magnificent stones that he's worked out the vibes. And now we get constant feedback from people. What did you do in that room? You know, I almost left my body. And that's Tibbs' great insight from that massive Atlantean incarnation with the crystals and all. So he's done a lot for ARE and Edgar Cayce.
Well, I have been asked to touch on the wild and wonderful story of aliens, unidentified flying objects, and beings from other worlds. You might not be aware, but Edgar Cayce talked about this. He actually said in the coming age that we're moving into, the people of the earth are going to meet the people of the universe. Woo. You know how he gave a lot of past life readings. That was one of his main things. Well, to one young woman, he was going through her past lives. You know, he would get in trance. So he would do this. He would lie down, put his hands over his forehead until he saw a white light. Once he saw it, he would move his hands over his solar plexus, and he would slip into deep breathing and REM, rapid eye movement. And if you didn't give him the suggestion, he would fall asleep on you and have a dream, no reading. But if you caught him as his breathing got deep and his eyes started to go into REM, and you said, "You will have before you the inquiring mind of Mary Smith," the white light would move, and he would move with it. And that's how he got his readings. In the course of those readings, mostly past life readings, because people came to him for health readings for about 20 years. And then one time, one of the guys who got a health reading was all upset about his illness and said, "Well, why do I have this illness?" And just as calm as a physical reading, Edgar said, "Because in a previous life, as a monk in France, you abused the body, and this is the karma of that situation." And everybody was stunned. Past lives, karma, reincarnation. So the next week, the whole family got their past life readings. Well, this young lady came to get a life reading, and in the course of saying her past life in France, and then she was in the Roman times, then she was in ancient Egypt, he casually says, and she was the princess of the Maya, when this planet was being visited from other planets, other worlds. And everybody went, "Whoa, aliens, UFOs, how far out?" So we do have support in the Edgar Cayce reading for this concept. So let's get going through the material, and I'll guide you through it as we go. I was good friends with Zecharia Sitchin, who really brought alien knowledge to North America, at least, if not the world. How many of you are familiar with Sitchin? Oh yeah, I'm talking to the choir. Well, for those of you who didn't raise your hands, he was a Russian Jew who migrated to Israel and became a journalist. But while he was in the Middle East, he started doing independent research on ancient Sumerian text. And then he left Israel and made his home with his wife in New York City, and that's where I met him. He's published many books. You see them here. And he's holding one of the ancient Sumerian artworks, a replica of one of them, in which a lot of his initial understanding came to him, and someone gave him that as a gift. When I got with Zecharia, we just hit it off right away, and he said to me, "Of all the material I studied, no one on the planet Earth had the same dates that I was finding except Edgar Cayce." And he said, right then I knew this guy had to have something going for him. And I was, at the time, I am director of the Edgar Cayce Foundation, and at the time I was in charge of all archaeological research. I still am, but it's shifted a little bit. I have subordinates now. Isn't that wonderful? So he and I got into this big discussion about the dates, and now I'm going to show you the date slide, but don't freak out. I will take you through it. It's a little awesome, but Edgar Cayce, believe it or not, gave a serious dating for all of this. So as you can see, Edgar Cayce has the beginning of creation about 500 million years before the Earth really solidified into a planet, which our scientists date about 4.5 billion years ago. But Edgar says the celestial beings that we are, the spirits that we are, our minds and life force, were swooping around this area because we foresaw what was coming. And so really, the beginning of the Earth experience is prior to the Earth being ready for us, because we were connected to the infinite collective consciousness. We knew and could feel the flow of life and knew it was coming. So 4.6 billion years ago. Then a portion of these celestial entities that we once were, about 12 million years ago, moved into the dimension we call Earth today. And Edgar Cayce said that was the first root race. Now, when he says root race, he means human race. It has nothing to do with the races yet. That doesn't happen for a while. Even the Maya have the same story. So the first expression of what you and I would call a soul attempting to look humanesque or come into this world in some form was in ancient Lemuria or Mu. Edgar explained Mu is actually the greater name of the whole area, and Lemuria is the major center of that area. I'll explain the ghost part in a minute, but you were not physical at all. You were a mind and a spirit looking at the dimension, and you could see the vibrations of the low levels of this world as well as the three-dimensional levels, but you were still very much attuned to the celestial world. So you would appear ghostly. You're not in a body. About 10 million years ago, a second influx, and these were more like thought forms. And Edgar explains that what was happening was we were starting to shape in our minds how we might express ourselves in an individual appearance because we were actually one. We were like a school of fish or a flock of birds. We were intimately one. We turned together, we moved together, and he says the book of Job called us the morning stars sang together at the coming of humanity. And I'll show you that quote out of Job in a minute. So we were actually one. We were not differentiated. Now, if you study ancient Egyptian lore, you will actually see them talking about the daughters of Isis, the sons of Ra, as a collective harmony of minds that were in oneness. There was no individual. Now, as you started to individuate, started to project yourself using your free will, in Egypt, they would say Alice Isis, Mary Isis, Betty Isis, John Ra, Bob Ra. Do you see what's happening? They're coming out of total union and harmony and starting to appear individualized, so they get individual names. They are still nowhere near physical. Edgar said if you could imagine them as thought forms, you would actually see sort of the mind of Betty, the mind of John. You get the feel? But it was not contained. It could feel everything. It could move all around. Then comes, now that's still Lemuria. Then comes Atlantis, and notice the age difference. Lemuria goes on for millions of years, and it was non-physical. Then Atlantis comes because now we're really going to try to incarnate, which literally means come into matter and manifest ourselves in a physical body. 210,000 BC, the Atlantean civilization, the first truly physical. The Maya call that group the Blue Maize people. And they tell a wonderful little story. The children of God come before Mother God and they say, Mom, we've gone into a world that seems to attract us and also possess us, capture us. And she says, okay, bring me the heavenly water from the godly spirit of you, and I will make you a physical body that will be ideal for you manifesting in 3 dimensions. Now you're infinite, and now you're going to become finite. And she makes what the Maya call the Blue Maize people. And the Blue Maize people are perfect in every way. Now we start really the creation of matter, and that's the first creation. And in 106,000 BC, a body is created. And if you read Genesis carefully, you will see that in chapter 1, Elohim makes us in its image. Now, that is celestial, spiritual. Then in chapter 2, the author changes the name of God and says, Yahweh Elohim. Now, an English Bible will translate that Lord God. So God creates you in chapter 1, Lord God in chapter 2. And the way Yahweh Elohim does it is he takes the dust of the earth, shapes it, and breathes the breath of life, and you become incarnate. In chapter 2. However, if you read it carefully, the Lord is walking with us in our new incarnate bodies in this world of duality and separation. And the Lord says, this is not working. They are lonely here. They have lost touch with the oneness and they feel alone. So in chapter 2, around verse 20, Yahweh cast a deep sleep over the androgynous body that we call Adam. But it does not have a capital A. It's a lowercase a. In Hebrew, when the word is lowercase, it means a being, a person. And it has the connotation of a person with blood. It means a reddish person. In other words, blood in the body. Do you see? When you capitalize it, it becomes a name of a person. Do you see? So the androgynous being, and believe it or not, in Genesis, all the translators translate little a Adam as man, which really messes up the interpretation. But in the book of Numbers, they translate it person. I wish they had done that in Genesis. And then when God casts a deep sleep over us in the androgyny, he separates us out into yin and yang. And the first pulled out is the deeper yin, which is, in Hebrew, it's called Kava, the life giver, and eventually the name Eve. Now, if we had only named the other part that was remaining Bob, we would understand this a lot better. But of course, they were male translators, and they just capitalized the A. Also, I'll tell you another terrible part of the translation. They used the word rib. Selah in Hebrew actually means side. And do you know the Almighty God in heaven uses that same word to tell Moses how to build the sides of the Ark of the Covenant? Side. But those buggers in Genesis went and translated it rib. And that put a diminished effect on yin, which should never have happened. But now more and more people are becoming aware of this. So yin and yang are now separate in two different bodies, and their first names were Lilith and, according to Cayce, Amelius. Lilith was the first expression of femininity in an isolated feminine being form, and Amelius the masculine. Now here again, Edgar warns us, don't think they're as in body like you are in and like I'm in. It was nowhere near this dense. Nowhere near this dense. Very subtle. The Hopi tell us, so subtle that you could come and go. You could actually absorb your physical expression back into yourself and disappear. They say the door to heaven was left open in those days, and you could come and go. You weren't being born through a womb yet. Do you understand? You hadn't gotten that physical. Do you understand? Okay, cool. So then in 50,700 BC, we start to slip into selfishness and negativity, criticizing one another, starting to identify ourselves with a separate group from the others, and oneness falls apart. Also, a terrible thing occurs called hierarchies. The children of God were in one harmony, totally one, all of them. But this group, this fringe group, started to develop the idea that I'm actually prettier than you, and therefore you're subordinate to me. I'm actually stronger than you, and hierarchy started to develop, which was not the way in the heavens, in the celestial world. So things really got tricky and messy, and the first breakup in Atlantis occurs there, and that's where the misattunement of the crystals started. I'll tell you more about the crystals as we go through. In 28,000 BC comes the second breakup of Atlantis because, unbelievably, we take the life-giving crystal and turn it into the death ray, and we start killing animals. Now, the Hopi say the animal kingdom and the human kingdom were side by side, never ate one another, never hurt one another, until suddenly there was a shift in our side by a faction, not all of you, and I'm sure most of you here were not a part of this. and they started to kill animals and attack them. And that really broke things up worse. And then 22,800 BC, Edgar says, is the legendary Great Flood that you will find legends of all around the planet. And that correlates to Genesis chapter 6, when God regrets the creation and is going to start over. And it cleanses the earth by water. So in Genesis, God cleansed and the first creation ends. And Edgar says the second creation begins 12,000 BC. The logos of God, the essence of God, comes into the earth with us and decides to participate with us. And we have a recreation of Adam and Eve. Now, Cayce says, so he was asked, well, where were Lilith and Amelis? And he said they were in the first Garden of Eden in Poseidia Atlantis. Adam and Eve were the physical second creation in Tigris and Euphrates River in what today we call Iraq. And that was the Garden of Eden that we're familiar with. But he says the first Eden was in Poseidia Atlantis. And that starts the Adamic body. It's like our body, but still quite different. And then in 10,500 BC, there is a full movement out of the heavens to build light centers, training centers, initiation centers all around the planet. And they build pyramids all around the planet because of pyramid energy. The largest pyramid on the planet is in Xi'an, China. It's twice the size of the Great Pyramid of Egypt. But there are pyramids everywhere, and I've written several articles and shown a lot of them. A lot of people have written articles on this. Lemuria has sunk, and migrations of all the Lemurians has occurred. They have all headed to new territories and built new temples. Now Atlantis sinks. Final destruction of Atlantis, it sank in several stages, is 10,014 BC, and the second creation begins because there's nothing left of the first creation. And now you only have the human forms here in physical dimension. This doesn't mean the fairies, elves, angels were not here. But Edgar said they maintained their presence on the other side of the veil. They can come through the veil, but they maintain their presence. So on this side of the veil is the animal kingdom, the mineral kingdom, and us. And this is, so notice the big arrow. It's showing that this is a descent out of the heavens into matter. And Edgar points out this only occurred to a relatively small portion of all the beings God conceived. Or think of God as the creative force or the collective mind. Edgar says the collective mind is one infinite universal consciousness, and suddenly within itself it conceived points of consciousness, countless points of consciousness, gave them all free will. And some of them, you and me, entered this dimension, but many have not. They're in other dimensions. And he talks about all of that and where they are and all. So you and I descended out of the celestial spirit mind realm into matter gradually over a period of time until we're in these things we're sitting in here and I'm standing in. Hard to feel spiritual. Also, Zachariah and I would get into wonderful discussions because the difference between his view of the Anunnaki being an advanced race from somewhere else coming in and affecting the human race, Cayce actually says, we were them. Now, there were lower souls who had really lost their way and were trapped in matter like caveman and ape man and those stages. So in some ways, you and I were super powerful to them. In fact, you could think of us as gods if we were overseeing some of those severely trapped in matter with no consciousness of who they really were. Here are the stages, the three waves that Cayce puts in. First, there was a push their way into matter willfully, and they became trapped in matter, deep matter. Now, you and I could be here, but we weren't trapped. Like the Hopi teach, we could come and go. But some pushed themselves so deeply in matter, and matter was not prepared for them. So that's where the mythology of half horse, half man, half female, half fish, you see, that's where all those legends, they were pushing themselves into matter and there was no human form for them. And they really got lost. And they also got trapped in the evolution of matter. So this group, the first spirit being groups, willfully pushed their way in and got all messed up. A heartfelt group decided to go in to help them, and they got trapped too. It was very confusing. In fact, the Maya tell the story where the children of God came before Mother God and said, Mom, this is tricky. We got in here and somehow it got a hold of us. And we're possessed. So the wonderful stories of how even the idealistic second group got trapped trying to help the first group. So then there was a meeting in heaven in which they said, no one's going in here without a plan of how to get out. And that group Jesus called the elect. They elected to come in with a plan. Now, Zechariah and I would think in our discussions, could this have been what he was seeing? So the legends, he and I started to see how this idea of the elect could be his Anunnaki coming in to manage human genetic reproduction. In fact, Edgar does say, we advance the race as you would breed animals. Here's Cayce's reading. Spirit is God's presence, spirit. The Spirit of God moved and matter came into being. For the opportunities of his associates, his companions, his sons, his daughters, these are ever spoken of as one. Do you ever think of yourself as his associate, his companion? When Edgar Cayce gave you a reading, any of us a reading, he always mentioned that you have lost awareness of this, but you are actually a companion of the creator of the entire universe. And at some point, you're going to become aware of that. And that's going to cast you far above where you are now in your vision, your understanding. Okay, then there came self-indulgence, self-glorification, and there was the beginning of warring among themselves for activity. He said that they really split into two groups, and he called the one group the children of the law of one, that everyone is equal. There is a oneness underlying all life, even though in this dimension it all looks separate, there is a oneness. The other group were called the sons of Belial, and we really didn't know that term until we found the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1947, and in there it said Belial was the leader of the dark angels. Whoa! So, I mean, here now we're starting to, if this sort of stuff would fire up Zechariah so much, he would get charged up. And we would record him lecturing. We still have the recording. And he came down and lectured at our Ancient Mysteries conferences twice. But, Edgar says, this was still in spirit. So he wants to point out to you that the real battle between the children of light and the children of darkness occurred in the spirit. And the key to the shift was self-indulgence, self-focus, self-gratification, self-glorification. As soon as you started to do that, you pulled out of oneness, and that caused a lot of trouble. Then those that became selfish were moved by the spirit of rebellion, and they pushed into matter, became what we see in our three-dimensional world today. Here are the stages. Spirits come visiting, Lemuria and Mu. Then the spirits impress themselves and become material beings, matter beings, physical beings, only with semi-consciousness of their spiritual nature. And Edgar points out this is Noah and the intuitive awareness. And he points out that Noah is occurring all around the planet. It's not just one man. But enlightened beings at different places in the planet are aware we need a cleansing, and they prepare for it. And then finally, we're back to spirits that are visiting matter. Even though we will have a full illumination and the glorious age will come, Edgar quotes, there'll be no evil on the earth. There will be love, harmony, enlightenment, and growth and purification of matter. So matter is more accommodating to spirit and mind. He says we'll have 12 chakras. And some guy asked him to name the other above the 7 chakras. And calmly from trance, he said, why? You're not using the 7. Why do you need to know the 12? So keep that in mind when you're, maybe you ought to fire up the 7 for a while and then ask the big question. All right, we're somewhere between that. So here's Anunnaki symbolism, statuesque attempts. Could they have been the Nephilim in Genesis 6? Because Genesis 6 says there were all kinds of creatures on the earth before the flood and the cleansing. And it is possible because Zechariah said the Anunnaki were not purely idealistic. Some among them were selfish and self-seeking what they wanted, and they used humans in that way. But some actually were empathetic to humanity and wanted to help. If you've read your books, you know all of this from him. The 6th chapter of Genesis opens with the Lord surveying the earth and finding that it has all become evil and corrupt. Keep in mind that there are dimensions to the earth realms, and the scriptures say that the Lord's focus in this passage is only on, quote, the surface of the ground. So in other words, you got to watch that chapter in Genesis because God's only talking about the real physical bodied people on the earth's surface. Here's the message. It happened when men began to multiply on the surface of the ground, and daughters were born to them. Now, these are like the physical earth beings, an advancement of ape man, caveman, a stage going along, but very physical. That God's sons, and I'll explain, those sons are also male and female, because Cayce gave readings for women in which she said, oh, here's a son of God. And, you know, she was a woman, so the sons of God are both. I'll show you that in a minute. Saw that men's daughters were beautiful. And let me explain that. When you express the yin or the kava, Hebrew helps you with this. It is your deeper, beautiful, intuitive self. The yin is the inner, the hidden, and it is the intuitive. It is the life giver, the conceiver. When it's expressed physically, it is absolutely attractive to every human being. It is seen as the fairer sex, but it's seen that way because it is the yin. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. It's not so much lust and sexuality as totally captivated by the manifestation in form of the hidden, the unseen, the inner. And if you think about a woman's body, everything occurs within her. She's in the pattern of the cycle of the moon. She conceives within her. She gestates life. You don't see anything but a big belly, but in there is life growing. When she delivers the life from within her, she brings nourishment from within her in the form of the mammary gland milk and nourishes the child from within. Now, guys, you and I are the same way. We have the yin with us. So don't feel left out. Remember, over the past 50 years, Carl Jung and the psychologists have been wanting us to get in touch with our feminine. It's been hell. And our wives have been pushing us. But we have grown a lot. We are in touch with our feminine, thank God. And Jung explained to us, Jung said, if you're manifesting femininity, woman, you're not whole yet because the wholeness of your consciousness includes yang, masculine. Men, if you're expressing the masculine, you're not whole in consciousness because the whole consciousness includes the yin. Therefore, for me, a male, the feminine is in my subconscious. And remember how Jung used to talk about a woman in my dreams is probably that portion of my inner self in interaction with my outer self. And women, a potent or captivating male in your dreams, he would say, is your animus trying to communicate with you, the anima. Do you see how he worked it? Because the whole consciousness has both yin and yang in it. We'll see more of this. And oh, here it is right here. I already got a good slide. This is the sculpture of the sons of daughters take the daughters of men. But I need to explain to you, like this Hindu chart on the right, Shiva and Shakti are of one being, yin and yang. And Genesis 2, verses 18 to 25 is where the division occurred. Prior to verse 18 of chapter 22, we were androgynous. And Edgar said Atlanteans and Lemurians had both. And if one of their soul group wanted to incarnate, they would conceive within their own being a form for them to use. You see? But once they were separated, then you had to bond. But see, the Lord wanted that to happen because they were lonely, and this would be companionship. Do you see? That's the way the story is told. And this lovely sculpture I just enjoyed here, but I just want to point out, ladies, the angelic male there would ideally be both male and female. And Edgar talks about that a lot, that they were both for a long period of time, and then when it was separated. So he says, if you, just like Jung, if you really want to get fully illuminated, you have to get in touch with the opposite energy of your expressed gender and your mind thought. As you ladies know, us men are just not males. We're mind thoughts of males. And you've been around that long enough, you know. And we men are still trying to figure you out. That's what that great book, Women Are from Venus and Men Are from Mars, or the NFL, one or the other. Were the Anunnaki and the humans in any way interconnected? And you know, Sitchin says they started to get involved. At first, they just did husbandry breeding and tried to build their slave communities to do the work they needed and all. But eventually, some of them got involved. And here's where Edgar said, yes, there was celestial touching of material beings, and they would conceive. And he explained that the Nephilim were the children of those conceptions and other creatures that are in legend and lore. Ancient Egyptians also knew this. They actually called us star beings, and they said that we would regain our star body, which Aku or Ak, when our soul blended again with our spirit. Do you see how they're showing again the gender split, soul and spirit? And when those two unite, you have the Aku, the star being. So they also knew we were descendants of the stars, children of Ra. In giving a past life reading for, this is that priestess I told you about, the Mayan priestess from other worlds, other planets. And then you go down a little further and he talks about Job 38, the morning stars. And then he talks about the people of the universe and how we will meet them and we will start to have a full consciousness of the celestial world. An entity passes from this world into the spirit world. And this is a lovely reading, so I'm going to read the whole thing to you as we go here. You can read it on the screen. As an entity passes from this present time, or this solar system, this sun, these forces, it passes through various spheres, on through the eons of time and space, leading first into that central force known as Arcturus. Arcturus, according to Edgar Cayce, is the Stargate in and out of here. He was talking Stargates in the 20s and 30s before we had the movie and the TV series. And the Stargate is the star Arcturus. Nearer the Pleiades, eventually an entity passes into the inner forces, inner sense. Then they may again, after a period of nearly 10,000 years, enter into the earth to make manifest or to make real those forces gained in its passage. As the soul gains things, it wants to practice them and make them fully a part of itself. In entering, the entity takes on those forms that may be known in the dimensions of that plane which it occupies. There being not only 3 dimensions as of the earth, but there may be 7 as in Mercury. Now let me stop there and tell you, he's not talking about you landing on the surface of Mercury. He is saying that the 3-dimensional planet we see is a 3-dimensional representation of a higher dimension of 5th and 7th dimensional order, and it relates, just like astrology says, to the mind and mental dimension. When he looks at Venus, he says that is a planet in the third dimension, but it is also the higher realms of love, art, music, all the creativity materials, he said. And he actually would start a reading by saying, oh, here's a soul who came from Venus. And of course the lady would say, no, I was born in New Jersey. Yes, your body was. Okay, in Mercury, or 4 in Venus, or 5 in Jupiter. There may be only one, as in Mars. Remember, George Patton thought he incarnated to be a warrior for the World War II from Mars, and he believed in reincarnation, and he knew his past lives. There may be many more, as in those of Neptune, and they may become even nil until purified in Saturn's fires. Now here is Lemuria, and it was not the lemur. The word actually comes from, yeah, everybody will tell you, oh, that was the lemur in Madagascar. No, the word comes from the Latin word for ghost. In Lemuria, you were like spirits, ghosts. Yes, later in Lemuria, you did become more physical, first like thought forms and then even like matter, very much. So yes, when we pushed ourselves into matter too soon, a certain group, the legends, the mythology of blending with animals was true. They pushed in and they were half that. Then in Atlantis, they developed this wonderful crystal that could cleanse you and rejuvenate you. And Edgar gives readings for people who went to the crystal, and it would like consume their body and purify it, and they would live. He told one of them she went to the crystal so often she lived 6,000 years in physical body. And she was a powerful teacher and physician. Then, I love this part, then he says to her, the dimension became so mundane to this entity that she withdrew to the deeper meditations in Jupiter. Atlantean mistakes, I want to skip over this a little bit. The trouble here basically was the Atlanteans lost their attunement and they misdialed the crystal, and it was tuned too high and destroyed the areas, and that was very upsetting. Here are the two areas, Atlantis and Lemuria. Those islands out there are the mountaintops of what used to be Atlantis. And Edgar Cayce says the migrations were to all those lands you see there. They migrated. Here's the prophecy. In the Piscean age, in the center of same, we had the entrance of Emmanuel, which is a Hebrew word that means God among men. See, what did that mean? The same will be meant by the full consciousness of the ability to communicate with or to be aware of the relationships to the creative forces and the uses of same in material environs. This awareness during the era or age, in the age of Atlantis and Lemuria or Mu, brought what? Eventual destruction of man and his beginning of the needs of the journey up through selfishness. We had to learn to overcome self-gratification, self-exaltation, self-glorification, selfishness, and start to reach out and understand that no man or woman is an island. You affect everyone. You are a part of the collective consciousness. Your thoughts, your emotions, your attitudes affect the collective. And as soon as we start becoming aware of this and living in that sort of disposition of oneness with the whole, knowing ourselves to be ourselves, but one with the whole, the great growth occurs. The purpose of the heart is to know yourself, to be yourself, and yet one with God. The purpose is that you might know yourself to be yourself, and yet one with the creative forces or God. Individuation process is what Carl Jung taught, that you and I are actually learning to understand who we are. I'm going to skip through some of these because I'm running out of time and I need to go a little faster. So here's a wonderful diagram of a wood carving of how your celestial self, your soul self looks, and how your physical body looks, and that the portal in and out is your crown chakra, your fontanelle when you were a baby, the soft spot in your baby body. That's how you came, and now you can come in and out through that. Now, I have a few slides I'll quickly go through to show you that there are ancient things, like Zachariah Sitchin wrote about, of flying devices and all, that we were flying long before Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. As you descend out of heaven, Edgar said, there was an involution into matter with higher wisdom, and you could actually fly. And as you can see in these stone carvings on the wall in India, Ezekiel's wheels, see Ezekiel's wheel, he said the spirit inside the wheel would move it. When Edgar was asked what was that wheel, he said it was an Atlantean flying machine. Here's a Vimana with Sanskrit words describing how it works, and there are records in ancient India of these devices. This particular Vimana was said to have flown by heating mercury. Now we know in a mercury thermometer it rises as it heats, but no one, I talked to several scientists, have figured out how this flying device could use heated mercury to really fly through the atmosphere. But here's the records from the ancient times. There's some belief that these things are actually there, carved in stone as reminders. And the reason for that is we knew we were descending into less and less awareness, so we recorded a lot of it. And Edgar said those are the Atlantean records that will be rediscovered on the ascent back out, and these will help speed up our ascent. Here, I'm in the very temple that I had the cleansing experience in, and do you see the beam there? I've blown it up in gold. You see flying devices carved on that ancient Egyptian temple beam. Do you see them? You see something like a helicopter, something like an airplane, something like a submarine, carved.